Hey guys, it's Mr. Sean. Before we get started today, I want to give a shout out to my biggest supporters, J-Dog and Patty Slaps. Thank you both so much for your continued support. And if you'd like to get your name shouted out alongside J-Dog and Patty Slaps at the start of one video each week, you can join either the Beta Club over on Patreon or the Beta Tomorrow Society here on YouTube. Enjoy the video, everyone.
Everyone loves media, but sometimes we lose media, lost media. Then we all go search for media, lost media. It's not found, it's lost, lost media. Sometimes it's well known, we all know that it's media, lost media.
Happy New Year's Eve, Chimera crew, and welcome to part 1 of the Lesser Known Lost Media 2024 Supercut. I was going to do this Supercut all in one with the intros and outros cut out, but that was clocking in at just over 15 hours, and YouTube only lets me do 12, so it's being cut into 2 parts. So, without further ado, let's get to part 1 of the Lesser Known Lost Media New Year's Eve 2024 Supercut Special. Happy New Year's Eve, Chimera crew, and welcome to part 1 of the Lesser Known Lost Media 2024 Supercut. I was going to do this Supercut all in one with the intros and outros cut out, but that was clocking in at just over 15 hours, and YouTube only lets me do 12, so it's being cut into 2 parts. So, without further ado, let's get to part 1 of the Lesser Known Lost Media New Year's Eve 2024 Supercut Special. At number 1, we have Nina, Lost Tracks from the Unfinished Left Eye album from 2002. American rapper Lisa Lopez, more commonly known as Left Eye, her stage name, was a member of the popular girl group TLC. Following the group's increasing popularity, Lopez began working on solo projects. On August 16th of 2001, she released her first and only solo album, Supernova, which received mixed reception. The album was never released in the United States due to label politics and poor sales overseas. Now, due to her frustration with TLC's record label Arista Records, she began working on her second solo album with Suge Knight, who was head of Death Row Records, the label to which she signed. The new project saw Lopez taking on the role of an alter ego named Nina, which stood for New Identity Non-Applicable. The album was in production until she was unfortunately killed in a car crash on April 25, 2002 in Honduras, leading to the album being scrapped. Now, originally, Nina was still slated for a posthumous release by Death Row Records in October of 2002, but this never happened for unknown reasons, and the only official release during this time period is the track Too Street for TV, which appeared on the soundtrack to the film Dysfunctional Family. Now, in 2011, a promo CD called Nina surfaced online. However, it mostly contained remixed versions of songs from her Supernova album. Aside from Too Street for TV, the only track from Nina's original recordings is a newly recorded version of the song Untouchable, which features new vocals from Lopez and the late rapper Tupac Shakur. But other than this, all of the tracks from her second solo album remain lost. At number 2, we have Star Fox, a lost, unreleased, orchestrated soundtrack for the Super Nintendo rail shooter from the 1990s. Now, most of you probably know Star Fox is a Nintendo game released on the SNES in 1993, the first game in the eponymous Star Fox series. Its soundtrack was composed by Hajime Hirasawa, who was an employee of Nintendo at the time, but who left the company immediately after the project due to disagreements over the rights to his music. According to a Devs Play interview with Dylan Cuthbert, who was a programmer on the game, apparently Hajime Hirasawa had fully completed an entire album of orchestrated arrangements of the music he wrote for Star Fox, which his prior career in the music industry had led him to assume he would be free to publish. However, Nintendo informed him the music he had written for Star Fox belonged to Nintendo and not to him. The two parties were not able to reach an agreement over the rights to the album, leading him to leave the company and abandon his plans to release the album. Dylan Cuthbert said in the interview that he had a copy of the album on tape and may in fact still have it, but implied that he doesn't know where the tape is right now. He suggested that he may be willing to sell the tape upon finding it, but that may have been in jest. Ultimately, this is just another case of something going missing due to Nintendo's stranglehold grip on their intellectual property, which on the one hand I don't blame them for, especially with all the controversy right now with Disney losing some of the rights to the Steamboat Willie, to some of the versions of Mickey Mouse due to public domain. I don't blame a company for wanting to hold tight to what it owns, and especially with Nintendo definitely having proprietary titles, I don't blame them, but it does suck that it sounds like this guy who, this Hirasawa guy, is a very talented musician, and I'm sure that the album would have been amazing. At number 3, we have NSYNC Bigger Than Live, partially found IMAX concert film from 2001. NSYNC Bigger Than Live is a concert film that was released for IMAX theaters on February 23rd of 2001. Originally set to be released in fall the year prior, the film was directed by John Bailey and produced by Doug Yellen of iWorks Entertainment for Really Big Film Corporation. The film, shot in 70mm, utilized footage from multiple performances during the band's No Strings Attached tour, though mainly from their performance at Pontiac Silverdome on July 18th of 2000. While critics were outspoken about their disappointment in the lack of behind-the-scenes content compared to other films of the same nature, the band and film's production team were clear about the fact that the film was mainly aimed for fans who either weren't able to get tickets or got bad seats at one of the concerts. This was especially true seeing how tickets for No Strings Attached tour were nearly sold out for every stop of the tour. Upon the release of the film, the band and multiple celebrities appeared on the red carpet at the California Science Center in Los Angeles. These included Carrot Top, Jennifer Blanc, Wild Orchid, Rosanna Arquette, Griselle Beauvoir, and many others. I don't know most of those people, but whatever. The film was shown at theaters for several months in North America and Europe, garnering over $1,800,000 in domestic revenue before showings were stopped. During the movie's run in theaters, Really Big Film Corporation had an active amount of engagement with fans. Contests were regularly held on the film's website, with the largest one having a grand prize of tickets to the band's performance in New Orleans with passes to the pre-show rehearsal with hotel and travel expenses covered. A smaller weekly contest also gave out movie tickets, posters, t-shirts, and other memorabilia. On top of these contests, there was a street team fans could join to help spread the word of the movie's release in local theaters, as well as a cyber club in which there is no recorded information of. As to the plot of the film starts off with some short segments of the stage crew preparing for the band's performance, shots of excited fans waiting outside, as well as some bare bones footage of the band backstage before the concert doing activities such as playing pool. The band's logo appears on screen with No Strings Attached intro occurring shortly after, where the band is brought down to the stage by strings, likely to impersonate marionette dolls. After this, the movie mainly follows the band's performance at the Silverdome, alongside some performances from other tour dates, such as those in Pennsylvania and Ohio. Shout out. The movie, being 49 minutes in length, cuts some content from the Silverdome concert, likely to work within time constraints. These included costume changes between songs, Justin Timberlake's beatbox solo, and the club portion of the song Just Got Paid. Other songs shown in the film included Tearing Up My Heart, This I Promise You, Bye Bye Bye, It's Gonna Be Me, and I Thought She Knew, among others. As to its reception, while the film was widely regarded by critics as being more than suitable for those who were fans of the band, general consensus was that the movie didn't quite do enough to impress those who were first-timers to the band's music, especially citing a lack of backstage footage when compared to other concert films. Some stated the camera angles used felt claustrophobic and cumbersome, and that the giant screen behind the performers that broadcast the concerts to those further in the seats was fairly distracting throughout the film. Other critics expressed their beliefs that the performance was lip-synced, stating that it felt abnormal for the band members to keep their breath with all the activity they were doing on stage. On top of this, the film was noted to not have used the full potential of the 6-channel surround sound, even in private showings. I've not seen this film, but I've always stated that, when you're comparing Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, NSYNC is meant to be seen, while Backstreet Boys are meant to be listened to, and that probably is why, if the show was lip-synced, yeah, because they're all about the dance moves and the choreography rather than, their actual music. But now let's talk about the availability of the film. While the film hasn't had a physical release, the first 14 minutes were uploaded to YouTube in 2018 alongside the electronic press kit made by Illusion Factory for European audiences. Illusion Factory, having been in charge of most of the advertisement of the film, has uploaded 3 trailers on their YouTube channel as a single video. According to newspaper TV guides from 2002, the film seems to have had a limited airing on television, leaving the possibility of VHS recordings of the film existing as a possibility. I'll be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of. I did have the No Strings Attached album, which was like the only NSYNC album I ever bought. I just like the song It's Gonna Be Me. But the thing with, at the time, I was not even aware this concert film was around. I think that's the main problem with that, is that IMAX turned out very much to be a gimmick back in the day. Like, we all thought it's going to be like the new thing in cinema, and ultimately it just kind of fell flat. A lot of the theaters around where I lived that had IMAX screens, with the exception of some of the museums that still show the documentary films, they replaced their IMAX screens with just extreme screens, and it just became like a big screen and not utilizing all the IMAX technology, for the simple fact that IMAX just didn't deliver what we all thought it would. And I feel like that is another reason why there's not more of this film, not just because it was somewhat disappointing, but because IMAX technology just kind of fell flat in the end, at least from an entertainment standpoint. At number 4, we have Sailor Moon, partially found unreleased full soundtrack of DiC English dub of anime from the mid-1990s. So during the mid-1990s, 2 companies, DiC and Toon Makers, were battling for the rights of the anime Bishoujo Senshi Sailor Moon. DiC wanted to localize it for North American syndication, while Toon Makers wanted to rework the anime series entirely into their live-action/animation Americanized version. In the end, DiC received the rights to the first 2 seasons of the series. DiC had altered several things during their tenure with Sailor Moon, such as choosing to replace the already made Japanese soundtrack with their own in-house work. DiC hired 2 separate music companies to work on the vocal and background music respectively. Music producer Michael Beneheit and his music company The Music Kitchen worked on the vocal soundtrack, while the music composer Bob Summers and music producer Don Perry and his music company Don Perry Music worked on the background music soundtrack. Even though the vocal music, including the insert songs and theme song, got 3 official CD releases, the background music soundtrack have never been released in their entirety. On November 12th of 2002, only 9 cues from the DiC background soundtrack were released on the Sailor Moon The Full Moon Collection CD. From the years 1998 through 2006, a fan dubber by the name of Andrew Dowler operated his own Sailor Moon fan dub group called Negavision. It wasn't until 2001 when Andrew was somehow able to get a hold of some of the cues from an outside third party and used them in his Sailor Stars fan dub. Regardless, Andrew Dowler at the time had no intentions on releasing the cues he had. Negavision would eventually stop all activities in 2006, and Andrew Dowler has since moved on with life. Guess you gotta grow up sometime. Going as far back as 2013, many fans of the DiC soundtrack have made many attempts to get the soundtrack released, including creating petitions to raise awareness and gain attention from record companies who may show interest in releasing the DiC soundtrack, but to no avail. Some fans even going so far as to rip and piece together some of the music themselves. In February of 2021, a YouTuber by the name of TF1945 contacted the composers of the DiC background music soundtrack, Bob Summers and Don Perry, to ask them whether they had a copy of the soundtrack, which they did not. However, in September of 2021, the composers did find a CD that was made during the early production of the DiC dub that contained some of the cues, including demos and unused tracks, to which TF1945 uploaded on one of their YouTube channels named Project Sailor Scout. on September 11th of 2021, which they also made available to download. In July of 2022, TF1941 contacted Andrew Dowler about the DQs and didn't receive a response until December. Andrew later responded and sent his collection over for archival. His collection was made listenable via YouTube on December 11th, 2022, with download links provided and a text list of the names. Now, unfortunately, the entire soundtrack as a whole is still lost, with only 88 tracks out of an estimated total of 191 cues having been found. That's still over half are missing. The Deke background music soundtrack is currently owned by Canadian company Wildbrain, who acquired Deke Entertainment's properties, so it's in all likelihood it in full still exists, it's just not open and available to the public. But with as fervent as the fan base of Sailor Moon is, I would not be surprised if somehow they end up pressuring Wildbrain into finally releasing it. I mean, hey, does Wildbrain hate money? Alright guys, for our spicy piece today, we have something that is kind of part of the Lost Wave thing, where we have some of the song, but we don't really know a lot about it. It's kind of like the most mysterious song on the internet, or Everyone Knows That, which is a piece we covered in a previous episode, but this one is Please Don't Stop, a partially found power metal synth song used in Israeli VHS logo from the 1980s. Malibu Video was an Israeli VHS distribution company that was active sometime throughout the 1980s. Not much is known about the company in question, especially when compared to most other VHS distributors that were more popular, such as United King Video or Empire of Cinema. While not much has shown up about them, one especially mysterious thing about it is that it uses an English language power metal synth song that was unidentified until recently. Aside from the song being performed by the band Aladdin's Magic Rub, there is hardly any other legitimate information about the song itself online, even when looking up the lyrics for the song. However though, there are some things that some people have been able to identify. Firstly, this is seemingly only the first minute of the song, and the fading at the end of what we have seems to have been done by the people behind the creation of the logo. The lyrics themselves have been identified outside of the last few seconds. And it goes, "Please don't stop, it feels so right. I want to make it last all night. You make me feel like I can't say no, so hold me all night before you go. The way you touch, the things you say, the way you move takes my breath away. Feels so good, it feels so right. You're gonna be that special night. Don't stop, please don't stop, don't stop. I need to hold you till the morning time. Please don't stop. Don't stop, don't. It feels so right. Stop, don't. Let's go all night. Stop." And then it becomes inaudible because of the fade out. See, I told you this entry was a little spicier. Interestingly enough, one of the higher pitched synths used throughout the song was also used in the most mysterious song on the internet, which used the synth right at the end in a lower pitch than this song. So see, there's even more connections. As to its availability, up until recently, only this part of the song is known to have surfaced on the internet so far due to it being found in a compilation of Israeli VHS logos. These logos, as well as several Greek VH logos, are infamous among the logo community for stealing music from other sources, though the Greek logos are more well known. These logos also don't credit the music being used in the logo at all, making it even harder for it to find. Despite this, people have been able to identify several pieces of the music they use, such as the Greek logo PAP video, which infamously stole The Final Countdown by Europe. On May 31st, 2023, at the very least, the title and artist of the song have finally been identified. By then, it was also revealed to have been used in the 1986 adult film Please Don't Stop, specifically at the very end. So, given the fact that the band's name, Aladdin's Magic Rub, sounds like a euphemism, and it seems like the only time this song was ever used outside of being stolen for the Malibu Video logo was that it was played both throughout the film and during the credits of an adult film that shares the same name as this song. It sounds like this was a studio band put together just to have a song for an adult film. I would sincerely doubt if Aladdin's Magic Rub did anything besides make the title track for this adult film that shares the song's name. But that being said, I think probably the best course of action would be to contact whatever studio made this film or whoever owns it now, because they probably own the only full copy of the song, because they probably just had whatever some local group come together and do this and get credited as Aladdin's Magic Rub, which again, that alone sounds like an adult film title. But I think it's out there, and I think maybe people will be lucky enough to find it someday. That is, if the adult film company that owns it will take a second to stop playing with balls and play ball. At number 1, we have a viewer-requested piece originally requested by Manbot8350, and that is Cutie the Kitten, a lost build of a cancelled standalone third-person game from a YouTuber circa 2017. The YouTuber in question, Quiet Tomato, is an animation YouTuber which, at the recording of this video I just checked, has 186,000 subscribers. You'll get there one day, Mr. Sean. He is known for his Macromedia Flash and MS Paint animations, the best known series on his channel being SAM, which stands for Springtrap and Mangle, which is about 2 characters from the popular horror game Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, as to this game he was making, in 2017, Quiet Tomato planned to create a game using the ID Tech 1 engine called Cutie the Kitten. It was going to be a standalone computer game with a third-person perspective in a 3D environment. The game's protagonist was going to be Cutie the Kitten, an infamous YouTuber known for making animations about her being in a relationship with Sans, a character from the popular video game Undertale. Other YouTubers like Sale and Birdie were going to be featured in the game. The game is going to be similar to Doom and have full cutscenes and boss battles. I'm sure those names mean something to a lot of people, but that is a part of the YouTubosphere that I'm just not familiar with, so I apologize. But, as to the cancellation, only 3 screenshots have resurfaced from the alpha version by Quiet Tomato. On February 22nd of 2019, he made posts, I can't talk today, on his Google Plus and Twitter accounts explaining why his game was cancelled and what the game was going to be like. Only 3 levels out of the 40 planned levels of Cutie the Kitten were ever finished. It is unknown what the real title of this game was going to be. I went ahead and did find the post from Google on the Wayback Machine, and this is what Quiet Tomato had to say about what happened to his game. A moment of silence for the standalone Cutie the Kitten game, in which I planned in 2017 and cancelled after a few months. The gameplay would have been similar to Undertale, except it's 3D. It had the option if you could go in first or third person view, and it had Pokemon style battles, but it features the dodging heart in Undertale. It looks similar to Doom since it was running on the ID Tech 1 engine. Couldn't finish it since it had maximum of 40 levels, and each of them had cutscenes and boss battles. It features Sale as the antagonist. Hell, even Birdie was supposedly included. This could have been an experiment if I could make the game in the future. Yeah, I know you wouldn't want this, but these are the only screenshots of the alpha version that I can retrieve. So, I don't feel like they really said much as to why the game wasn't finished, except that they just couldn't finish it. They didn't have the time or it was too big, I don't know. From the alpha screenshots, it looks pretty simplistic. It was using an old Doom engine, but, I just feel like if this project would have taken forever and probably wouldn't have been overly marketable. Also, considering that it's Pokemon, it's Undertale, it's Doom, I don't know, that sounds like a hot mess personally, but I'm sure there's people who would love to have seen this game made. Thank you so much for your request, Manbot8350, and guys, please keep those requests coming. I do have a list, I am trying to get to them all, so thank you so much. At number 2, we have Bakuso Kyodai Let's and Go, Lost English dub of an anime from 2000. Bakuso Kyodai Let's and Go, also known as The Racing Brothers Let's and Go, those are some titles right there, is an anime series produced by Zebek from 1996 to 1998, based on the manga of the same name, which is in turn a licensed tie-in for Tamiya's mini 4WD line of electric toy cars. Wow, that's something. Whole lot of licensed tie-ins and adaptations on this one. Sorry to get on a tangent, but this literally sounds like the ultimate way to sell toys. Not even like we're introducing characters that you can buy a toy of. Like, this is literally seems to be an anime based on a manga about a line of toy cars that you can go buy because you saw the kids in the manga playing with them. And we thought the 90s were bad with making stuff just to sell toys. Though I guess if this came out in 2000, it is just the penultimate example of 90s era marketing manifestation. Sorry, I'll get back to this actual entry. Sorry, guys. So, as to the Lost English dub, an English dub of the series was aired on GMA Network in the Philippines back in 2000 to capitalize on the then widely popular Mini 4WD toy line. Anime News Network also mentions an English dub that aired in Singapore, though it is unknown if it was the same dub aired in the Philippines or a different cast recording. The English dub is notable for having some of the principal characters' names changed, particularly the two protagonists, Retsu and Go Saiba, who became Jet and Joey in the dub. The names honestly surprised me a little bit, not that they're, not that they were changed, but like Jet and Joey are very American names, and this series was not aired in America, so you'd think they'd have names changed to something more, akin to the Philippines or Singapore, right? Again, sorry about the tangents. Let's talk about its availability. While footage of dubs to other languages such as Spanish and Indonesian are uploaded on YouTube, no known footage of the English dub has surfaced online so far, as well as home media releases. As to being able to find this one, guys, I think really our only chance is if somebody taped it and then uploads that to the internet, because I don't think we ever will see a home media release, probably just with all the different, this was an adaptation of a manga, which itself was a licensed tie-in for a series of toys that apparently were popular at the time, but cannot speak to how popular they are now. Something tells me licensing this for home media release would be a nightmare. But something tells me that recordings of these are out there somewhere, especially considering how many times I videotaped episodes of Mighty Max on VHS, and that was another thing that was entirely designed to sell toys. Kids love toys, we love watching TV shows about our toys, and we love being able to record said episodes for later viewing, maybe while playing with our toys. At number 3, we have partially found scripts for unproduced episodes of the Fox animated sitcom The Simpsons from the 1990s. Now guys, I love The Simpsons. In fact, I could go on I could make more videos than I currently have on this channel just about me talking about The Simpsons. And if you'd like to see that, let me know in the comments, because I would love to just have a YouTube channel just talking about The Simpsons. But anyway, if any of you aren't aware or familiar with the animated juggernaut that is my favorite TV show, The Simpsons is an animated sitcom on the Fox network that premiered on December 17th of 1989, with some shorts being shown on the Tracy Ullman Show 2 years before that. The show has been critically acclaimed and has run for over 30 years, with a 34th season currently airing as of January 2023. As I was born in 1988, I am literally one of the last group of people born that has existed in a world that did not have The Simpsons in it, though, due to my age, I was not aware of that at the time. Sorry to gush, guys, I love this show so much. Some of the newer episodes haven't been so great, but, overall, 30 plus years of classic, high-quality entertainment. What more could you want? Well, apparently, we have some stuff that, we've lost over the years. Let's get into it. The show has had a treasure trove of deleted scenes over its 30-year run. There have also been a few unfinished or unproduced episodes of the series. One of these was the Prince episode. After the success of the Michael Jackson episode, Stark Raving Dad, which due to controversy surrounding Michael Jackson, it has now been pulled from broadcast, so if you have not seen it, sadly, you'll have to find an old DVD of it, because it's a great episode, but, it is what it is. Anyway, around production of the 5th season of the show, the writers wrote a sequel to Stark Raving Dad, which would feature the Leon Kompowski character from the last episode, thinking he is the musician Prince instead of Michael Jackson. He would try to get to Springfield to become more flamboyant, loosen up a little, and become more sexually open. The script for this episode was sent to Prince, but he sent back notes about what he was wearing in certain scenes. These notes did not correspond to the Simpsons writer's script. Prince had been sent an entirely different script. This script's writer had been disputed, Mike Reese claimed it was written by an as of now unidentified person, while Bill Oakley said it was written by a friend of Prince's. And series creator Matt Groening, I forget how you pronounce his name, Groening, I think, claims that it was written by Prince's chauffeur. Prince lauded the anonymous scriptwriter and absolutely hated the script written by the Simpsons writers. Prince attempted to write original songs for the script, but the Simpsons writers refused to make changes to reflect this and permanently cut ties with Prince, and thus the episode was scrapped. A few days after Prince died in April 2016, showrunner Al Jean shared a couple of pages of the script that the writers wrote. This is the only finished script of a scrapped episode that has surfaced. There is also a lost crossover with 30-something. In Season 3, David Stern wrote an episode that was a crossover with the ABC drama television series 30-something. In it, Homer Simpson would meet a group of yuppies, young adults with good jobs and nice lifestyles, if you weren't aware of the term, and hang out with them. The episode was scrapped due to the fact that the writers thought the episode never seemed to work and wasn't in the style of the show. The script has never surfaced. I actually don't know about the show 30-something, so I cannot say how I would feel that would mesh with The Simpsons. And then we have Bart Goes to Military School. In the earlier seasons of the show, a script was written where Bart would be sent to military school. Although this script, like the 30-something crossover, was scrapped, it later evolved into another episode, The Secret War of Lisa Simpson, as a B-plot. That is another good episode where Bart is sent to military school, and after, kind of taking the tour, Lisa decides she wants to join as well. Now, concerning the availability of these scrapped episodes, as previously mentioned, parts of the Prince episode have surfaced. However, the scripts for the 30-something crossover and the early military school episode are still missing as of yet. However, it is likely that if Al Jean was willing to release portions of the Prince episode script, then there remains a possibility for the script of these two episodes to make their way into the public eye someday. I'll be honest, I really don't have a lot of interest in the 30-something or the Bart Goes to Military School episodes, but I just found this one so interesting because I love the Stark Raving Dad episode. I did not know there was ever supposed to be a sequel, and especially considering why it didn't get made, it's just so weird. It almost seems like it could have been the plot in and of itself of a Simpsons episode, so I don't know. I just think that one's really cool. At number 4, we have Grand Theft Auto 3 and Grand Theft Auto Vice City, lost builds of cancelled GameCube ports for the open world games, existence unconfirmed, early 2000s. Grand Theft Auto 3 and Grand Theft Auto Vice City are two open-world action-adventure games developed by DMA Design, Grand Theft Auto 3, and Rockstar North, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and published by Rockstar Games on October 22, 2001 and October 29, 2002, respectively. The games were originally released exclusively on the PlayStation 2, but were eventually released onto many other systems, including the Xbox and PC. Now, as to GameCube ports of these games, on April 28th of 2003, an article would be published on GameCubicle, a news website dedicated to the Nintendo GameCube, claiming that Grand Theft Auto 3 and Grand Theft Auto Vice City would be released on both the GameCube and Xbox. Although the Xbox versions of both games would be released later that same year, the GameCube versions of the games would never come out. No other information is available regarding the GameCube versions of Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City, and the GameCubicle article is the only proof that GameCube versions of the game were planned. Now, assuming the ports did exist, it is unknown why they were scrapped. Several possibilities, though, could be that Nintendo not wanting two notorious violent games on the GameCube, though this is unlikely as other M-rated game franchises like Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil had game releases on the GameCube. The GameCube not selling as much as the PS2 and Xbox could have been a reason, and the poor sales of the GameCube version of Smuggler's Run Warzones from 2002, which was published by Rockstar Games. Given how there is no information regarding the GameCube ports, aside from the GameCubicle article, it is also very possible that the two games were never planned to be released on the GameCube in the first place. However, both Grand Theft Auto 3 and Grand Theft Auto Vice City, alongside the third game in the trilogy, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, would eventually be released on a Nintendo system with the release of Grand Theft Auto The Trilogy, the definitive edition from 2021, on the Nintendo Switch. This one to me is just interesting for the reason that it's for a personal reason, because when I was a kid, and I would have been in 8th grade when I was trying to decide, do I want the PS2? Do I want the Xbox? Or do I want the Nintendo GameCube? And there for a second, I was kind of going more towards the GameCube, but there was a couple of the reasons that I ended up not going for the GameCube were, at the time I currently had a PlayStation 1, so it was like it was an easy enough transition. There was a game, the game that I kind of wanted the most at the time was Simpsons Road Rage. Not the best game, but it was Simpsons, and that was available on all of the consoles, so that was not a point for either. But then I was told, and I was in 8th grade at the time, about this amazing game called Grand Theft Auto 3, and you could only play Grand Theft Auto 3 on a PlayStation 2. And so it was like, oh, well then that sinks it. I need to play this game, and I need to get a PlayStation 2. And actually later on, another game I love that apparently many of you have never played, it was listed in one of my community polls, but Dynasty Warriors 3 was recommended to me that same year, or I guess 2001, 2002, whenever, but at the time it was only on the PlayStation 2. It would also later come to the Xbox, but it was like, so it's funny for the idea that it wouldn't sell well because of another Rockstar game not selling, because honestly, I remember as a kid, the entire reason that I got a PS2 was to be able to play the Grand Theft Auto series. So, just kind of interesting that there's apparently some rumors that it wouldn't sell well. Ultimately, if I had to pick one of the ideas for why it never came to the GameCube, I just don't think it was ever actually planned to be on there. I think by the time it would have been ported, anybody who really wanted to play it already had a PlayStation 2 or an Xbox, because it was just known that they weren't coming to GameCube, so I don't think it would have really... I know it probably would have sold, but I just don't think it would have been worth the time it took to port it to that system when they knew they could just release San Andreas, and people on the PlayStation and Xbox would be more than happy to, have already picked up a console able to play it. Alright guys, it's time for that 5th and final piece of the episode, the spicier, so to speak, Lost Media piece. I use that term, I'm trying not to offend the algorithm, so, that we're going with the word spicy. But today's 5th piece is The Andrew Show, partially found internet show from 2009 to 2011, and this one's a doozy, guys. The Andrew Show was an amateur talk show based in Arkansas, which focused around the titular 10-year-old child describing his views on right-wing politics and white supremacist beliefs, if you can believe it. I don't believe I had right-wing political views or any kind of view on racial supremacy or otherwise at 10 years old. I had a lot of views on cartoons, but definitely not politics or racial issues, but to each their own, I suppose. The scripts written for the show were not done by Andrew, and they were alleged to be entirely made by his parents, who were part of the Ku Klux Klan, known as the KKK. This is supposedly supported with the fact that Andrew's grandfather is Thomas Robb, who is the current leader / national director of the KKK. Originally filmed from 2009 to 2011, the show was uploaded to various websites and YouTube until the YouTube channel was deleted in 2014, along with all 21 episodes of it. Episodes from The Andrew Show have also appeared to be wiped from many other websites. As to the plot of the show, it revolves around Andrew talking about right-wing politics and white supremacist beliefs in all of his episodes. Andrew would cover topics such as race mixing, gun control, and sexual education, and also answered viewers' emails. It has been theorized by many that Andrew's parents had produced the show to bring in more youth support for the white supremacy and KKK movements. Now, as to the show's reception, many news outlets such as the Huffington Post, Vice, Jezebel, and The Rooster covered the show in their articles. Furthermore, the episodes would apparently get medium reception on views, with one episode having 24,000 views, though with a higher number of dislikes compared to the number of likes. I mean, guys, I'm sorry I can't bring you content that's as popular as this show's, but if we could get this episode up to 24,000 views, I would be very happy, and that would not be medium for me. That would be amazing. Now for its availability. Out of all 21 episodes of the show, only 4 have been archived, with one being partially found. With how old the websites that held the show on are, and with YouTube having terminated the show's channel, it has become extremely hard to find any episodes of The Andrew Show. While some have claimed to be able to watch the episodes on some of these websites, these witnesses did not archive the episodes. The only way these episodes could potentially be found is through downloads of the show prior to their deletion. In some cases, it is better if The Andrew Show stays lost due to its disturbing content and apparent manipulative control that the KKK has over Andrew. Now, that comes directly from the Lost Media Wiki article, but I agree completely. I think this is, what we have archived already should be kept so that it's, we see that this kind of thing has happened, but I don't think that for any type of, I don't think any type of entertainment value can be found from recovering these. So Carl Barks, who was born March 27th of 1901 and died August 25th of 2000, was an American cartoonist best known for his work in Walt Disney comic books. Just like all cartoonists who worked under Disney's contract, his name was not known for a long time. His style was, however, widely recognized as he was identified as the Good Duck Artist, a nickname he received once he came out of anonymity. He was the creator of many important characters who are still used today in Disney comics, such as Uncle Scrooge, the Beagle Boys, the Junior Woodchucks, Magica De Spell, and Gladstone Gander. Barks retired in 1966, but he continued working on scripts and writing stories until 1974, but lived long enough to become popular and see his art being recognized. He wrote his final Uncle Scrooge story in 1994. So, from 1942 to 1994, Barks produced approximately 693 stories. While most of these stories went on untouched, there were some that were changed by the company for one reason or another, and 4 stories were completely shelved. 2 of the missing stories, Silent Night, which was story number 42, written in 1946, and The Milkman, which was story number 376, written in 1957, have resurfaced and later been published, for the first time in 1976 and 1974, respectively. Later editions have been able to retrieve and re-edit back some of the changes, but some of Barks' comics and the art that was originally cut remain lost to this day, and most of it was probably destroyed or junked. So now that we have a bit of backstory on Barks and his work, let's get into the specific pieces that were lost or changed. Our first instance of lost media is Lifeguard Days original art. So Carl Barks' official story number 5, originally untitled but identified by fans as Lifeguard Days, was submitted January 29th of 1943 and was published in June that same year in Walt Disney Comics and Stories number 33. In this story, Donald Duck is a lifeguard who is trying to impress a young lady. He convinces Huey, Dewey, and Louie to prepare a fake shark in order to stage a rescue. But in the meantime, a real shark attacks. So the executives thought that the lady that Donald was trying to impress had too large of a chest, so they had Barks flatten it out. In the last page, this can be clearly seen in the scene in which the lady kisses Donald, and as we can see here from the image, there is a large unnatural gap between them. As Barks had to do the redrawing on the original papers, the original version is lost forever, because apparently those lady duck bazongas were just too darn sexy for audiences back in the 40s, guys. Next up, we have the story The Firebug original ending. So, Donald Duck the Firebug is Barks' official story number 46. Its submission date was July 19th of 1945, and it was first published in One Shots number 108 in 1946. In this story, Donald becomes a pyromaniac after receiving a shock from a violent hit in the head. Meanwhile, fires start around the city, and his nephews Huey, Dewey, and Louie try to find out if Uncle Donald is really causing them or if it is someone else. Eventually, it is discovered that the fires are not caused by Donald, and the real firebug gets arrested and processed. In Barks' original story, Donald, still under the influence of the head concussion, set fire to the judge's waste paper. The fire extends and burns out the court, so Donald gets arrested and goes to jail. Editors objected to this ending, particularly because on the last panel, Donald was seen looking behind jail bars, so they had artist Carl Butner redraw the last two panels so that in the new version, everything was revealed to have been just a bad dream. The original art has never surfaced, and all the information about it came from interviews with Barks himself. This one surprises me because being a 90s kid, it feels like Donald ended up in jail all the time in cartoons, but maybe I'm just misremembering that, or maybe it's the Mandela effect. Sorry for any audio quality issues, there's a lot of wind outside and I've got a bit of a cough this morning, so I'm just going to try and power through it, guys. Thank you for understanding. So our next piece of lost media is the Golden Christmas Tree original version. Donald Duck, the Golden Christmas Tree, is Barks' official story number 104. Its submission date was June 30th, 1948, and it was published in One Shots number 203 that same year. In this story, Donald and his nephews are looking for a nice tree for Christmas, but a bad witch casts a spell that makes all Christmas trees disappear. Donald and his nephews engage in a fight with the witch in order to save the Christmas spirit. The story was originally conceived by Barks as a satire of Christmas commercialism, but as soon as the editors read the finished product, they asked him to change parts of it. In the original ending, Donald killed the witch permanently, but the editors feared that this was too extreme for a comic book, even though this was the time when I'm pretty sure Batman shot all of his enemies at the end of every comic. So instead, Barks had the witch transform into a can of gasoline and Donald kick her over the cliff of a mountain. Once Barks made the changes, the editors objected to other things as well and changed the dialogue of the last page. In later interviews, Barks said that while he thought the story idea was strong enough, the changes he had to make weakened it and that he still gagged when he read the last page. Barks' original script is missing, and additionally, the dialogue was probably changed on the original papers as well. Barks was later asked if he remembered what was the original dialogue, but he claims he doesn't remember. I think this one was on him, guys. I mean, he thought Disney would be okay with an anti-commercialism message, really? Come on, you know better than that, Barksy. Our next piece is Voodoo Hoodoo original version. So Donald Duck Voodoo Hoodoo is Barks' official story number 122. Its submission date was the 3rd of March 1949, and it first appeared in One Shots number 238 later that same year. In this story, Donald is pursued by a zombie who gives him a voodoo doll that curses him, a curse which was actually intended for Uncle Scrooge. Regarded as one of Barks' creepiest stories, it did have some problems before its release. The editors decided to tone down the dialogue a bit, the word dead being replaced by done for, to remove some native dialect, and most importantly, the zombie originally had blank eyeballs, which were changed because the Disney staff feared that it would have been too scary for children. When artist Don Rosa reprised the character for Life and Times of Scrooge McDuck, however, he drew him with blank eyes. Not only is the original version long lost, but some later reprints added other changes as well in the design of the natives and minor characters, such as a trumpet player in the first page, in order to make the story less politically incorrect / culturally insensitive. Fortunately, however, this original version is not lost. It is merely not anymore published, as the original comic books and early translations in other countries still exist. So it's not lost, guys, it's just hard to find, but it is out there. Up next we have Golden Apples. Donald Duck Golden Apples is Barks' official story, number 189. Its submission date was January 10th of 1952, and it was planned to be published in Walt Disney's Comics and Stories, number 144, in September of 1952. The story was a parody of the myth of Atlanta and the Golden Apples, except involving Daisy Duck and Donald Duck. The editors complained about this story because they felt that Daisy Duck's attitude towards Donald wasn't feminine enough, and there was a running gag of her throwing apples at Donald whenever he tried to impress another woman. The story was thus shelved and put into the archives, and Barks' untitled story, identified by fans as Spending Money, which was planned for issue 145, was published instead. Unfortunately, today this story is lost and nobody seems to know what happened to it. When asked about it, Barks said that the only thing that he remembered was Daisy throwing apples at Donald and that it was set on a Queen of Apple festival. Many attempts have been made to find this missing story, but as of 2017, it remains lost. Danish cartoonist Don Jeeps attempted a recreation in 2007, which was first published in the US in 2008 by Uncle Scrooge number 377. Again, this one confuses me because I distinctly remember even in older cartoons, women getting jealous of their men in the cartoons. Minnie getting jealous of Mickey, Daisy getting jealous of Donald, all that, so I don't know what the big deal is for this one. But apparently, ladies, you're not supposed to throw golden apples at your men, so sorry. Up next, we have Trick or Treat, Still Missing Material. Donald Duck Trick or Treat is Barks' official story 198. Its submission date was March 31st of 1952, and it was published in Donald Duck number 26 in November of 1952. In this story, set in Halloween, Huey, Dewey, and Louie are collecting candy. Donald decides to tease them and tells them that the spirits and witches do not exist. Hazel the Witch helps his nephews to prove him wrong. I'm pretty sure this one was also a cartoon, which if you've ever watched like The Magic Mirror Presents Disney's Spooky Halloween, which I remember as a staple of my childhood, I'm pretty sure this story was a cartoon in that. Based on a storyboard by cartoonist Jack Hanna, this story was originally commissioned by Disney staff to Barks, but instead of following the storyboard closely, he added some gags on his own because according to him, the storyboard didn't have enough material to create a full-length story. The final result was 32 pages, however, most of the changes were deemed as too creepy and were discarded by the editors. Trick or Treat premiered in November of 1952 as a 23-page story. Having learned of the discarded material's existence, late editors tried to search for the cut pages. In 1978, a short sequence was recovered and a partial reconstruction was published in the Netherlands in Donald Duck number 8, number 9, and number 10. After more research, most of the missing material turned up, and was first released in Italy in 1980 in Complete Carl Barks number 33. The reconstruction premiered in the US on the Carl Barks Library of Donald Duck Adventures in Color, number 21, in September of 1995. However, while most of the story was recovered, some of the missing sequences have not yet been found. Next we have Back to the Klondike, Still Missing Material. This is our first Uncle Scrooge entry of the episode. So Uncle Scrooge, Back to the Klondike, is Barks' official story number 205. Its submission date was September 15th of 1952, and it was published in One Shots number 456 / Uncle Scrooge number 2 in March of 1953. In this story, Uncle Scrooge's memory keeps failing, so he starts taking pills to remedy this condition. Because taking pills is fine for the kiddos, but can't let them see a girl throwing apples at people, right guys? But anyway, as he takes the pills, he suddenly remembers something that happened a while ago in the Klondike. He then goes there in order to recover a debt with his old flame, Glittering Goldie. However, it seems that Scrooge still has a soft spot for her. Often regarded by fans as one of Barks' best stories, this was another one that was severely cut by the editors before being allowed publication. Because apparently this guy just can't catch a break, right? Barks originally submitted 32 pages, but after surgery, they were reduced to 27. The sequences that Disney objected to were flashbacks in which Goldie drugs Scrooge's coffee in order to steal his goose egg gold nugget. As Scrooge realizes that his gold has been stolen, he goes back to the ballroom and starts a brawl. Scrooge demands his nugget back, so Goldie throws it to his head. Since he finds out that more gold has been stolen, he makes her write an IOU and takes her with him to make her work for a month in order to pay her debt. Goldie eventually throws the money she earned in Scrooge's face. I like the sound of this story, guys. In a later cut sequence, non-flashback, Scrooge admits that he never kept out taxes on his propriety, so he can't report Goldie to the authorities. The story was later restored for the first time in 29 years in 1981 in order to be printed on Uncle Scrooge McDuck, His Life and Times by Carl Barks number 1. While most of the material was indeed found, half a page remained missing. In order to fill this blank space, Barks redrew that section from memory. To this day, the original missing half page has not been found. Most of the time, I do argue with Disney over what they cut out, but I don't. It doesn't bother me. I understand why they wouldn't want a sequence where Scrooge admits that he is a tax dodger, especially during the height of McCarthyism. I mean, that's just pressure you don't need from the government, right? I can see it now. They would have brought Carl Barks and Disney up on charges for trying to corrupt the youth into not paying taxes and un-American activities. That would have sucked. Up next, guys, we have The Money Stairs, first ending. So, Carl Barks' official story, number 221, originally untitled but identified by fans as The Money Stairs, was submitted the 15th of January 1953 and was published in October in Walt Disney Comics and Stories number 157. In this story, Scrooge insists with Donald that money can do everything, so Donald challenges him into climbing a mountain. Scrooge ends up winning the bet by building a giant pile of stairs using all his money. In the original ending, Scrooge made fun of Donald while they went back to town, rubbing his victory into him. However, Barks wasn't quite satisfied with it. I recall looking at the panel of Uncle Scrooge's money ramp and deciding it looked too impossible to be real. He wrote to a fan in 1973, thus he cut the last 3 panels and made a new ending in which Donald wakes up, realizing that everything was just a dream when Scrooge wanted to offer him a drink with a dime that was left from the stairs. All that survives from the first ending is one panel, the other 2 have been lost. So this one was lost by Barks himself. This had nothing to do with the editors, he just wasn't happy with the original ending. And that I can respect. If you're not happy with your own work, you can change it. Next up, this is about the halfway point of our entries, we have Dog Catcher Duck, original version. Carl Barks' official story number 291, originally untitled but identified by fans as Dog Catcher Duck, was submitted October 7th, 1954, and was published in January of 1956 in Donald Duck number 45. In this story, Donald is a dog catcher, but he does his job very unsuccessfully, often causing trouble. Interrupting a fox hunt is the straw that breaks the camel's back, so he ends up escaping from Duckburg. Barks originally submitted this story as 8 pages. When it was finally published, the editors cut parts of the story in order to fit an announcement. They also reversed some panels on page 5. Removing parts of the story created a plot hole on page 4. Donald says that the police department is mad at him, but we don't see why in the final story. Barks was none too pleased with this and referred to the end result as a bad, jumbled mess. Unfortunately, the original version, as written by Barks, has never surfaced, although reconstruction efforts have been able to put the panels on page 5 in the right order. The editors are just come across as just the worst in this episode, don't they, guys? Alright guys, since we're at about the halfway point of the entries for this video, I thought I'd take a quick break to remind you about my business, Chimera Miniatures. Of course, as you may know, this channel was started as a way for me to talk about my custom miniatures that I make, both the spicy repaints like I'm giving away over on my community page of this channel, please go check it out, please enter, as well as custom kit bashes, one-of-a-kind miniatures that you won't find anywhere else, both for HeroClix as well as Dungeons & Dragons and other tabletop games. Also, in regards to the business and this channel, our goal for this year is 1,000 subscribers by the end of 2024. And so if you want to help make that happen, be sure to like, be sure to comment, be sure to subscribe, and also share this video around. Help the YouTube algorithm determine that this channel is worth recommending. I also have a Patreon if you'd like to join over there. But again, the best thing you can do to help this channel grow is like, subscribe, comment, and maybe even become a YouTube channel member. I do have exclusive member and Patreon only videos that I post a couple of times a month. Even if you just join the $1 tier on either here or Patreon, you will gain access to all of those videos. Again, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for helping me get all the way to 600 subscribers. When I started this channel, I did 2 years ago, I did not realize that I didn't even have a dream of getting this far. But now I'm really happy to say I think we can do it. I think we can keep growing. And, you know, your support is what makes that happen. So again, thank you so much. And I've taken up enough of your time. Let's get back to the video. Up next, we have Land Beneath the Ground, original uncut version. Uncle Scrooge, Land Beneath the Ground is Barks' official story number 298. It was submitted on August 15th, 1956, and was published in Uncle Scrooge number 13 in March of 1957. In this story, Duckburg is constantly stricken by earthquakes, so Scrooge, along with his nephews, investigate. They discover an underground cave in which live strange creatures named Terrys and Fermies, who are responsible for the earthquakes. Western Publishing had applied to the post office for second-class mailing privileges for the Uncle Scrooge series, and postal rules required the magazine featuring at least 2 stories with different characters as stars. Because of this, Barks started producing Gyro Gear Loose stories, but this also meant that he had to cut this story in order to fit space in the magazine. The cuts were made by Barks himself, who also tightened the story a little bit. After all the cleaning had been made, the story was reduced from 32 pages to 27, in order to replace some panels in order to bring consistency to this now 27 pages story. Barks drew new panels, notably featuring a 1-mile-length lake in which Duck, Donald, and Scrooge fall. Most of the original cut pages have been found, with only 1 page and a half still missing. However, the redrawn panels are very difficult to find today because new copybooks always feature the fixed 30 pages and a half version. Alright guys, now we have Trapped Lightning, the Huey, Dewey, and Louie version. Carl Barks' official story number 299, originally untitled but identified by fans as Trapped Lightning and featuring Gyro Gear Loose, was submitted the 1st of September of 1955 and was published in Uncle Scrooge 13 in March of 1956. During a storm, Gyro catches lightning in order to use its electricity. Things do not go as well as planned. Originally, Donald's nephews were helping Gyro in the experiment, but because of the aforementioned postal rules, he had to remove them as they were already featured in the previous story. So he replaced them with Morty and Ferdy, Mickey Mouse's nephews. Now that's a deep cut. This was the only time he used the characters, and Barks actually only did 1 Mickey Mouse story during his career. The original Huey, Dewey, and Louie version have never surfaced, because Barks glued the new drawings of Morty and Ferdy on the original panels with the ducks. I'll be completely honest, I had completely forgotten that Morty and Ferdy even existed, so that's kinda cool. Alright, next up guys, we have Inventor of Anything, the Donald Duck version. Carl Barks' official story number 307, originally untitled but identified by fans as Inventor of Anything and featuring Gyro Gear Loose, was submitted on October 1st, 1955 and published in Uncle Scrooge number 14 in June of 1956. I'm going to give you one guess as to why this one became lost. In this story, Gyro is tired of the misbehavior of his neighbors, so he builds an instant wall which separates him from them. Unfortunately, the wall is slightly on the neighbor's property, so he has to find a solution. Originally, Donald Duck appeared as co-protagonist, but because of the aforementioned postal rules, he was replaced with a character named Speedy, who had similar clothes, body figure, temper, and car. He also mentions racing against Gladstone Gander, who is Donald's rival in love and success. The Speedy character never appeared again, and the original version has never surfaced. I find it really interesting that this rule from the post office back then was that it wasn't just that you had to have a different protagonist, but there couldn't be overlapping characters. I mean, all of these characters exist in Duckburg, so you'd think that, like, as long as it was like one was an Uncle Scrooge one, and one was a Donald Duck one, or one was a Gyro one, and one was a Huey, Dewey, and Louie one, like, if there were background characters or co-characters, like supporting characters, it wouldn't matter, but apparently it had to be 2 completely separate stories with no overlapping characters, which I think is just very interesting. Alright guys, next up we have Bobsled Race. Donald Duck Bobsled Race is Barks' official story, number 328. Its submission date was the 15th of December 1955, and it was planned to be published in Walt Disney's Comics and Stories, number 196, on January of 1957. The story depicted a bobsled race between Donald and his nephews. In a letter from June 4th, 1956, editor Alice Cobb asked Barks to tone down a bit of the conflict between the ducks. This was because a mother had complained about Donald telling his nephews to shut up in the final panel of the untitled story identified as The Ice Taxi, published in Walt Disney's Comics and Stories, number 186, on March of 1956. This is likely the reason for which this story was shelved. Barks never gave more information about what happened in the story, and while there have been many attempts to track it down, it remains unfound to this day. Now, there is a theory that Barks reworked parts of this story in what is identified by the fans as Statues of Limitations, the story that got published in place of Bobsled Race, but this has never been confirmed. Next up, guys, we have the Madcap Mariner cut page. Donald Duck, the Madcap Mariner, is Barks' official story number 521. It was submitted July 11th, 1960, and was published in Walt Disney Comics and Stories number 247 in April of 1961. I just want to take a second, guy. This is story number 521. This guy wrote so many stories, and until after his retirement, his name hadn't appeared on the pages of his Walt Disney Comics because of their contract rules. And whatever you think of Disney now, whether you think they're great, whether you think they're awful, what I think is great is that now, because of laws and legislation put in, artists and writers like Barks have to be given credit for their work, which is really important because it's, this was his work. He's known as the good duck artist. So I think it was absolutely awful that he did not receive the credit he was due while he was coming out with these stories that delighted people for decades. But I'm glad he's gotten his credit now, even if it was after the fact and probably only due to Disney being forced to, acknowledge his work. I just wanted to say that I think it's great that he's finally known, but shame on Disney and other companies back in the day for not giving their artists their due. So anyway, back to the Madcap Mariner. In this story, Scrooge wants to win a cod fishing competition, so he gives Donald, his nephews, and Gyro a ship in order to fill the hold. The original story had 10 pages, but one was cut by the editors in order to make room for an advertisement. Barks was reportedly enraged by the cut because he felt they took away the best gag. Unfortunately, the missing page has never surfaced, and Barks has never described what this best gag consisted of. Alright guys, next up we have Stranger Than Fiction cut material. Donald Duck, Stranger Than Fiction, is Barks' official story number 530. It was submitted on the 31st of October of 1960 and was published in Walt Disney's Comics and Stories number 249 in June of 1961. In this story, Donald doesn't like his nephew's enthusiasm for science fiction, but then discovers that Gyro has built a machine for teleportation, which is based on one described in the science fiction magazine Huey, Dewey, and Louie were reading. Donald tries to teleport from Gyro's laboratory to his house, but the electricity fails and he gets stuck in the machine. The original story had 10 pages, but once again, the material was cut by the editors in order to make room for an advertisement. Barks never commented on what material was cut from the story. Up next, we have Mythic Mystery cut material. Give you one guess as to why that material was cut, but let's see. Uncle Scrooge, Mythic Mystery, is Barks' official story number 531. It was submitted on the 12th of October of 1960 and was published in Uncle Scrooge number 34 in June of 1961. In this story, a storm drags Uncle Scrooge and his nephews into a small planet which is getting closer to the Earth. People living on the planet look like ancient Greek gods, but are actually Earthlings who got dragged onto the planet centuries ago. Barks' original story had 16 pages, but Western cut some material in order to make room for different advertisements. There you go. They removed a number of panels that shortened the story to 14 pages. Barks' reaction was very bitter. In a 1961 letter to a fan, he wrote that his chin hit my knees when I saw that big half-page stupender I did of Thor and Vulcan and a nephew riding above the busiest street corner in Duckburg in the golden chariot was missing. Thor's horses terrified thousands, at least, of people, gaping upward in disbelief. Otto's bumper-to-bumper smoking clanking. In short, I gave Vulcan something to be scared about. All wasted effort. Unfortunately, the missing art was never found. Alright guys, and finally we have Rug Riders in the Sky cut material. Uncle Scrooge, Rug Riders in the Sky is Barks' official story number 620. Wow. It was submitted on the 26th of December for 1963 and was published in Uncle Scrooge number 50 in July of 1964. Magica De Spell discovers a flying rug in Baghdad, but since she can't afford it, she makes Scrooge buy it with the intention of stealing it afterwards. Originally, the story had 17 pages, but the editors removed one to make room for advertisements. On March 25th of 1989, hey, that was my 1-year birthday, notes for the Carl Barks Library, Barks gave a description of the missing material as a gag sequence of the ducks chasing east after Magica, who runs out of fuel and has to land the carpet in the desert. That would have been on page 13. No doubt readers got more pleasure from the Bullwinkle Cheerios ad that was made possible by scrapping of that page. Once again, the missing material has never been recovered. Coming in at number 1, we have DC vs. Marvel, partially lost alternate fight endings to superhero crossover event from 1996. So, DC vs. Marvel, also known as Marvel vs. DC for issues 2 and 3, is a 1996 crossover event between DC and Marvel Comics. The crossover featured 11 fights between Marvel and DC heroes. Whoever won the least fights was to have their universe be destroyed. While a majority of the fights were determined by the staff working on the miniseries, the 5 fights featuring each of the company's most iconic characters were selected by fan vote. Every possible ending for these fights were drawn, but only one of the alternate endings has ever been released. So, after the comic book market crashed in the latter half of the early 90s, both DC and Marvel were looking for a big event to hopefully kickstart sales again. They ultimately decided it was best to join forces and have 22 of their characters face each other in 11 one-on-one battles to determine the fate of their universes. While 6 of the battle's victors were chosen by the book's creative team, with the other 5 being chosen by fans who could choose the battle's winner by dropping off their ballot at their local comic shop, mailing in a ballot physically, or by emailing a certain email. So, the 5 fan-voted battles were Batman vs. Captain America, with Batman being selected the winner, Hulk vs. Superman, with Superman being the winner, Superboy vs. Spider-Man, in which Spider-Man won, Wolverine vs. Lobo, where Wolverine was the victor, and Wonder Woman vs. Storm, where the fans selected that Storm be the one to come out on top. Since the creative team wouldn't know who was going to win the fan vote, the alternate endings were mostly kept to 1 page to reduce the amount of material that they would have to draw twice. As to the availability of these alternate endings, while Ron Mars has released the page from the alternate ending of Hulk vs. Superman fight, no pages from the other alternate endings have ever been released, and with being a crossover between 2 companies who seem to have little interest in releasing them, an official release does seem unlikely. I find this one interesting because you see all the time these days on like YouTube community pages, someone will put up a poll like who wins Iron Man versus Batman or Wolverine versus Moon Knight, and like, well, and that's a bad example, but you'll see like Marvel and DC characters, or even just DC and DC or Marvel and Marvel characters pitted against each other for a fan vote on who would win. And it's interesting to think that in a time nowadays, everyone accuses the comic book companies of not caring about the fans, and there was a time that they were so desperate for sales that they actually went to the fans for ideas. I just find it interesting. At number 2, we have Kyubi no Kitsune to Tobimaru, a lost Japanese anime film from 1968. Kyubi no Kitsune to Tobimaru, also known as Tobimaru and the Fox with 9 Tails, also known as Sesoseki, was a Japanese animated film produced by Nihon Doga and was distributed by Daiei Films. The film was released on October 19, 1968 in a single theater in Japan, and the film ran for 81 minutes. In this movie, Tobimaru is the young emperor of Japan. He meets a mysterious woman named Tomamo. After successfully seducing Tobimaru, she brings great misfortune onto the land. Tobimaru soon discovers that Tomamo is actually a kitsune, and now has the task to unmask and kill her to save his land. So, when Gentaro Nakajima joined Daiei Film, he had an idea to make a live-action adaptation of the novel Tomamo no Mei, written by Kiko Okamoto. Later on, he tried pitching the idea to Daiei, however, they repeatedly shot the idea down. Gentaro would soon leave the company due to their lack of stable management. Gentaro took it upon himself to produce the film, and so using his own money and help from Toei Animation to produce the footage and a script by noir writer Hideo Suzuki, he completed the film. However, he still needed a distributor, so in a complete act of faith, he got Daiei Film to distribute the movie. Unfortunately, the film, due to poor advertising and poor handling by Daiei, was only screened in a single theater. The film was a box office bomb, not surprising, and ultimately was forgotten about. Gentaro Nakajima, being severely disappointed with how the film did, left the movie industry soon after to get into politics. That's like a parent's best dream ever. Screw you, Hollywood or Japan film industry. I'm gonna go be a politician. But all jokes aside, after the film had left theaters, Gentaro Nakajima kept the original negatives. After his passing, his son would be given all of his materials, including the negative. Sadly, after his son was arrested for a bribery scandal, he committed self-deletion in 2001, and as of now, the original negative's whereabouts are unknown. The film was thought to be lost completely until a 6mm theater print was discovered by the Tokyo Metropolitan Library. The print has been screened numerous times since 2010 at private screenings. It is apparent, however, that the film that is being privately screened only shows 68 minutes of the film rather than its original runtime, which was 81 minutes. As of 2023, no footage available for this movie has ever resurfaced, and a public release of the full 81 minutes seems unlikely. Again, I always find ones like this interesting because in today's world, people are like, oh yeah, anime is so popular. And it wasn't that long ago. It was like, it's when the boomers were kids that animation in general, not just Japanese animation, but especially Japanese animation, cartoons were just a thing for kids. They were kind of considered a medium that, unless you were a big studio like Disney, who still made kids movies, but like renowned kids movies, animation was not something a lot of time, effort, or money was put into. Most commonly, it was crudely drawn, poorly voice acted, and half the time was just used to sell toys. It wasn't really until the 80s, I believe, when animation and animation in general became used as an actual legitimate art form by companies other than the big names. And so you have this film, this passion project, which, yes, while looking at the cover, the film's theatrical poster, it definitely looks like, the not quite as crude as some, but definitely a thing of its time. But it looked like a lot of effort went into it. This was a man's passion project, and unfortunately, a film company that he had worked for, which he got to be the distributor, really didn't know how to handle this type of property. Probably why he originally wanted to do it as live action, and it just faded into obscurity and has been partially lost and is technically completely lost, as it is not available to the public. Up next, we have the Fiji Mermaid. Lost fake cryptid taxidermy from the late 1800s. Now, this one, I don't know, this one might be cheating as part of lesser known lost media. The media itself, I don't believe, is lesser known. I mean, most people, I think, have heard of the Fiji Mermaid, but a lot of people don't know that the original is missing. So I think this one does technically still count. It's not a lesser known piece of media, but its status as lost, I believe, is lesser known. So this one is the lost part is the lesser known part of this one. Either way, it's one of my favorites, so I'm going to include it here. So the Fiji Mermaid was an object composed of the torso and head of a juvenile monkey sewn to the back half of a fish. It was a common feature of sideshows where it was presented as the mummified body of a creature that was supposedly half mammal and half fish, a version of a mermaid. The original had fish scales with animal hair superimposed on its body and pendulous breasts on its chest. The wide mouth was open with its teeth bared. The right hand was against the right cheek and the left tucked under the lower jaw. The mermaid was supposedly caught near the Fiji Islands in the South Pacific. Several replicas and variations have also been made and exhibited under similar names and pretext. P.T. Barnum exhibited the original in Barnum's American Museum in New York in 1842, but it then disappeared, likely destroyed in one of the many fires that destroyed parts of Barnum's collections. Now, Barnum in his autobiography described the mermaid as an ugly, dried-up, black-looking, diminutive specimen about 3 feet long. Its mouth was open, its tail turned over, and its arms thrown up, giving it the appearance of having died in great agony. A significant departure from the traditional depictions of mermaids as attractive creatures. American sea captain Samuel Barrett Eddies bought Barnum's mermaid from Japanese sailors in 1822 for $6,000 using money from the ship's expense account. Other accounts say that an American whaler bought it for $5,000 in Batavia, Dutch Indonesia. Either way, the mermaid is believed to be one of many manufactured commercially in Japan by fishermen with a sense of humor as well as profit-mindedness. It was possibly a composite of a blue-faced monkey and a salmon in this case. The mermaid was displayed in London in 1822, advertised in a publication by J. Limbird in The Mirror, and displayed at the Turf Coffee House on St. James Street. An etching of it was made by artist George Cruikshank in 1822. Now, 20 years later, Captain Eddie's son took possession of the mermaid and sold it to Moses Kimball of the Boston Museum in 1842, and he brought it to New York City that summer to show it to P.T. Barnum. Barnum had a naturalist examine it who would not attest to its authenticity. Nevertheless, Barnum believed that the relic would draw the public to the museum. Kimball remained the creature's sole owner, while Barnum leased it for $12.50 a week. Barnum generated publicity for the object by having an agent send anonymous letters to New York newspapers from Montgomery, Alabama, and Charleston, South Carolina, contending that Dr. J. Griffin had an object which he had caught in South America. Griffin was actually being impersonated by Levi Lehman, one of Barnum's associates. To keep the plan working, Griffin checked into a Philadelphia hotel, then showed the mermaid to the landlord as a thanks for his hospitality. The landlord was so intrigued that he begged Griffin to show it to some of his friends, many of whom were editors. Griffin traveled to New York and displayed it to a small audience, then displayed it as the Fiji mermaid in the concert hall for a week. It was actually only displayed for 5 days because Barnum had convinced Griffin to bring it to the American Museum of Natural History. Barnum printed 10,000 pamphlets which described general information about mermaids and stories about his specimen in particular. And this is where the item would stay until its disappearance, again thought to have been destroyed in one of the museum's many fires. However, there is no official account of this, so its actual whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Now, of course, if you want to see a monkey and a fish joined together to become a fake taxidermy mermaid, there have been many copycats in the years since. There's also the thing known as a Jenny Hanover, which is a mutilated rayfish to look kind of like some kind of sea cryptid. But again, while there are many copycats, the original OG that made the Fiji mermaid a well-known piece of fake taxidermy is lost, and that's really sad to me. At number 4, we have Boogie Town, partially found, unreleased sci-fi dance movie from 2009. Boogie Town is a dance sci-fi romance film directed by Chris Stokes, produced by Vivendi Entertainment, and protagonized by Mark Houston and Brenda Song playing the lead couple. The film is described as a West Side Story for the hip-hop generation, a retelling of the tragedy Romeo and Juliet in a futuristic New York City where dance battles were prohibited. The film was initially scheduled for 2009, it then got postponed till 2011, and the film's website is now defunct. As of August 2023, there have not been any updates about this movie. All we have of this film is the trailer and some stills, and other than that, there's just nothing. And honestly, I'm surprised this one didn't come out. I mean, its director had made You Got Served, not a great movie, but certainly a well-known one. And of course, Brenda Song, being well-known from The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Wendy Wu Homecoming Warrior, as well as now being married to Macaulay Culkin. And back in 2009, all you really needed was a director known for something and a former Disney Channel star, and you had a hit on your hands. So why Vivendi never released this is a mystery. I also find it humorous that the plot is where it's a remake of West Side Story, where in that original, dancing was used to simulate fighting, where in this one, it actually is underground illegal dance battles. That just makes me laugh. Alright guys, our final spicy piece is also this week's fan-requested piece of Lesser Known Lost Media. Sadly, it looks like I just went searching through my comments to try and figure out who requested this, but it looks like their comment, they deleted their comment, which must be the case. Either I'm just missing it, I don't delete comments, so if it's up, it's up. They might have taken it down, but so sorry, whoever you are that recommended this, thank you. I really should copy down who suggests these when I make my list. But so our fan-requested spicy media piece is the 2022 UEFA Champions League Final, lost CCTV footage of crowd incidents during international football match from 2022. So on the 28th of May 2022, the 2022 UEFA Champions League final between Liverpool and Real Madrid commenced at the Stade de France. While the game proved uncontroversial, with Real Madrid winning 1-0 to earn its 14th title, it was marred by scenes of extreme violence and disorderly conduct pre- and post-match, resulting in about 238 injuries and 105 arrests. The carnage caused by insufficient crowd control measures and disastrous routing towards the ground produced a severe blockage outside the stadium and delayed kickoff for 36 minutes. A failure in policing also enabled local gangs to commit widespread attacks, muggings, and SA on fans leaving the ground post-match. UEFA and French authorities initially blamed Liverpool fans for attempting to breach the stadium with fake tickets, but official reports declared there were inadequate safety and security provisions heading into the match. French authorities were also heavily criticized for failing to obtain footage from the Stade de France's 260 CCTV cameras, which let the extremely violent recordings be automatically erased a week following the incidents. Most relevant public transport CCTV footage has also become permanently lost. So why did this happen? Well, France was never originally considered to host the 2022 Champions League final, but on 24th of September 2019, the UEFA Executive Committee appointed the Krestovsky Stadium in St. Petersburg to host the 2021 final, with its only competition being Munich's Allianz Arena. Allianz was instead selected to host 2022. As a result of the C19P, I don't know if YouTube lets us say that currently, but host rearrangements meant St. Petersburg would instead play host to the 2022 edition. But on the 24th of February 2022, Russia's invasion of Ukraine prompted UEFA to strip all upcoming hosting duties from either country. The replacement 2022 host was the Stade de France in St. Denis, which had previously hosted the 2000 and 2006 editions and UEFA Euro 2016 matches. With a maximum seating arrangement of 80,698, it was hoped that Stade de France would sufficiently demonstrate France's organizational skills and security, especially as the stadium was chosen to host athletics and rugby 7 competitions for the upcoming 2024 Summer Olympics. The stadium was affected by the 2015 Paris terror attacks when 3 bombers failed to breach the ground during an international friendly between France and Germany, resulting in a bystander's demise. As the 28th of May approached, UEFA tasked the French Football Federation, the FFF, or the as you might put it, and local authorities to organize proceedings. With about 3 months to prepare, the original crowd control approach was relatively simple, mandating that fans of each club would reach the stadium from the northern and southern ends. This would enable everyone to travel safely without the threat of bottlenecking, crushes, or clashes with rival fans. However, the southern route had previously suffered security holes. During the 2016 Coupe de France final between Olympique de Marseille and Paris Saint-Germain, inadequate safety provisions meant frequent clashes between fans, bottlenecks, and major failure to detect contraband despite extensive security checks, which fueled the resulting violence. The 2022 final on the 7th of May featured Nice against Nantes, I don't think I pronounced that right at all, was also hit with bottleneck problems when Nice fans were misdirected to the wrong turnstiles. Said final was used to identify security and organizational concerns that could affect the Champions League final. As the Champions League final was obviously a bigger event, French police concluded 5 days before kickoff that the southern route was inadequate. Thus, Liverpool fans would instead be instructed to harness an alternative route. This course would involve walking through the streets of St. Denis before reaching an A1 subway that would directly guide them to the southwest side of the stadium, with them also traveling through a checkpoint designated as Additional Security Perimeter Entrance 3, ASP3. Meanwhile, Real Madrid fans would travel through the usual northern route. Both sides were also allocated fan zones at the Cours de Vincennes and Parc de la Maison d'Éducation de la Légion d'Honneur respectively. Liverpool fans going to the Cours de Vincennes route were expected to travel 7 miles towards either the La Plaine or Stade de France Saint-Denis train stations. In contrast, the anticipated 6,000 Madrid supporters traveled through Parc de la Maison could reach their destination in 15 to 20 minutes via walking or harnessing public transport, with at least 7,000 police officers protecting the zones and stadium. 260 CCTV cameras at the stadium to record and deter criminal actions, and the Liverpool fan zone boasting a capacity of 44,000. It appeared security was adequate for the event. However, reality proved significantly different. I do hope you followed me on all that, and I apologize for my terrible French accent. So, problems started even during the pre-match. So for the majority of Real Madrid fans, the path towards the Stade de France saw them reach their seats by the planned kickoff time of 9 p.m. CET. However, security and organizational flaws did emerge. Some French individuals infiltrated the zone to commit assaults and theft of valuables. Available footage showed some of these men being arrested and battered by riot police. Problems also arose during ticket inspections, which were described as slow and sometimes inaccurate. The main cause surrounded using pen markers, which meant it often took minutes to verify tickets instead of the usual seconds, with further delays caused by frequent false positives of otherwise legitimate tickets. As inspections were slower than anticipated, it triggered bottlenecks caused by those arriving by subway exceeding the number entering the stadium. According to one eyewitness, the threat of human crushes was high. Amidst the panic within the narrowing walkway, thieves pickpocketed mobile phones, some of which contained e-tickets. Others ended up off course alongside lost Liverpool fans. Yeah, years and years ago, I went to France, and that was the one thing they told us: always be aware of pickpockets, especially in Paris. Apparently, it's very prevalent there. But things were even worse on the Liverpool route, which began with the railway system. The liaison group meeting held on the 3rd of March between UEFA and key French stakeholders concluded that Liverpool fans would travel via 2 lines, the RER-B to La Plaine and RER-D to Stade de France Saint-Denis. However, B was hit by both engineering works and sudden strike action. Thus, the decision was made to redirect most fans to D, resulting in around 36,000 arriving via the route compared to just the 6,200 from B. Worse still, the fan zone was also dangerously overcrowded, with an estimated 50,000 people. The zone consisted of fans with tickets and supporters seeking to potentially buy last-minute tickets, or at least enjoy the atmosphere, watch the game via big screens, and tour France. The UCLF 22 independent review later determined that the closure of B was unnecessary, as despite the strike action, it only lost 20% of its capacity. The supporters were then directed through the St. Denis streets. Because the rerouting was hastily conducted, there was inadequate signage directing people to the new course. One roadside also misled spectators into taking the wrong course towards the stadium. Other fans became completely lost and ended up with Real Madrid counterparts in a different queue altogether. Most fans traveled through the narrow A1 subway. It soon became apparent it was inadequate to funnel through excessive numbers of supporters, something that also plagued the 2006 Coupe de France final that had been raised in a meeting a day prior. The subway became dangerously congested, as photos of the day illustrated. By around 6 p.m. CET, the supporters were only meters from the stadium. Despite this, most would wait hours before they could gain entry. Had RER-B been properly utilized, fans would have split between 2 checkpoint perimeters, which would have enabled stewards to check tickets efficiently without fear of bottlenecks. However, with B de-emphasized, tens of thousands were approaching the RER-D checkpoint ASP3 and current D stewardship. Police and 5-lane system were woefully outnumbered, inexperienced, and unprepared to deal with increased capacity. Worse still, panic had arisen among UEFA and French authorities that had up to 50,000 were planning to enter with counterfeit or no tickets. Thus, when also considering the lingering threat of terrorism, ticket and security checks had intensified. Travel between the subway to the stadium soon grounded to a halt. Inspections were slow, like on the Real Madrid side, and while some unauthorized fans were detected, the checkpoint lacked proper means to remove them from the vicinity. By 6:19 p.m., a massive bottleneck containing around 15,000 formed, which worsened 20 minutes later and forced some spectators onto a nearby road. The conditions became especially cramped by the presence of parked police vans. Designed to prevent vehicle terrorist incidents like the 2016 Nice lorry attack, it also resulted in supporters being boxed in. Suddenly, the possibility of a human crush was rife, fueling intense panic within the queue. Among those on the bottleneck included some individuals who attended Hillsborough Stadium on the 15th of April, 1989, which saw the deaths of 96 Liverpool fans from a human crush at the Leapings Lane stand. Some were also forced to climb over a wall which barricaded the checkpoint, creating the risk of people being trampled. Others were apparently redirected to the additional security perimeter entrance for ASP4, which, despite being considerably safer and able to deal with larger than expected crowds, was barely utilized for this event. By 6:39 p.m., police and stewards achieved a consensus that the checkpoint could no longer cope with the overcrowding. Thus appeared there was little choice but to cease checks, allowing everyone in. While this prevented a human crush from unfolding, it naturally raised major security issues. While there ultimately were no terrorists in the vicinity, it allowed ticketless supporters, locals, and immigrants really, to freely move to meters outside the stadium. The local residents had bypassed ASP checks via the Avenue du General de Gaulle, which was allowed to remain open despite the hazard it posed and with little police presence. Others got through via shops, public buildings, and even a construction site. As fans reached the turnstiles, they were shocked to discover they had been shut because ASP3 had failed to prevent unauthorized individuals from reaching the stadium. Police and stewards closed the turnstiles to assess the situation. Suddenly, the human crush threat returned as queuing fans began to be pushed into the stadium's turnstiles, gates, and fences. At least 400 locals committed widespread attack, muggings, and theft within the stranded crowd, including to obtain tickets and phones. Some individuals tried to breach the stadium by climbing the adjacent fences, queue jumping, and attempting to bypass stewards. Stewards responded by tackling these individuals to the ground, while riot police were called in response to extensive pressure on the turnstiles. At each gate, riot police pushed back the crowds with their batons and riot shields, but in a move which subsequently received widespread condemnation, riot police also started dispersing tear gas and pepper spray indiscriminately. Men, women, children, and even police officers and stewards were affected by numerous tear gas attacks, which were directed at individuals regardless of their complicity in deviancy, age, or whether they lived with disabilities. Despite this, little was done to resolve most attacks and robberies in the vicinity. A similar situation affected lost Liverpool and Real Madrid fans, who were directed to a northwest entry that also became affected by bottlenecks, crime, and police brutality. Ultimately, with approximately 15,000 still outside the stadium, it became apparent that the match could not safely kick off at 9 p.m. Thus, it was delayed initially by 15 minutes before it eventually commenced at 9:37 p.m. Despite the fact some fans had still not been allowed in, some did not enter the stadium until halftime. In total, 75,000 people were in attendance. However, more than 2,700 Liverpool fans who had purchased legitimate tickets, many of whom were affected by muggings, were turned away. The match itself passed without incident, which saw Real Madrid win 1-0, courtesy of a 59th minute Vinicius Jr. goal. Concerned over possible hooliganism from the Merseyside fans, riot police guarded the Liverpool side. No trouble was reported, though whether riot police presence was necessary remains controversial. And then, things aren't even over, because now we have the post-match. Crowd congestion still proved problematic post-match. Some gates remained locked, with footage showing fans being forced to climb over them in order to leave. As before, bottlenecks emerged as paths proved too narrow, especially in the subway. But as spectators of both sides entered the streets, they realized that armed local gangs were waiting for them. Suddenly, various fans were attacked and mugged in what the UFC fighter Paddy Pimblett described as something like the film The Purge. According to Pimblett, he witnessed armed gangs totaling 30 men committing widespread muggings, including pinning victims down and slicing the straps of valuables like handbags and watches. Former Liverpool player and LFC TV pundit Jason McAteer's account was especially harrowing. His wife Lucy and elder son Harry attempted to leave via bus, only to find it had moved because gangs had tried to throw bricks at it. Suddenly, Lucy was ambushed from behind by 5 men who mugged her for her watch. Harry attempted to retaliate, only for the 5 men to viciously attack him in an attempt to obtain his phone. Ultimately, with the help from some Real Madrid fans, both managed to escape with only minor injuries and trauma. Several of McAteer's friends were also attacked while heading back to the metro. Those traveling to the nearby train stations and car parks were the most likely target of the gangs. Patrice Ribeiro, head of the police union's Synergy officers, stated the situation went out of control as local deviants were soon joined by international and other ultra-violent groups. The criminals showed no mercy and attacked vulnerable groups like children and old and disabled people in rampant attacks that saw many lose valuables, clothes, and other belongings. Ted Morris, the chairman of the Liverpool Disabled Supporters Association, stated many Liverpool fans with disabilities were traumatized by gas attacks, near-human crushes, and post-match attacks. Many women and girls also found themselves targeted for SA by local youths. At least 2 police officers confirmed this, with one recalling women being groped and having their handbags stolen. Morris also reported at least 1 disabled woman was SA'd at the event. Other individuals were taken to hospital with stab wounds. Most accounts shared one factor: there was hardly any police police and steward activity as these crimes were being committed. As a Real Madrid statement summarized, most fans were left abandoned and defenseless, with Morris claiming most disabled fans received no support from relevant authorities and ended up completely vulnerable to the gangs. Ribeiro recalled that the policing became difficult because as soon as officers arrived, the perpetrators started merging seamlessly with the fans, but some accounts also accused police officers of failing to take action despite witnessing criminal acts. In total, 238 people were injured while 105 were arrested. The majority of incidents occurred in St. Denis. The fact that no fatalities occurred was considered miraculous by most sources, as tragedies almost seemed inevitable under the circumstances. Now, after all of this, I thank you so much for sticking with me. I'm probably going to speed it up just a little bit in post to make it a little shorter because we've been talking about this for quite a while, but the investigation and the deleted lost CCTV footage. The inadequate crowd control provisions before and after the final received near universal condemnation, with the usage of pepper spray and tear gas triggering significant scorn. Comparison to the Hillsborough disaster were made, with some who were in attendance on that fateful day stating it brought back terrible flashbacks. Liverpool, Real Madrid, and the British government soon demanded answers to why fans were left completely vulnerable to potential human crushes, excessive police force, and local gangs. Following the match, the UEFA and the French government defended police actions at the event. The initial explanation of the game's delay was the late arrival of fans, which was then changed to a security issue. UEFA and the later claimed that between 30,000 and 50,000 Liverpool supporters had shown up without tickets or were affected by an extensive counterfeit ticket scheme that affected 70% of supporters. France's Interior Minister Gerald Darmanin, primarily blamed Liverpool's paper tickets for the large-scale fraud, something he believed only affected English clubs. Notably, Liverpool's official tickets were paper-based, while Real Madrid fans were allocated electronic ones. Darmanin also insisted that the tear gas, while excessively dispersed, was necessary to ensure human crushes did not materialize at the gates, and also accused some supporters of attacking stewards. Sports Minister Emilie Odia Castera criticized stadium organization and Liverpool for failing to properly direct its fans to the ground. These comments provoked anger from Liverpool and their fans, with some claiming that it resembled the victim blaming following the Hillsborough disaster. While tear gas usage could certainly be justified on otherwise rowdy supporters, numerous accusations arose that gas and pepper spray were indiscriminately used on innocent and vulnerable individuals. Additionally, Liverpool fans' behavior was defended by Merseyside police, who deemed it exemplary considering the dangerous situation involved. Further, an investigation by the New York Times concerning illegitimate tickets questioned Darmanin's 30,000 to 40,000 claim, stating that its own investigation into official numbers found only 2,589 tickets were actually denied. While it notes that this still exceeds the typical level of previous finals, there is also the possibility that the numbers include some tickets that were repeatedly denied. All this led to This Is Anfield to accuse UEFA of forging and a cover-up. On the 4th of June, UEFA officially apologized to Liverpool and Real Madrid fans, subsequently promising an independent review. A French Senate hearing was also conducted. The UCLF 22 independent review was chaired by Dr. Tiago Brandoa Rodriguez and focused on the failure of crowd control measures and the police force. Published on the 13th of February 2023, it raised points already discussed in this article, like the unnecessary RERB closure and the inexperienced stewardship. Security concerns with ASP3 were raised pre-game, and it was also discovered that UEFA produced a document about the late fans' situation days before match day. The review declared the fake ticket narrative as reprehensible. Furthermore, the panel agreed that the Liverpool supporters were unfairly treated by police and criticized the poor rationale for utilizing tear gas and other excessive force. During its investigation, it found riot police had based their crowd control approach on two events involving supposed hooliganism from English fans: the England-Russia violence that occurred in Marseille during Euro 2016, and shockingly, the Hillsborough disaster. And was found in the Hillsborough inquest, the 96 victims of the disaster were unlawfully killed following lapses in police and crowd control measures, with Liverpool fans absolved of blame. Thus, this revelation triggered outrage, as it subsequently meant police control was based on the debunked narrative that Hillsborough was caused by hooliganism. The review also wanted to examine the footage captured by the 260 Stade de France CCTV cameras, considering most incidents surrounding human crushes, gang crime, and police force were reported at the stadium. The recordings would help verify the incidents and potentially justify the riot police's methods in avoiding excessive pressure on the turnstiles. It is known that the head of institutional relations, Erwan Le Prévost, had viewed what he defined as extremely violent surveillance images. However, more controversy arose when it was revealed the CCTV footage no longer existed. According to Prévost, during the French Senate hearing, the needed a public prosecutor to request the tapes be seized. As this did not occur, the footage lingered until a week following the event before it was automatically deleted. The news provoked further outrage on how critical evidence was left to self-destruct, with some also claiming the incident was very similar to stolen CCTV footage of Hillsborough. Additionally, the independent review concluded that the UEFA and the French legal system failed to properly request the tapes and also criticized Stade de France for not properly storing the records. Other CCTV sources were examined. On the 11th of June, the Daily Mail reported that whereas Metro line footage had already been deleted, surveillance recording from the Société Nationale des Chemins de Fer Français, SCNF, I'm really bad at French, guys, sorry, cameras had been securely recovered. The SCNF and the Régie Autonome des Transports Parisiens, RATP, were the primary train operators harnessed for the final and may have recorded delinquency as people made their way from RER stations to Stade de France. SNCF, in particular, had placed cameras near the Stade de France. According to a source from the Babinji Judiciary, the records were obtained a few days prior and may have captured additional examples of unlawful violence from police, fans, and gangs. But during a French Senate hearing, Sylvie Charles of SCNF brand Transilien revealed that the SCNF recordings were partially lost as they had begun to auto-delete on the 1st of June when the footage was finally requested. Meanwhile, RATP's Philippe Martin revealed his company also received a late request for footage retention. Unlike SCNF, which kept its videos for beyond the usual 3 days in response to trouble reported at St. Denis, RATP had no compulsion to retain its footage. Thus, all RATP's surveillance recordings are completely lost. The surviving SCNF footage did capture some minor incidents, but nothing of significant importance. The independent review ultimately cleared Liverpool fans of any blame for the crowd control fiasco. Instead, it partially held that the FFF and French police responsible, but concluded UEFA, as event organizers, was the most accountable. It declared that it was exceptionally fortunate nobody passed away, as the lapses in routing, crowd control measures, stewardship, and policing meant fans from both clubs were at risk. Similarly, the French Senate stated in its Champion League final and unavoidable fiasco report that not only had police used excessive force on innocent and otherwise vulnerable people, it had also failed to tackle the gang attacks that occurred before and after the match. The independent review published 21 recommendations for safety and security management at future UEFA finals. Among them included host stadiums being designed with security and crowd guidance in mind, that crowd control measures are focused on guaranteeing security over anticipating disorderly conduct, additional safe accessibility services for disabled fans, ensuring that all relevant CCTV footage is properly retained, and mandating electronic tickets. A year following the incidents, UEFA published its latest major event security plan. UEFA also announced that all 19,618 Liverpool fans who purchased official club tickets and some Real Madrid supporters would be entitled to full refunds. This was rejected by Real Madrid, who deemed all its fans were eligible for refunds, among other compensation, as they felt everyone was affected by the delays and security lapses. UEFA and the FFF had additionally been criticized for the last-minute demands to redact key evidence and hide the identities of involved staff from the review report. In September 2023, former UEFA Operations Director Sharon Burkhalter-Lau alleged some UEFA provided evidence was completely false. She claimed the organization had manipulated evidence so that it blamed UEFA events and protected the interests of its safety and security unit, which had failed to attend meetings regarding the final safety measures. UEFA later denied the allegations, including rubbishing whether its actions were motivated by the friendship between its president, Alexander Krefin, and the unit's leader, Zelichko Pavlika. So as to the availability of this footage. Because of the failure to obtain the recordings, the Stade de France CCTV footage captured that day will remain permanently irrecoverable and provides a key lesson regarding the importance of security tape retention and preservation. A similar fate befell the RATP Metro and most SNCF footage, the surviving clips from the later having not yet been publicly released. Nevertheless, the numerous fan recordings plus tapes captured by media outlets and other official sources that have since been shared on social media platforms like YouTube help to illustrate the chaotic nature outside Stade de France from various perspectives. Alright guys, back to normal speed. Sorry about that. That one got a little bit away from me. That one's a pretty long one, but it was very interesting, was it not? So in a lot of cases, we have lost media that gets lost due to incompetence, due to just, nobody thinking things mattered, and ultimately because whatever the piece of media was not profitable. And honestly, in this case, there's similarities, but there's kind of a more malicious tinge to it. This media, lost media of footage of essentially an atrocity and a complete failure on part of both an organization, a city, and its law enforcement is due to a couple of things. First and foremost, incompetence. Like 100%, they even knew some of these issues ahead of time, and chose not to do anything about them. And then 2, greed. Rather than media being unprofitable, and that's why it's lost, so the media itself in this case not being profitable, but they went ahead with this event despite the fact that they were completely unprepared for it, out of greed. These championships bring a lot of money to whatever city, whatever stadium they take place in, and they wanted that. And then when it all came back to bite them, they took steps, it seems, to ensure that there was not enough footage to fully come at them, even though in the end there kind of was. So it seems like they actively tried not to allow media of their incompetence to see the light of day. And honestly, my final thought in all of this is that, honestly, the shenanigans that happened involving the participants, the spectators of a football, aka soccer match, are far more interesting than the game itself. I'm not saying that in a good way, but like anytime there's a story about soccer, about something that's like newsworthy besides like winning the championship, it's always the bad behavior concerning pedestrians, whether they are fans or in this case local gangs. It seems that just soccer initiates violence not from the players themselves, but rather the people, the spectators, and the people surrounding the spectators. Like the fact that they had to have 2 separate entrances so that Real Madrid fans and Liverpool fans didn't have to interact. Like that's a lot of bad blood. And I mean, yes, we see that in other sports, but not nearly to the extent we seem to in soccer. And as an American, I just find soccer very boring, so I don't fully understand why people in other countries get so worked up about it, but I don't like sports in general, so I don't know. At number 1, we have Monster School, partially found Japanese puppet TV series from 2003. Monster School, also known as Bakaru no Shogako Hidorogumi, was a Japanese educational puppet show created by children's author and writer Sachiko Kashiwaba and aired on NHK's E-Telly block. It was a continuation of the original 2001 series, Bakaru no Shigo Monogatari. It originally ran from 2003 to 2006 and aired 39 episodes and had 2 seasons. The setting and characters were based on Japanese folklore, and the series primarily focused on teaching children the importance of communication. The series is about Nobiro, a normal human boy in the 2nd grade, whose parents had to travel to Africa for work, leaving him to live with a family of Tengus. O-Tengu, the husband, Mi-Tengu, the wife, and Ko-Tengu, their baby daughter. They live on the 30th floor of an apartment called Monster Heights, or Obake Heights, and Nobiro goes to a school that is located at the very top of the same apartment, which is the titular Monster School, Bakaru no Shogako. He ends up befriending various other mythological Japanese monsters, yokai, at the school, including Santa, a kappa, Miko, a bakaneko, Byaku, a kitsune fox, the Yukinko brothers, twin yetis, and Mash, a ghostly mushroom, all with their own special powers, along with his principal, Bunbuku Kocho, an old tanuki with supernatural powers. Okiku Hayudoro, a ghostly teacher who can change her appearance to have a demon-like face whenever she is angry, and Nopera, a Noperabo chef, who is a kung fu master. Now, aside from the plot episode list and a cast list, and a few episodes that have been uploaded online, not a lot is known about the show. The only other info available was that one of the actresses on the show was Iko Hisamura, who played Mi-Tengu. The episodes were 15 minutes long each. It aired in Brazil in 2006, and the existence of 2 low-quality screenshots. It's also known that the show has 3 dubs that we know of, a Portuguese dub, an English dub, and a Sinhalese dub. Now, one of the things about this is that apparently since the article in the Lost Media Wiki was originally uploaded, there has been a lot found. So the first episode has been partially found, released by the NHK archive. The second episode, the Portuguese dub has been found. Third episode, still missing. But as for the fourth, that has also been found, and then the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th episodes have all been found in the Sinhalese dub, as have the 12th and 13th episodes, I believe. So while we found a lot, there's still several episodes. We don't seem to have the dubs in multiple episodes. There's a lot missing, but this one sounds kind of cool, mainly because it's a puppet show rather than just an anime. At number 2, we have Celebrity Harvest, lost production material of an unfinished animated Gorillaz film from the early 2000s. One of my favorite bands, the Gorillaz. So the Gorillaz, they're a British virtual band created by Blur frontman Damon Albarn and Tank Girl artist Jamie Hewlett. And it consists of 4 animated members, 2D, Murdoch Nichols, Russell Hobbs, and Noodle. During its first incarnation, it also included the character Dell, a spirit, which possessed Russell and occasionally made appearances in the group's music videos. Now, shortly after the release of their self-titled debut album, Hewlett announced that a Gorillaz film with the working title of Celebrity Harvest was in early stages of development, along with a second album that would serve as its soundtrack. The film was further teased in Blur's 2003 album Think Tank, which had the words Celebrity Harvest printed on a corner of the booklet. Very little is known about the film itself. Hewlett initially described it as a very dark film with cannibals and zombies, but didn't disclose any details of its proposed storyline until after it was cancelled. He and Cass Brown, a former contributor to Gorillaz music and characterization, later revealed to have written a full script, which revolved around the theme of the world being trapped in an endless night and the sickness of celebrity culture. Further details from its plot can be seen through Jamie's concept artwork, such as Dell becoming evil after being exorcised from Russell, and Murdoch leaving the Gorillaz to form his own metal band. According to them, a lot of the ideas and themes originally intended for Celebrity Harvest were later implemented on their 2005 album, Demon Days. In a 2005 Trax magazine interview with the band, it was revealed via the fictional characters that the film had been scrapped. Hewlett affirmed that big animation studios such as DreamWorks were unwilling to produce a film as dark as Celebrity Harvest was intended to be, and that he wasn't happy with their ideas for films featuring the Gorillaz characters. I love the Gorillaz. I think they're a great band. I love Demon Days. I love their original, self-titled album, and I would love to have seen an animated film of them, but, it is what it is. Alright, coming in at number 3, we have Magical Do-Re-Mi Witchling Sing-Along Believing in Love, partially found music video of 4Kids TV exclusive song from 2008. Magical Do-Re-Mi, which was dubbed by 4Kids TV in 2005, would feature a music video with clips from the anime itself along with an original song created exclusively for the 4Kids TV version, at the end of almost every episode of Magical Do-Re-Mi. In 2008, a new set of sing-along music videos were released, which were We Can Make Magic. This song was featured prior to 2008 releases of the new sing-alongs, however, due to it being heard at the beginning of Magical Do-Re-Mi episode 27, but it was re-released in 2008 with a different set of clips on the music video. The Stray Town Strut, the full version of this song, was lost until October 24th of 2015, when YouTube user The Modern Fate uploaded a video featuring the full song of the Stray Town Strut onto YouTube. However, the audio's quality is poor, and the original Witchling sing-along music video for this song remains lost. And the one that we're talking about, Believing in Love, which was first featured in Magical Do-Re-Mi episode 39, Skater Love. As to the availability, Believing in Love, along with the rest of the Witchling sing-alongs, used to be available on the official 4Kids TV website until the website went defunct. Both the audio and music video of Believing in Love were lost until September 4th of 2019, when YouTube user Drawtoon Studio uploaded an audio recording of Believing in Love. However, like the Stray Town Strut, the original music video for the song still remains lost. All the original Witchling sing-along music videos, with the exception of Believing in Love and the Stray Town Strut, have since remained on the internet. I will be honest, I've never heard of Magical Do Re Mi. But I have heard so much hate for 4Kids TV and like mostly about the stuff they changed, but also like stuff that was just lost when their website of certain things went defunct. But either way, it's interesting. I didn't even know that sing-alongs were still really a thing in 2008. Like, I grew up in the 90s with the Disney sing-along tapes, so this one was kind of interesting to me. Coming in at number 4, we have The Undead, partially found original Dracula manuscript from 1897. So The Undead is the partially found manuscript of Dracula by Bram Stoker, which is missing its first 102 pages. Over the decades, small parts and hints of the contents of the missing pages have been uncovered, however. Now, Dracula is a paranormal gothic horror novel by Abraham Bram Stoker, published in 1897, as many of you probably know. The novel is an epistolary, sorry, that word's hard for me, about the titular vampire Count Dracula and his plan to move from Transylvania to England. Before Bram Stoker encountered the name Dracula during his research, the novel was entitled The Undead. The original manuscript for Dracula was discovered in 1980 in a barn in northwestern Pennsylvania, of all places. The manuscript differed from the original text in several ways, including a different ending where Dracula's castle is destroyed after his death in a volcanic eruption. However, 102 pages were missing from the beginning of the manuscript, revealing the beginning of the novel with Jonathan Harker's train journey originally took place well into the novel. Not only that, but the manuscript contained many crossed out sentences, most of which presumably referenced events in the missing 102 pages. This raised the questions of what the 102 pages were about, what happened to them, and where they ended up. The manuscript is currently owned by Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen. Now, as to the later discoveries, the discovery of this partial manuscript brought attention to a collection of short stories by Bram Stoker, published posthumously in 1914, entitled Dracula's Guest and Other Weird Stories, including the titular Dracula's Guest story. It is believed by Bram Stoker's great-nephew, Decree Stoker, that Dracula's Guest is the first 17 pages of the manuscript, and that the main character, an unnamed Englishman, is Jonathan Harker. Several crossed out sentences in the manuscript reference events in Dracula's Guest, further evidencing that the short story was originally part of the novel. There is also a work, Macht Mikarana, translated from Icelandic as Powers of Darkness. Powers of Darkness, I can't talk today. But is the Icelandic version of Dracula, published in 1901 and translated by Vladimir Amundsen. The Icelandic names are hard. In 2014, literary scholar Hans Cornel de Roos unearthed the original version of Powers of Darkness as it had originally been serialized in the newspaper Fjalkanon in 1901. He discovered that the text was not an abridged translation of Dracula, but a different story that differed from Dracula extensively. Although many assume this was an early case of fan fiction, in March of 2017, it'd come to light that it was a translated and shorter version of Morkets Makter, a variant of Dracula first serialized from 1899 to 1900 by Swedish newspaper Aftonbladet's Havalko Upplaga. I know I didn't say that right. The text had many different details, with whole new characters, plot elements, sections, events, motivations, and generally a higher focus on eroticism and violence. Due to the foreword, it is also now believed the original version of Dracula was meant to be presented as real events, but that it was cut out at the behest of the editor due to the Jack the Ripper murders shortly before the release of the book. This would certainly fit the novel's journal-like presentation. For me, the most interesting thing about all of this is the fact that what we do have of this manuscript was randomly found in a barn in Pennsylvania. Like, I don't know, is Bram Stoker from Pennsylvania? Let me look into that real quick. So apparently Bram Stoker was born in Ireland, in Dublin, and died in London, England. So no, not from Pennsylvania at all. So it is weird that this man's lost work was found in a random barn in Pennsylvania. It's like that well-known Lost Frankenstein movie where the was finally found at a garage sale. Like, you never know where you're going to find this crap. But yeah, honestly, not surprised there's missing work of this. I mean, he spent a lot of time working on this. It wasn't until later in his research that he discovered the name Dracula. And I know he had to rework a lot of things due to the kind of Victorian era censorship laws. So it makes sense that there would be some version of Dracula that's highly different and not even called Dracula. Again, perfect sense. Glad we have what we have. But yeah, again, wow, a random barn in Pennsylvania. Alright guys, our final piece today is Fire Emblem, partially lost early 4-Koma manga anthologies based on the tactical role-playing game franchise from 1994 to 2002. Now, if you're like me, your first introduction to Fire Emblem was through Super Smash Bros., where you had Marth and you had Roy, and you had no idea what they were from because those games at the time were Japan exclusives. Now we do get Fire Emblem over here. They're exceptionally popular, but apparently, back in the early 2000s and the 90s, this was all completely a Japanese thing. Since its inception, though, the Fire Emblem franchise has received a number of manga adaptations, most of which have been from 4-Komas. The series of 4-Komas, Fire Emblem 4-Koma Manga Theater, was released between 1994 and 1997, with its first 4 volumes covering the Arcania Saga, and the last 2 covering the 4th game, Genealogy of the Holy War. The franchise would continue to receive manga adaptations until 2005, when Fire Emblem Champion Sword ended its run. However, it started receiving manga adaptations again in 2012 with the release of a short manga adaptation of the then newly released Fire Emblem Awakening. Meanwhile, after the release of the Binding Blade 4-Komas in 2002, production of the 4-Koma manga came into an abrupt halt for 13 years until 2015, when Fire Emblem Awakening 4-Koma Kings was released. Though 5 years prior, there was also an additional 2 4-Komas made for the memorial book Arcania Chronicle. And if you could follow all that, you understand what's going on better than I do right now. The majority of the 4-Koma anthologies are known to have had a sillier and lighthearted tone than the usual dark tone seen throughout most of the Fire Emblem games, though some of the ones are known to have mildly sexual material included, mostly seen in the 4-Koma manga theater, such as Lena attempting to undress herself in one of them, and Keita stunning enemy soldiers by exposing her underwear in another. Games released after Binding Blade and before New Mystery of the Emblem, as well as 3 Houses, never got any official 4-Koma adaptations whatsoever. So what's lost? Well, though 4-Koma adaptations of games released during the 2010s are well accounted for, and A Day in the Life is currently ongoing as of 2017, the early ones based on the Arcania and Judgral sagas, as well as the Binding Blade, have been long out of print, with the vast majority having yet to be uploaded on the internet in their entirety. The main reason being that all of the 4-Koma adaptations released at the time were doujins made by fans of the series. Due to their obscurity, not much information is currently known of either of them. However, used copies of the early 4-Koma mangas are still being sold online via various Japanese sites. There is currently no estimate as to how many 4-Komas have been made between 1994 and 2002. So far, 3 of the known Thracia 776 4-Koma manga were scanned in their entirety by Flare Habanero, and were later uploaded to the Internet Archive by various users between March 4th and September 24th of 2019, whereas the 4th one, which is a sequel to the first Thracia 776 4-Koma manga theater, has not been uploaded online as of yet. A Twitter user at Binding Manga also scanned, translated, and uploaded several 4-Komas from the Binding Blade gag battle, with the most recent being uploaded on June 1st of 2020. Also, a little-known Twitter bot at Nintendo4Koma has continuously been scanning posts of several early Fire Emblem 4-Komas in rotation, but all it posts are the same several 4-Komas, as the bot itself hasn't been updated for a very long time. Jesus, how do I say this? Asinoctali, I don't know, a possibly an active genealogy of the Holy War fan site, also hosts translations of several Four Comas, albeit mostly in French. Consisting of those from one of the Genealogy of the Holy War Gag Battle volumes and Genealogy of the Holy War Gag Paradise. Though the actual page amount for both of them are unknown, the rest are scattered across the internet, most notably on Twitter. A huge chunk of available Four Comas are currently preserved in a mega folder sorted into different folders. One Four Koma manga, Yaruze Fire Emblem, which is centered around Genealogy of the Holy War Four Comas, was most likely not scanned and uploaded online at all, and surviving copies are extremely hard to come by. A My Figure Collection user, I'm not even going to try, I've mispronounced too many names, is known to have one copy of the manga in his possession. However, he was last active on that site around June of 2021, and his card website link is defunct. On December 15th of 2021, Lost Media Wiki user Technicolor Nick announced that they have bought one copy of each of all 6 volumes of Fire Emblem 4 Koma Manga Theater, Thracia 7764 Koma Manga Theater 2, Binding Blade 4 Koma Gag Battle, and Yaruze Fire Emblem, and will be scanning and uploading them in their entirety. Once the aforementioned manga have been uploaded online, this leaves the Genealogy of the Holy War 4 Koma Gag Battle series, Genealogy of the Holy War Gag Paradise, and the Binding Blade 4 Koma Manga Kingdom, the only ones to not be uploaded in full. And apparently there's another update that Yaruze Fire Emblem was eventually uploaded in its entirety for the first time by Technicolor on January 10th of 2022. So yeah, not a whole lot of spiciness in this one, guys, though, to be fair, I'm used to Fire Emblem having 0 sexy content, so the fact that they somehow kind of were like, oh yeah, there's a little bit in this one, I guess that's why it was kind of labeled as like, yeah, no, this one's a little bit spicier on the Lost Media Wiki. I'll be honest with all of you, I followed about none of that. So even though I was reading that directly from the Lost Media Wiki article, I don't know what's missing and what isn't. So that's on me. Maybe you could follow it. But like if you've got a bunch of old Fire Emblem manga at home from back in the day, who knows? Maybe you need to upload that shit. At number 1, we have Ace Lightning, Lost Unreleased's 3rd series of British children's television series, Existence Unconfirmed, early 2000s. So Ace Lightning is a 2002 British children's TV show that was created by Jim Corsten and Rick Siggelkow. It primarily features a mix of live-action actors and CGI characters, which was a first for weekly television shows at the time. The show follows the adventures of British teenager Mark Hollander, who comes across a supposedly non-existent 7th level of this video game called Ace Lightning and the Carnival of Doom during a lightning storm. After a lightning bolt strikes his house's antenna, the game's characters come to life through a surge of electricity, and before long, Mark becomes Ace's sidekick, changing his life. Now, despite the show only lasting 39 episodes across 2 seasons, it was very popular at the time, so much so that the BBC was apparently planning a 3rd series, but for unknown reasons those plans failed in the end. While there is little solid evidence of this season being made, there are 2 pieces of concept art for characters that Rick Siggelkow reportedly claimed would have been villains in Season 3. It's unknown if any other work was done in relation to the cancelled season. So yeah, while we don't know why this one was canceled, I have an idea in my head as to why, and that's because this was a first for its time. It was, it combined CGI and live action, and, it was real popular, but it probably was real expensive, and it probably was really labor intensive to make, and in the end, they were just like, look, this show's popular, but it's expensive. We're gonna, 2 seasons, that's it. Like, it was hard enough for Disney and Warner Brothers to make Roger Rabbit, and that was a film that they had quite a bit of time to do. I can't imagine having to do that for a weekly series back then. At number 2, we have Emo Girl Talk, a Lost podcast series from 2005 to 2014. Emo Girl Talk was a music-focused talk podcast hosted by Martina Butler. It ran from 2005 to 2014. As the title of the podcast suggests, it did center around Martina, who would discuss her daily life, as well as emo bands from which she'd play songs from said bands. In its heyday, the podcast was very successful, earning thousands of listeners and subscribers from around the world. Butler also earned notoriety as being the first teenage podcaster to receive a corporate sponsorship. The podcast was also featured on episode 118 of the PBS Kids series, Biz Kids. So, the podcast was hosted by a company called Mevio, which was formerly known as Pod Show prior to 2008. In 2014, the company shut down, giving its users 10 days to migrate their feeds to other platforms before losing them permanently. It was likely that Emo Girl Talk was one of the shutdown's casualties, as it stopped updating ever since then, and all feeds and uploads of the episodes have disappeared ever since. There are some websites that still list the podcast, but none of the episodes are playable. As of December 2019, there are still no known archives of the podcast episodes. So the first time I ever heard the term emo was actually in 2006 when I was a senior in high school. And, I was told that Fall Out Boy was an emo band. I still didn't fully understand what an emo was, other than that apparently they liked being depressed and sad all the time. And look at me now, I'm married to one. That's not a jab. She identifies as an emo. But yeah, that time, 2005 to 2014 and everything, that was a weird time for like archiving stuff on the internet. There was this idea that the internet was forever and that you didn't really need to worry about backing stuff up because, hey, it's on the internet. It's on there now. There's no getting rid of it. But I mean, I remember back in like 2006, 2007, I would make like music videos on YouTube using songs and clips from video games or cartoons or whatnot or horror movies and put it all together. And I mean, I ended up deleting that channel, and that stuff's all just gone. And it's kind of seems like this was something similar. Like it's like, oh, I posted these episodes up there, and then they were like, oh yeah, you got 10 days to get 9 years of episodes off of this onto another platform. And probably at the time, depending on what she was doing in her life, she probably, this Martina Butler probably just said, fuck it, it's not worth it, and moved on. And I'm sure there's people that wish they could go back and listen, but I mean, it would probably seem a little dated now. And at number 3, we have the Fairyland story, which is a partially lost builds of canceled Famicom/NES port of an arcade game, 1986 and 1990. So the Fairyland story is an arcade platformer developed and released by Taito in 1985. A port for Family Computer was developed for release in Japan in 1986, but was cancelled. The only current confirmation of this Famicom version featured in a magazine in Family Computer magazine of March 1986. It was planned to be released in the US in 1990 by Hotbee USA. So, the existence of a prototype ROM for this game was first confirmed on December 12th of 2010, when company owner and video game and film columnist Junk Hunter Yoshida, that's a name, tweeted that he had found a large number of prototype ROMs in unfinished condition in one warehouse in Ibina about 8 years ago. Then on February 9th of 2018, so almost 8 years later, someone named LLIK .rd, presumably one of the developers, tweeted a photo of a prototype ROM. When the International Nintendo Archive leak, aka the Giga Leak, occurred in 2020 and 2021, among the leaks was a Nintendo lot check spreadsheet. Within that lot checklist, we found that the fairy tale story title was present and that Hotbee USA submitted the completed ROM to Nintendo in January of 1990. The Fairyland story by Hotbee USA earned Nintendo an internal rating of 16 out of 40, the worst rating it has ever given. Presumably this evaluation caused Hotbee USA to cancel the release of this game. Now, as to the availability, around May of 2022, a prototype of this game was accidentally mixed in among a lot of 126 Famicom cartridges sold on eBay for approximately $50. Fenris Wolf Retro purchased them and was able to release them by Forest of Illusion on June 18th. The Fairyland story by Hotbee USA uses CM-ROM with 48 kilobyte PRG according to LotCheck. The released Japanese prototype is 24 kilobytes and uses NROM. indicating that the US version is twice the size of the Japanese version and may be a fleshed out version of the Japanese one. Currently, this US prototype has not yet been located. I like this one mainly for the fact that there's usually so many reasons why there's usually like a multitude of different reasons why a video game doesn't get released, but this one, I mean, the biggest, most likely one from the information we have is that this port was just hot garbage, and I don't think I'm gonna run out and try and play this one, but apparently there is a ROM if you want to. At number 4, we have Easy A, lost unreleased R-rated cut of teen comedy film from 2010. So Easy A is a teen comedy film originally released on September 17th of 2010 in the United States. While the film was in production, the original script contained much more coarse language than what ended up being in the final film, including 47 uses of the word fuck and cruder sexual language terms throughout. The director shot R-rated and PG-13 rated versions of many scenes, as it was uncertain at one point during production what route/audience the film would be aimed at. However, the distributor Screen Gems decided that a PG-13 rating would be the most beneficial for the film. Therefore, the tamer cuts were used, and the final version of the film was rated PG-13 for mature thematic elements involving teen sexuality, language, and some drug materials. Unlike other cases such as The Ghost Rider, where the uncensored version of a film has been released internationally in territories where language doesn't so heavily affect the age rating, the same cut of Easy A was released worldwide. No unrated home video version was offered, likely due to the main demographic of the film being teenagers. Therefore, the R-rated, more profane version of the film has never been publicly seen. Now again, this one I find very interesting because I was very surprised that a film that's all about a girl pretending to be a slut, letting in exchange for money, letting boys say that they'd had sex with her, I was amazed that ever got the green light to not be an R-rated film. Like, the rating didn't affect my ability to see it because in 2010 I was already in my 20s, but it just seemed like a film with that plot where it's like, yeah, you give me a gift card, and based on the gift card, I'll control the narrative, and I'll say what you can tell the other guys you did to me, even though it's like, there's that comedy element of, well, if all the other guys are saying they've done stuff, everyone kind of would have to know that it's not true, because if they had that deal with her, then of course the other guys must have a similar deal, but their pride won't let them say it. But again, that just seems to lend itself to an R rating rather than the PG-13 that it ended up with. The film that we got definitely feels like one that the director did not put nearly as much effort in, because in his mind this was an R-rated film, and I kind of feel that the R-rated version probably would be a lot better than this film ended up being, because that's just, in my mind, that's more the tone it should have taken. Alright guys, at number 5 we have Uncle Walt, a lost unauthorized Disney short film from 1964. Uncle Walt is a short 1964 cartoon by then student Robert Swarth as part of the UCLA Animation Workshop. The only known mass public screening of the short took place in June 1972 at the American Film Institute as part of a presentation titled 50 Years of American Animation. As to the plot of this film, the short begins with images of Walt Disney at various ages, followed by a slow pan across a graveyard full of headstones of Perry the Squirrel and her family, a reference to Disney's 1957 live-action fantasy, Perry, a film based on Felix Salten's 1938 novel of the same name. A very early-style Mickey and Minnie Mouse, various racist caricatures, and toilet humor. After this, a sequence featuring the female centaurs from Fantasia working in a red light district with Goofy as their pimp, and another scene in which various disturbing scenes from Disney films, including a scene from Snow White in which the queen transforms into a hag, are shown, all while a group of rabbit children look on in horror. The final images in the short depict the 7 dwarfs from Snow White gathering around Mickey Mouse in a Mousecum mausoleum, worshipping him in a scene reminiscent of the one scene in the original 1937 production. So, as to the status of this piece, for a time, a rumor circulated that the short was actually produced by Disney employees in 1952, but this was quickly debunked as it contains references to the film Perry, which was released in 1957. Uncle Walt has not been publicly screened since 1972, and it is unknown if anyone other than Swarth has a copy of the film. Again, this one is very interesting because it's very reminiscent of one that will not be on this series because it's a more well-known piece of lost media that was called like Mickey Mouse Goes to Vietnam, and that was lost for years until it was finally found. And I think that like this one probably over time, there's a copy of this somewhere. And as much as Disney likes to keep stuff like this, under wraps, especially with things like the Mickey Mouse Steamboat Willie copyright ending here soon and all that, I feel like this one will surface in the next few years. I think it's inevitable. I think people want stuff like this, just because it was someone kind of taking a look and poking fun at Disney all the way back in the 60s, I really do think this one is still out there and that one day we will find it. Mostly I just want to see Goofy dressed up as a pimp. Face down, ass up, that's the way we like to yuck. At number 1 we have Jack and the Beanstalk, a lost early build of a Nintendo 64 disk drive game, circa 1995 to 1998. So this one's interesting because what was originally planned as the game Jack and the Beanstalk would eventually become an early build of Pokemon Snap. So Pokemon Snap is of course the first-person photography game that was created by HAL Laboratories in 1999. It was a spin-off of the Pokemon series and the first console-based Pokemon game ever created. However, Pokemon Snap wasn't originally a Pokemon game, and instead was a game based on the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk. So how did this all come to be? Well, Jack and the Beanstalk was being developed on the second floor of the Nintendo Conda building, being under the supervision of HAL Laboratories. It was being made by a team led by Yoichi Yamamoto, and Yamamoto was selected to work on the project with 4 other important Nintendo figures. Shigesato Itoi, Satoshi Iwata, Koichi Nakamura, and Shigeru Miyamoto. I think I said those right. So the game was slated to be a brand new type of game, one to utilize the Nintendo 64 disk drive to its fullest extent. Though the game was never completed, it's presumed that the plot was going to be like the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk. So many of its flagships then found their way to different games, one of them being Pokemon Snap, though Yamamoto wasn't a big fan about it. And this quote, "Game designer Masanobu Yamamoto was working on Pokemon Snap, and he initially had a negative reaction to the addition of Pokemon because the characters replaced what he was working on. That time, adopting the Pokemon world clarified what we should do and the direction we should head," Yamamoto adds. "And I came to like Pokemon, so I felt that had saved us." So it sounds like he wasn't happy with this suddenly becoming a Pokemon game, but he came around. I mean, who doesn't love some Pokemon? It's suspected that other features could have been found into other games like Earthbound 64, as the Nintendo 64 disk drive and kernel clock was going to be used for the growth of the planted seeds. It's also likely that Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask used the 3-day system that Jack and the Beanstalk was going to use, though in the intro for Pokemon Snap, a logo for a team named Jack and Beans was shown along with the HAL and Nintendo logo, and it's believed that this game was the name of the main team behind which the same director Yamamoto had led the project. As to the availability, as of December 2023, no images or footage of the game has ever resurfaced. But no, I find this really interesting because I had always wondered, why of all the first ways to bring Pokemon to a console, did you decide to do a photography game based on a character that was a footnote in the Pokemon anime? Like, why didn't we get one where we were actually battling? Like Pokemon Stadium 2, two of my favorite games from the N64. So what the hell were they thinking with Pokemon Snap being the first addition to consoles? And it's like, well, it was supposed to be a completely different game. At number 2, we have The Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes lost Josh Keaton vocal performance of 2D animated series in 2012. So, the animated series, The Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes, which ran from 2010 to 2012, had famous Marvel hero Spider-Man guest star in 4 episodes, because at the time Spider-Man was not part of the Avengers. There was episode 39, Along Came a Spider, number 44, Yellow Jacket, number 49, New Avengers, and number 52, Avengers Assemble, which was also the official series finale. But before they premiered, a rumor arose that Josh Keaton recorded the voice of Spider-Man. He previously voiced the character in Spectacular Spider-Man, which ran from 2008 to 2009, which was an animated series, and 5 Marvel-themed video games. However, when the episodes aired, it was not Keaton that people heard. No, instead of Josh Keaton, they heard Spider-Man being voiced by Drake Bell. Now, Bell, prior to this, had only voiced Spider-Man in the animated series Ultimate Spider-Man, which ran from 2012 to 2017, which made its American premiere only 2 months earlier. Some people liked Bell's performance, but a lot said they would have preferred Keaton. Now, after confirming that Drake Bell's name was in the credits, a screenshot posted on the Facebook group Keeps the Spectacular Spider-Man Alive it showed his name in the credits, and then Keaton found the screen cap and commented, "Wow, so they redubbed my audio. I recorded a few Avengers eps as Spider-Man and was looking forward to seeing them. Typical Parker luck, I guess." So when asked why Marvel dubbed over Keaton, Chief Creative Officer Joe Quesada explained that children watching the Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes immediately after Ultimate Spider-Man might become confused by Spider-Man sounding different in each show. The asker of the question proceeded to point out that some of the Avengers had made guest appearances on Ultimate Spider-Man, but not with the same voice actors from Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Quesada gave no explanation as to why Iron Man or Thor's voice changing would seem any less jarring to those children. And, so as of today, we have not recovered any of the Keaton audio. If anything, guys, I think having the same voice actor in both could be even more confusing. This is kind of a weird comparison, but when I was a kid in the 90s, there were 2 running concurrently on different networks, Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons, and Sonic in both cases was voiced by Steve Urkel himself, Jaleel White. Until much later, as an adult, did I ever realize that wasn't just one show. It was like, this show got better as it went on. It went from kind of like a normal Saturday morning cartoon to this dark underground, freedom fighter liberation against Dr. Robotnik. I just thought it was one show that kind of like developed a plot as it went on. I was a little kid, So, but yeah, no, it's weird that they would pay a man, have him do all of Spider-Man, and this is a guy who's known to be great at playing Spider-Man, and then just on a whim redub it with a guy who was Spider-Man on another show that fans were kind of about. I wonder if they were just trying to get more fans to come over to hey, this is Drake, we're having Drake Bell be Spider-Man, and if people hear him enough, they'll warm up to him, as opposed to, if anything, it wasn't that it would be jarring, it's that having Drake Bell's Spider-Man and then Keaton's Spider-Man being heard side by side, they might have been like, wow, we never should have cast Bell. So I think that was just Marvel covering their ass. At number 3, we have Age of Peace, a partially found sci-fi film for the Korean pop group H.O.T. from 2000. Now, Age of Peace was a sci-fi film released on July 15th of 2000 with a runtime of 27 minutes. It was South Korea's first 3D movie and had a budget of $6 million. It was created to promote Korean boy group H.O.T. The movie starred the 5 members of the group and the pre-debut Dana from the group CSJH, The Grace. My wife's the one who loves K-pop, so I don't know who any of these are. Now, the plot of the movie, 5 boys, portrayed by the H.O.T. members, live in a futuristic society where they're invaded by aliens by the name of Zeus that wish to take over the world. The only way for H.O.T. to save their society is to win a soccer match against aliens. So, I'm getting Space Jam vibes, I'm just saying. We'll see. So, not much is known about the details of the plot. It is known that in one scene, one of the characters trips during the soccer game. The goalie runs over to him and encourages him to continue the game. In another scene, a character leaves the game suddenly to save the princess, portrayed by Dana, that is in danger. The rest of the team continues to play while he has to fight a dinosaur to save her. There is also a random concert scene where the group performs the title song from the soundtrack OP.T, Operation Takeover. It is not apparent as to why this scene is in the movie as of yet. This is a lot going on for a 27-minute movie. So the movie was shot in 3 weeks in Japan at Shirogumi Studios, apparently in front of green screens. Every visual aspect of it was digitized except for the actors' faces. It was apparently directed by a man named Lawrence Lee. And despite the lack of prior acting experience, the members of HOT took no acting lessons before shooting the film. The film was first released in Japan in July of 2000, then released in Korea to 30 theaters nationwide, including the Megabox COEX Theater and possibly the Lot World Theme Park Theater in Seoul. It was later released in Beijing on February 27th of 2000. A revised version was later shown at Everland, which is South Korea's largest theme park, on May of 2001. 30 theaters sounds like a small release to me, but I don't know how... I would assume there's a ton of movie theaters in South Korea, so yeah, that sounds like a small amount. Now, despite the popularity of the group, the movie did not do well. I could have told you that. Many of the theaters at the time did not have the technology for 3D movies, so it was only shown in theaters with such technology. Okay, that kind of explains the limited release. Now, apparently an original soundtrack performed by HOT was released alongside the movie, as well as a photo album containing stills of the film, though these stills have also yet to surface online. This one is interesting to me, not because I'm a K-pop fan. I listen to a ton of it because my wife is a huge K-pop stan. She's big into Stray Kids, Dreamcatcher, and Blackpink. But no, in this day and age, if something like this was done, it wouldn't matter if it was a film made of like untrained boy band actors. It would still, one, it would sell like gangbusters, and two, it would get like a streaming release. It would get a home media release. But I guess back in 2000, they just didn't think it was worth it. I mean, I get it. The whole 3D aspect is limiting. I remember, I think it was in like, what was it, 2000? 1999 maybe? There were similar issues with the kind of film they shot Star Wars The Phantom Menace on, where it was like, yeah, it's not going, a lot of theaters can't play this, or they had to upgrade their material. So it sounds like it was a new thing. K-pop was not nearly as big internationally as it is now, but it does sound like it was still pretty big in Korea, and the tech just wasn't in all the theaters yet to get this movie a wide release, and it might have gotten a slightly better reception, though it sounds like these guys were probably kind of shit at acting, so I'm not surprised it got lost, but I'm sure there's plenty of people who would still love to see it. Alright guys, coming in at number 4, we've got Ang Aswang, a lost Filipino talkie film from 1933. Ang Aswang, which translates to The Ghoul, is a 1933 horror film produced by George Musser. It is the first locally produced film to feature optically recorded sound. It is also regarded as the first partial talkie film and was produced by Manila Talkatone Studios. The film premiered at Lyric Theater on January 1st of 1933, so literally the first film of 1933, and at Tivoli on January 4th. So as to the film, in 1932, Musser imported 50,000 pesos worth of optical sound equipment and turned his house and turned it into a studio. He spent a year shooting the film with Charles Miller as his cinematographer and William Smith as his sound man. The film was only shot on weekends and holidays. Translated as The Vampire for non-Filipino viewers, and that, if you don't know, is because an aswang is a Filipino monster, cryptid, whatever, so other audiences wouldn't really know what it was. Its dialogue, though, was in Spanish and English despite the Filipino title. Starring in the film were Mary Walter and Queen of Horror Pictures, Monang Carvajal, I don't know how to say, Montserrat Garcia, Arturo Swanson, and stage veteran Matias Garcia and Celia Zerez Burgos. I am so sorry, I probably said all of those terribly. And they were who was entrusted with the leading female role. According to some observers, the sound was sometimes out of sync and inaudible. So the research was done by the Aswang Project, and they have said that there are no known prints in existence. A remake of the film was made by the Asian Film Archives. The only known pieces related to the film that we currently have are the print ad and the levitating Aswang said to be in the poster. So, no one really seems to have commented on whether the film was good or not, just that the audio was sometimes a little out of sync, but it sounds like this was a labor of love project by a guy, working on the weekends with people to make this film, which was was an early talkie film. And, I think just for what it is historically, whether the film's good or not, I think it is probably, it's an important piece of film history, and I wish we could find it. A slight correction. Apparently all we have from the film actually is the print ad. The poster of the levitating Aswang is a recreation. So all we have about this is a print ad stating that it is the first Filipino-Spanish all-talking picture, which is still really cool. So for this spicy entry, we actually are talking about a time where something spicy was made less spicy. We're talking about the Playboy Channel religious message, lost footage of television hijack from 1987. So, back before the lovely days of the internet where that sweet, sweet, spicy content was at your fingertips at all times, sometimes you had to pay for a premium membership for things like the Playboy Channel, or you could watch it scrambled sometimes if you were lucky. But, being a 1988 baby myself, who knows? Maybe my parents were snuggled in to watch a film to get them in the mood to make me when what should happen but a religious message appeared on screen. So this hijack occurred during the airing of the film Three Daughters on the Playboy Channel. Now, sometimes during the broadcast, a message was displayed on the screen saying, "Thus saith the Lord thy God, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. Repent, the kingdom of heaven is at hand." These sayings, of course, being from the Bible verses Exodus 28 and Matthew 4:17. Now, Thomas Haney, an employee of the Christian Broadcasting Network, was convicted of satellite piracy in connection with the incident. Haney, who pleaded his incident, was the first person convicted under a new federal law that made satellite hacking a felony following the Captain Midnight incident, which is, of course, a much more well-known piece of, hijacking. Also, I believe that's also a much more well-known piece of lost media, hence why it's not on this channel. Now, according to the investigators, it was the religious content of the transmission and the type of equipment used that drew them to CBN. The jamming signal left behind subtle technical clues that were captured on a VHS recording made at Playboy Channel's uplink at the time of the event, like finding fingerprints in the video. After investigators were confident that they identified the brand of transmitter and character generator from the video, they concluded that CBN was the culprit. Hain, a Virginia Beach, Virginia, was on duty at his job as an uplink engineer at the time of the jamming. CBN maintained that the FCC's case was entirely circumstantial since there were no witnesses and the signal could not be traced to a point of origin. During the investigation, experts on both sides attempted to create the incident with CBN's equipment. According to CBN spokesman Dino McCann, they were unsuccessful. Furthermore, CBN asserted that there was not enough power for Hain to jam Playboy's signal, but during the trial, government witnesses said CBN's station was capable of interfering with satellite transmissions. So after initially being deadlocked, the jury eventually sided with the prosecution and convicted Haney on 2 of 6 counts. Haney was acquitted of similar charges of interfering with the American Ecstasy Channel. A recording of the event was such poor quality that it was unusable. Haney received 3 years of probation, a $1,000 fine, and 150 hours of community service. Now, as to the availability of this broadcast intrusion was the second before the Max Headroom television hijacking pirate incident that happened in 1987. It was mentioned in the books Computer Ethics, Cautionary Tales, and Ethical Dilemmas in Computing by Tom Forrester and Perry Morrison, and Who Owns Information? From Privacy to Public Access by Anne Branscombe. Also, the broadcast intrusion was told in some news and newspaper. However, It did not make a splash after the sensational Max Headroom incident, so no footage of the broadcast intrusion has resurfaced, and given the limited attention the intrusions received, it's unlikely any footage will ever be found. All that is available is one image of the hijacking on Dr. Marcus Michael's website, and it is alleged that this is a photo of the message. I mean, this one's interesting. I just kind of find it a little funny. It's like, I'm not really sure why they thought that these people have paid for a porn channel, and they're watching it, they're sitting down, they're probably, let's be honest, either they're by themselves wanking it, or they're with their lover, they're watching an erotic movie, they're about to do it, and they seem like, I don't care if this religion, if I'm either about to do the deed or in the middle of the deed, like, yeah, my wife and I watch adult content from time to time together. If this message showed up, I would not stop, all right? It would not stop me from finishing the deed. I understand that now that we're married, the Christians don't care what we do, but even, when we were just dating, not even engaged, I would not stop. I would finish. Like, this just seems like kind of a stupid thing to do, but, I mean, religious people aren't always known to make the smartest decisions. Still, I'm not really sure what the end game was. I mean, I know what the end game was, I just don't know why they thought it would be effective. Like, I'll be honest, if I'm on the hub and I'm working it to a video, and all of a sudden an ad pops up that goes, "Have you thought about Jesus lately?" I'll be like, "No, I haven't," and I'm gonna move on. Like, it's not gonna make me rethink my life. But you know what? The 80s were a different time. Who knows? You might have just been the right level of horny plus cocaine buzz to convert back to Jesus. Our first entry today is IQ Limited, partially found canceled Chinese localizations of Nintendo games from the 2000s. IQ Limited is a Chinese video game localization and console manufacturing company located in Suzhou. It was founded as a joint venture between Taiwanese-American scientist Wei Yin and Nintendo that was created in an effort to skirt the Chinese government's ban on video games. The company manufactured and distributed official Nintendo products in mainland China until 2018. This halt in distribution was due to Nintendo wanting to expand into partnerships with other third-party companies like Nvidia and Tencent for distribution in mainland China. During their tenure, they released versions of the Nintendo 64, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, and Nintendo 3DS, and intended to also release versions of the GameCube and Wii. Due to the brand's general lack of success, the increasing PC and mobile gaming market, rampant video game piracy, and to a lesser extent interference from the Chinese government, many of the company's localizations have never been released. While some of these cancelled ones have been found, like Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, several are still missing. Currently lost localization titles include Donkey Kong Country, Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, two of my absolute favorite Nintendo games, Golden Sun and Golden Sun The Lost Age, and games such as Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. This one is interesting to me just because it kind of shows you the somewhat antagonistic relationships certain Asian countries have between each other. I mean, Japan did a lot of not so great stuff back in the day, did a lot of evils, and some of the countries that were most affected by that, while the US, where I'm from, we've kind of given them the, it's okay, everybody makes mistakes, and have gone on to be very, very, like, chummy with them. Some of the countries that were more directly affected by their wartime endeavors still kind of hold a grudge, and China doesn't always love working with Japanese companies, and this was kind of one of their ways to skirt around that and get some of their products into mainland China, so I just find this one interesting. Alright guys, coming in at number 2, we have a fan-suggested entry. This entry was suggested by longtime commenter on the channel, Blue Baron 6858, and they have suggested the 4Kids dub of Go-Go Ricky. A partially lost 4Kids English dub of Smeshariki, Russian animated TV series from 2008. Go-Go Riki is the first English adaptation of the hit Russian animated series Smeshariki. The series focuses on 9 cute animal creatures: hyperactive adventurer Pogo Riki, a rabbit, his best friend, level-headed collector Chico Riki, a hedgehog, beautiful fashionista Rosa Riki, a pig, nerdy mechanic Otto Riki, a penguin, cute and handsome farmer Bobo Riki, a bear, sweet coot Olga Riki, an owl, brainy scientist Doko Riki, a moose, and a somewhat nervous poet named Wallariki, a ram, and an elderly artist, Bigoriki, a crow, who live on an island isolated from the rest of the world. There are no villains in the series, as conflicts arrive from the many whimsical situations the characters face. 92 episodes were broadcast in the USA out of the 215 that were produced in Russia. So a little bit of history. Gogoriki was one of the last few English dubs that 4Kids Entertainment did before filing for bankruptcy in 2012. When the show was discontinued on CW 4Kids block after its second season in 2009, 4Kids never issued any DVDs of the show despite the cult following the show had during its run. Now, during 4Kids' downward financial spiral since the dub's cancellation, Gogoriki's rights reverted back to the Russian production company, the Riki Group, who decided to do a new English dub, now with a new name, Kikoriki, which is being used to this very day, which launched on YouTube on March 31st of 2010. Now, recently, the Riki Group, through a new distributor, Fun Union, has decided to dub the new CG animated series Kikoriki in English. 2 spin-offs, Pin Code and Baby Riki, have also been dubbed in English. Fun Union has been posting episodes of their dub, both the original 2D series and the new CGI series on YouTube. It is currently unknown if the Riki Group or Fun Union will release the 4Kids dub, or if they even have the episodes. Now, despite the fact that no home media release of the original dub was ever issued, you might be surprised to know that most of the episodes are available. Currently, episodes 64 through 68 are still lost, as well as episodes 78 through 85, as well as 87 through 89, and episode 86 is partially found. We always hear about lost English dubs of Japanese shows. It's the first time I've heard of one that was of a Russian cartoon, so thank you so much, Blue Baron, for this suggestion. I think these will eventually be found. It's just a matter of someone being able to come forward and go, hey, I taped these back in the day, and here they are. So I definitely think these ones will be found eventually. Alright guys, coming in at number 3, we have the Plus E, Lost Contents for Japanese Multi-Entertainment Device from 2001 to 2005. So Plus E was a touchscreen entertainment device developed by Japanese parking system developer JCM Inc. and it was installed at tables mainly in casual restaurants and izakaya pubs. Customers could inexpensively play video games, read fortunes, and watch cartoons and music videos on this device. The device was originally announced by JCM on January 22nd of 2001. There were a bunch of companies involved with it. A bunch of companies said that they would be creating content, and it was originally installed on a trial basis at the Sekime location of Gusto, a restaurant chain operated by Skylark, who was one of the companies that JCM partnered with. JCM announced that it would have the devices installed in 30 stores in March, followed by a full-scale installation in the company's stores in July. After a trial installation at 30 Gusto stores through July of the same year, Skylark concluded that each device generated an average of 700 to 800 yen in sales and increased customer traffic. And by April of 2002, Skylark had begun full-scale installation of the devices in all Gusto stores. In April of 2002, 15,000 units were installed in about 1,000 restaurants, and in May and June of the same year, the companies began offering music videos for 100 yen per song. For you Americans, that's about $1. A Series A soccer and Series A soccer matches for a fee in conjunction with the 2002 FIFA World Cup. On April of 2003, JCM collaborated with the systems company Wildcard to offer Disney on Plus E a divination and video game content using Disney characters, and video games were distributed by Bandai companies in May of the same year and by Namco in August of the same year. And in 2004, in April, Epoch distributed a game themed on the Sylvanian families. All of this grew JCM's annual sales to 9.242 billion yen after the introduction. However, JCM was saddled with debts of approximately 25.3 billion yen due to the accumulation of financial burden from having to bear all the cost of equipment, including Plus E from installation to operation and maintenance. So they were even though they were partnered with a bunch of companies, all of the operating costs and production costs fell on them. While a few devices were still installed after the civil rehabilitation proceedings, all the devices were removed from restaurants as of September 2005. With the removal of the devices, the content has been lost forever as it is no longer available. If you are interested in learning about some of the titles that were lost, please check out the article on the Lost Media Wiki. There are far too many for me to list in this video, but there are a bunch, and it's kind of interesting that, this thing was everywhere, and then just, like a lot of times, companies hit financial difficulties and it all goes away. But yeah, it sounds like they had quite a bit of content to offer with these devices, and but they're gone now. At number 4, we have Aardman Animations, partially found stop-motion commercials from British animation studio from the 1980s to the 2010s. Now, if Aardman Animations sounds familiar to you, it's probably because you know them from things like Wallace and Gromit, Shaun the Sheep, and Chicken Run. But they also have been making advertisements ever since their Enterprise Computers ad back in 1984, spanning many well-known brands such as Dairy Lea, Lego, Chewits, Chevron, Walkers, and so on. But there is even more of their advert work that remains lost online. While many have been found over the years, there are still several lost, such as a Kimberly-Clark ad, which involved a boardroom of executives contributing their ideas for cleaning products in a similar vox pop to Aardman's other work, and this was one of their first advertisements. They also made a Honey Bunches of Oats ad that ran from 1993 to 1995 that is lost. There's an ad for Little Caesars, an ad for American Express Travel. There's an ad for Pedigree Dog Food, which is actually the company my dad used to work for. The list goes on, and for a full list, please check out the Lost Media Wiki. Again, Aardman is a great animation company. Recently, just this year, they came out with Chicken Run 2, which was fantastic, but they've got a lot of work out there that is lost. So, that's always kind of cool. If you got some old VHS tapes from maybe the 90s, 80s to 2010, just lying around, maybe see if you can find some of these guys. So at number 5, today's spicy piece is Gore, a lost unreleased Gore Vidal biopic from 2017. This piece is one of several pieces of film that became lost because they starred Kevin Spacey. Now, you probably already have heard about the much more well-known piece of Lost Media, which was Kevin Spacey's scenes from All the Money in the World, the J.R. Getty biopic that they refilmed his scenes after the 2017 sexual misconduct allegations that came against Kevin Spacey. But earlier in 2017, Kevin Spacey starred in Netflix's upcoming film entitled Gore. The film was essentially a biopic on the life of the American writer, screenwriter, and public intellectual Gore Vidal, the writer of what is recognized as the first major novel about a transgender woman in 1968's Myra Breckinridge. It would be the first feature film about their life, and many documentaries had been made about them years prior. It would take set in Italy and would be filmed in Vidal's villa in Ravallo, Italy. The film was directed by Michael Hoffman and was produced by Andy Patterson and Netflix. Months later, in light of the allegations, the film was announced to be canceled. So if you didn't hear about these allegations, on October 29th, 2017, 3 weeks after the production of Gore had wrapped up, and in light of the #MeToo movement happening during the time, actor Anthony Rapp had approached BuzzFeed News in June of that year, revealing revelations about Kevin Spacey and how Spacey made unwanted and non-consensual sexual advancements and actions towards them when Rapp was 14 years old. And Spacey, on the other hand, was 26. With Rapp coming forward on their indecent experience with Spacey, this caused a butterfly effect that week in which several more men came forward about Spacey's harassment behavior, harassment, behavior, and inappropriate actions toward them, with some disclosing that they were minors when Spacey harassed them. With more and more allegations and revelations coming to light, on Friday that week, which was November 3rd, 2017, a spokesperson from Netflix announced that they will be cutting off relationship ties with the actor, thus also announcing the cancellation of the release of the project Spacey was involved with, which included the popular Netflix series House of Cards, as well as Gore. While that alone would be enough of an explanation for why this project never saw the light of day, there's also some upsettingly coincidental, off-putting similarities between the actor playing Vidal and some actual events of Vidal himself's life. So while the allegations against Spacey were definitely a reason why Gore would be unreleased, some articles suggest that this might have just been a factor too, as Gore Vidal, the person whom the film was about, was also involved and have done various inappropriate acts towards minors.
These are my only friends. Grown-up nerds like Gore Vidal, and even he's kissed more boys than I ever will.
Girls, Lisa. Boys kiss girls.
It was also allegedly apparent that Vidal was into younger men, given that Spacey was given the role to portray Vidal in the now unreleased film. It is off-putting and weirdly uncomfortable to see the similarities in evoking one another's actions. In a 2018 article by BuzzFeed News, they managed to obtain a script on Gore. In the article, it revealed a couple of instances in Gore's script where the film portrayed Vidal's alleged perverted acts with a young fan. In the script, Vidal's neighbor, Anthony, stumbled upon a letter from a young fan and aspiring writer named Jamie. Anthony later wrote a falsified letter that invited Jamie and his girlfriend to visit Vidal's house and convinced Vidal to let them in his house. The script was suggested to emphasize how attractive Jamie was and tried to begin to seduce Jamie. In another scene where Vidal invited Jamie to Rome, Vidal encountered Rudolph, Vidal's acquaintance, who would also encounter Marcella and Petra, both of which are hired exhibitionists by Rudolph, who started to dance in front of Jamie and Vidal. Later in the scene, it was revealed that both Marcella and Petra were male, as Rudolph stripped both of them, revealing their genitals. The scene would later go on as Vidal suggested Jamie was hard, which he had. The filmmakers of the film had stated no intentions behind Spacey's casting, and their main reason was Spacey's performance in House of Cards, and since the film was made before more allegations to Spacey came to light, it is unfortunate how unironic the similarities between Spacey's performance as Vidal and Vidal himself is. But as it stands, no available footage of the film exists. There are a few photos available, but Netflix reportedly lost $39 million on canceling this film, and since it had been in limbo with no company distributing the film as of yet, it will be very unlikely to be released for years to come. Many actors of the film had stated interest on releasing the film, however, not to support Spacey's actions, but to see how the film was meant to be seen. And I, for one, disagree entirely on that point. I don't think this film should be released, and it's not about censorship, it's about the fact that in many ways, you cannot separate the actor from their art. Before it came to light what a creep Spacey was, I loved the film and loved the soundtrack from Beyond the Sea, which was the biopic Spacey made on Bobby Darin, and he sang all the great Bobby Darin songs. Artificial Flowers, Mac the Knife, Somewhere Beyond the Sea, Splish Splash, the I Was Taking a Bath song, and I love the movie. I had the soundtrack. I haven't listened to it in years because of that. It ruined it for me. I can no longer enjoy that soundtrack because the voice I'm hearing is the voice of someone who abused minors, and I just cannot. Even though I've already paid for the soundtrack, no more money is going into Spacey's pocket, I just can't do it. It ruined it. And I just don't, I don't think, just like they replaced him in the scenes for the Getty biopic, they would have to remake this entire movie again without him for me to be okay with them releasing it. Because, again, he's a creep, and we should not support that. A phenomenally talented actor, for sure, but that does not in any way excuse his actions. So in my opinion, this one needs to stay lost. At number 1, we have actor Actimates, partially found animatronic voiceovers for VHS, TV, and PC content circa 1997 to 2000. In 1997, Microsoft introduced a series of licensed interactive dolls known as Actimates. These dolls were able to interact with many episodes of their respective television series from 1997 to 2000. This includes both old and new episodes, or on special Actimates compatible VHS tapes and special CD-ROM games using a special TV pack and PC pack. In all, 7 characters were released: Barney, Arthur, his sister DW, and the Teletubbies. Now, most of the Barney and Arthur VHS releases from before the shows became Actimates compatible were also made Actimates compatible around this time, with a few exceptions. The dolls could also interact with taped recordings of the television programs recorded onto blank VHS. Barney was the first to be introduced in 1997, which became a success during that holiday season. This was followed by Arthur and DW in 1998, and then the Teletubbies came out in 1999. The Teletubbies were the only Actimates characters that didn't interact with the PC. Also, the Teletubbies required a special radio cartridge to interact with the TV. The dolls were educational tools and gave positive affirmations for correct answers from the user. The dolls were discontinued in 2000, and Microsoft lost the patent rights to the characters not too long afterward. However, despite the dolls and technology being discontinued in 2000, new Teletubbies episodes were Actimates compatible until 2001. The Actimates characters still interacted with reruns of their respective shows from the Actimates compatible years during that time for a few more years, and Arthur and DW could still interact with Arthur VHS releases from 2000 to 2005 that feature episodes from seasons 1 through 4 of the show. This includes some releases by Reader's Digest. Actimates Barney could also interact with airings of seasons 4 through 6 and Barney and Friends on PBS Kids Sprout. Now, as to what exactly is lost, while most Actimates compatible VHS releases have been uploaded to YouTube and the Internet Archive with voiceover audio from the respective characters, while not very many TV episodes have surfaced with any voiceover audio. Some recordings of episodes of Barney and Friends, Arthur and Teletubbies have surfaced on the internet with barcode on the left side of the video frame. Still, they do not contain the voiceover audio from any of the characters. So, based on whether we have the episodes with the barcode or with the audio or whatever, the Lost Media Wiki has, lost, partially found, partially lost, and found accordingly. There's a huge list of content. I do not have time to list it all here, but if you're interested, head on over to the Actimates page on the Lost Media Wiki, and you can peruse what is found, what is missing, what we have a little bit of, what's mostly gone. It's pretty interesting. The thing that stood out for me on this one, this is a personal thing, I didn't know this was real. I had listened to a creepypasta about, basically, long story short, spoilers, this guy buys the Barney on the Barney Actimates online for his kid and does all this stuff for the kid to be able to, interact with it based on the old episodes, and as it turns out, he got it so cheap because it was sold to him by a child kidnapping ring who would put a two-way radio in the Barney to kidnap his kid. So I didn't know that was an actual toy. I thought that was just the basis of a creepypasta story. So it was kind of interesting to see that it is real and just how much media of it is lost. And yeah, I would have been in middle school when these things came out, but I somehow just missed, even though I had an elementary school aged sister, really young at the time, I totally missed that these were a thing. At number 2, we have BTV's Tobaku Mokoshiroku Kaiji, partially found sound comic adaptation of Nobuyuki Fukumoto manga 2011 to 2013. I think I might actually have pronounced all of that correctly. I don't know. Come at me in the comments. So, BTV's Tobaku Mokoshiroku Kaiji was a sound comic adaptation of the Japanese manga series of the same name by Nobuyuki Fukumoto. It was released on BTV, now DTV, mobile phone exclusive video distribution service starting November 1st of 2011 and ran weekly for 54 episodes until distribution ended around 2013. While no video or audio clips of the sound comic ever surfaced since its initial release, some of the information on it can be found through news articles, the scarce Wayback Machine archives of its BTV page, and a fan's detailed blog post on the adaptation. As sound comic implies, the adaptation took pages from the original manga and added various fade and motion effects and voice acting to the panels, not unlike the motion comic adaptation of Chapter 1 of Grappler Baki. Masato Hagawara and Fumihiko Tachiki, I know I got those wrong, voice actors for the main character Kaiji and the narrator in the considerably more well-known anime adaptation of the manga reprised their roles for the sound comic. The adaptation's theme song was Pistol by Acid Black Cherry. A total of 54 episodes were produced, each one covering a single chapter of the manga, exact length unknown, which were posted on BTV every Tuesday at 5 a.m. Altogether, the adaptation covered the entire Espor arc of the manga, and it is unknown if there were plans to produce more episodes covering the rest of the source material before distribution was ceased. But the sound comic was never released on home video or TV and was only available on a mobile phone/smartphone video service, making it unlikely that any of the episodes were recorded or downloaded from the service in good quality, if at all. So the blog post previously mentioned had included YouTube links to a trailer and the first episode of the sound comic, but both of those videos have since been removed. The adaptation as a whole has been unavailable for viewing for over 5 years now, and with no plans for redistribution or production of more episodes on the horizon, it's looking like this one might stay lost. However, in April of 2023, archive user Tablebox129740 did retrieve and upload the first episode of the sound comic on the Internet Archive. This episode is the only remnant of the sound comic available, and any episodes of the sound comic are highly unlikely to be retrieved or found as years go by. Now, unbeknownst to most people, however, the Internet Archive user Media Monster had uploaded that episode months prior to the Internet Archive as well. In addition, the episode can be viewable and downloaded on Mega. I've always thought sound comics were a little interesting because it's like, well, we didn't want to make a full cartoon, but we wanted to adapt this comic. I've seen it done. I've seen more like motion comics, more so than sound comics. There was a X-Men story arc that did it. I think Watchmen did it. And in a lot of ways, it's more like a comic just being put into an AI animation program, and so that the characters kind of move and talk. But I did have a lot of, when I was a kid, there were these books that were like children's books, and they came with cassette tapes that you would put, and it would kind of read the book and do sound effects as you like read along with it. And because I couldn't read at the time, I just kind of memorized to the point where when you needed to turn the page, there'd be ding, and I would be able to recite the book cover to cover, including the dings, not being able to read, which was kind of funny. And this kind of reminds me of that. But yeah, there's a lot of lost media out there from things that were on mobile services, or like the Sega Channel even, or there's a lot out there that once the service ends or decides to get rid of the thing, we just don't have a way to get it anymore, and that's kind of sad. Coming in at number 3, we have Ring Suzune, Lost Unreleased Vocaloid Voice Bank from 2011 to 2012. So you probably know of Hatsune Miku, who is the most famous of the Vocaloid voice banks, but Ring Suzune is a Japanese language voice bank that was announced for the Vocaloid 3 singing synthesis software, say that 3 times fast, during its pre-release promotions. She was developed by the group Vocaloid Next. The release date of December 12, 2011 was initially confirmed, but Ring ended up not being released on that date. A male counterpart named Hibiki Louis was also planned, although it is unlikely that development on Louis had ever even begun. So as to a little bit about this voice bank's development, in 2011, the Everyone's Vocaloid Project contest was held, where people send in potential designs for both Ring and Louis. Design submissions from both Asia and overseas were allowed in the contest. In May of 2011, the winning design for Hibiki Louis and Ring Suzune had been decided upon and were later announced at Vocaloid Festa 02. It was also announced that Mika from the band Daisy X Daisy would be the voice provider for Ring. Ring had been set to be released in the winter of 2011 and was confirmed as a Vocaloid 3 voice bank, meaning that she would release no earlier than September. One demo song for Ring's voice bank was uploaded both to YouTube and the Japanese video sharing site Nico Nico Doga, and it was later confirmed that Ring would be released on the 12th of December that year. However, Ring never ended up releasing on that date. At Voca Fair in 2011, Suzuki Ryuji, the only known employee of Voca Next, talked about Ring and a rhythm game she was to star in, nicknamed VFS. Footage of the game was shown. The game used the Vocaloid 3 engine to render Ring's voice live during gameplay. Now, in 2012, Vocanext picked up Ring's voice bank to continue development and improve upon it. They also brought Liu into it, stating that they planned to make him a Vocaloid as well. Auditions for Liu's voice provider were supposed to take place in 2012, but there have been claims that the auditions had never actually happened. Now, in February of 2012, a beta trial version of Ring Suzune's voice bank was offered to the participants of Vocaloid Network, a small-scale fan event that took place on March 11, 2012. Only 18 fan groups showed up to the event. The voice bank was supposed to be sent to anyone who was interested, although this never ended up happening, and the trial voice bank only lasted a month. In 2013, Vocanex's website became inaccessible, leaving the status of Ring's development at a standstill and the possibility of a proper release unknown, although very unlikely. In late September of 2014, a message was sent to PowerFX asking if they could resume the Ring and Louis project. PowerFX replied saying that they have already attempted to resume the project, but when they contacted Yamaha, they were told that a release was not possible, although a reason as to why was not stated. Later in 2015, an email was sent to Yamaha who stated that the Ring could not be released because of many obstacles. Other companies have not yet been asked about or have revealed their curiosity in public. PowerFX in an email in 2018 confirmed that a new team has taken over PowerFX. In that same email, they said because of the change of management, they will be discontinuing all development of all PowerFX Vocaloids. This confirms that Ring Suzune is forever abandoned. Now, as previously stated, there were people given the official demo at the fan event, and some of these people did use that in the month they had it to make songs using Ring's official demo. If you'd like to head over to the Lost Media wiki page for Ring Suzune, there is a list of links that can be found for these songs. Now, there are also several mixes on YouTube with a synthetic voice that is said to be Louise, but this is very likely to be fake. As stated before, it's pretty sure that his Vocaloid voice box, whatever, was never worked on. This one is interesting to me because of just how much went into this before it was abandoned, how they kind of never really stated why it was abandoned, especially when so much of this went into this was due to fan involvement. So it just seems weird that this project got canceled when there is a lot of interest in Vocaloids, and who knows, this Ring Suzune could have been the next Hatsune Miku, but we'll never know. At number 4, we have Donkey Does F1, partially found photos of Shrek character inflatable at Formula 1 races in 2004. During Jaguar Racing's final season of Formula 1 in 2004, one of its mechanics took an inflatable Shrek character, Donkey, won as part of a contest held by Rabina to F1 events. From the Belgian Grand Prix to the season finale at the Brazilian Grand Prix, the inflatable would be present in the F1 paddock, with numerous photos being taken of it. So Jaguar Racing was a Formula 1 team owned by Ford that competed in Formula 1 from the 2000 to 2004 seasons. After generally underachieving in the sport, Ford considerably lowered the team's budget for its final season before the team was sold and became Red Bull Racing from 2005 onwards. In an attempt to gain positive PR, Jaguar would engage in a variety of stunts throughout the season, including promoting the film Ocean's 12 at the Monaco Grand Prix by inserting two $30,000 diamonds on the nose cones of each car driven by Mark Webber and Christian Klein. After Klein crashed out on the opening lap, the diamond of his car went missing and was never recovered. Oof, that is a costly promo stunt. Later that season, a team member entered a competition held by Rabina, which was giving away thousands of prizes related to the upcoming animated film Shrek 2. They were victorious, with their reward being an inflatable of the character Donkey. In an attempt to boost morale and distract themselves from the very possibility that they would be made redundant following the season's conclusion, a mechanic according to Tim Mallion, stole the inflatable, with it traveling from the team's headquarters in Milton Keynes to Spa-Francorchamps. I know I didn't say that right. Initially, the inflatable was to have been exclusively present at the Belgian Grand Prix for a single photo shoot. However, it became a symbol of the resistance for the team, who were increasingly disillusioned with the running of the team, which reached to a boiling point when Ford announced on the 17th of September that it would put Jaguar up for sale, potentially risking over 300 jobs. while Jaguar's PR team banned the inflatable from appearing at any subsequent races for fear it would damage the team's reputation, Donkey would travel to the remaining races for more photo shoots. This includes photos of it being within the cockpits of each constructor's car, as well as lighthearted and occasionally risque interactions with other team members. At the season finale at Brazil, it was announced the inflatable would be auctioned off to help benefit children in need. Therefore, its owners requested that the majority of drivers plus Formula One CEO Bernie Ecclestone sign the inflatable, which they all agreed to. The only driver that did not was Michael Schumacher, because for unknown reasons he was not invited to. Nevertheless, the 2004 champion and Ferrari driver would be involved in a humorous moment during the end of the season photo session, where upon noticing teammate Rubens Barrichello had placed Donkey on his seat, proceeded to sit on Barrichello's lap, much to Barrichello's and other drivers' amusement. After being sold for children in need, Donkey would again be put up for sale in December 2005. The whereabouts of the inflatable as of the present day remains unknown. So what exactly is lost? Well, the majority of photos would be available on the official Donkey Does F1 website, although at least one depicting the inflatable with two Jordan mechanics was removed for being too risque. The site would later be taken down, and although archived by the Wayback Machine, most of the links to the photos present on the site cannot be accessed. Additionally, a CD containing all the photos exists, but its whereabouts are unknown. Honestly, this one's just interesting to me because while I have no interest in Formula One racing, this kind of thing that kind of, galvanized a team that was on its last legs, and, it was just a simple inflatable Shrek character that really got this out, boosted morale, as opposed to their weird stunt with $300,000 diamonds, one of which went missing, but I don't know, this one just puts a smile on my face, and I hope someday that, one, they figured out where this inflatable went, and two, that they find that CD with all the photos. Our number 5 and spicy piece of media today is Le Coucher de la Marée, partially found French pornographic short film from 1896. That's some vintage smut right there. Le Coucher de la Marée, Bedtime for the Bride, is a silent film supposedly shot in 1896. It is believed to be the first pornographic film ever made. All that remains of the 7-minute film is the first minute and 30 seconds, which the Wikipedia article, as of August 8, 2014, states, includes merely foreplay. The film was directed by the mysterious early filmmaker Albert Kirchner under the pseudonym Liar, and made for the photographer Eugene Pirot. It consisted of actress and cabaret performer Louise Willy undressing while an unknown actor sits in the room with her. According to an archived article from the English newspaper The Observer, the first minutes were found in a vault in the Centre National de la Cinématographie near Paris in about 1996. Now, despite being known as the first pornographic movie, few references to this film can be found, and the Internet Movie Database lists several movies with the same title from about the same time. It is likely these are foreign release dates for the same film. Ironically, Albert Kirchner, in collaboration with film historian Michel Kosiak, produced the 12-scene Passion du Christ, The Passion of Christ, in 1897, which also appears to be lost. This makes Kirchner not only the first pornographer, but also the first director to depict Jesus in a film. Something tells me this guy would love the Hamlet 2 scene with the song Rock Me Sexy Jesus. To me, this one's interesting because I just can't wrap my brain around whether or not I believe that it makes sense that the first pornographic film ever has been lost, or if I'm shocked that it was lost. I mean, between purity laws, censorship, and all that, it kind of makes sense that this one would go missing, but at the same time, it feels like somebody or a group of people or multiple individuals would have saved this for posterity. Whatever you feel about adult films and video content, it is a huge part. Pornography is a huge part of society, a huge part of culture. It has shaped a lot of things. There's been social norms that have changed. There have been laws that have come into place both to censor and to protect freedom of speech based on this kind of content. So it's interesting to me that the majority of what was only a 7-minute film is gone. It does, again, I've used this term before, but historically significant pornography is a weird term to use, but I think it applies here. Also, the fact that he was also, the Kirchner was also the first person to depict Jesus on film is just also giving me vibes of that lost gay Jesus pornographic film. It's just interesting, you know, early cinema was a weird business to be in. All right, and I hope someday we find this in a private collection, just so that we know we have it in its entirety. Our first piece today was suggested several times by Shamex2 and is Catalina La Katrina, Lost Animated TV Special from 2018. In 2018, Canal 5, a well-known free-to-air television network located in Mexico, introduced La Male a Catalina La Katrina to commemorate the Day of the Dead with younger audiences. In the initial iteration of the character, people could talk to her on a YouTube live stream and help her put together her ofrenda, an arrangement of offerings to the deceased that is always given the 1st and 2nd of November. This would be done again in 2020, and while the 2020 stream is available, the original 2018 one is lost. And that's really all I could find on this. There doesn't seem to be that much about it, but if you know anything about it, please mention so in the comments. Thank you, Shamex2, for your suggestion. This does seem to be a very much a lesser known piece of lost media. Up next, we have a piece suggested by Simon the Remix Guy, who also is a very frequent commenter on the series, and Simon the Remix Guy has suggested Audrey and Friends, a partially found milkshake animated series from 2002. Now, Audrey and Friends is a British animated TV series created and directed by David Bennett that ran on Channel 5's both Milkshake and Shake blocks from August 3rd to December 27th of 2002. The series' last airing was on December 29th of 2002, and the series revolves around a teenage girl named Audrey with her pet dog named Roundball and her friends Mina and Constance, Stan for short, living in a world of the internet, texting, and medieval love potions. The show was animated, produced, and distributed by Impossible Television. Bennett pitched the show to Channel 5 with a pilot that ended up airing on December 26th of 2000 on the channel's Milkshake block as a Christmas special. The network then picked it up as a series that lasted for 26 episodes. The show was animated in a mixture of 2D and CGI animation similar to the distributor's other series that aired on the block at the time. After the initial episodes airs, the show ended up getting cancelled with no home media release ever made for it. According to one of the writers of the show, Adam Peters, the show didn't have good ratings in the UK due to the cheap animation and character design that traumatized people. I mean, yeah, looking at the animation, it's crap. I think traumatizing is probably too strong a word. It's not nearly as bad as Angela Anaconda. Also, the fact that the show was made with an extremely low budget. However, the show did have a minor cult following in New Zealand, where the show aired on Prime for several years. As of right now, other than some stills, the pilot, and a partially found VHS copy of the final episode, none of these show's episodes are available to be watched online or elsewhere, which is fantastic for all the people that the show traumatized, but not so great for people living in New Zealand. Anyway, thank you, Simon the Remix Guy, for your suggestion. Up next, we have a suggestion from Manbot8350, which is Don't Worry Kyoko, a lost They Might Be Giants pre-band cover of the Yoko Ono song from the 1970s. They Might Be Giants is an alternative rock band which was formed by John Linnell and John Flansburgh in 1982. The two officially met in high school prior to the official formation of the band while working on the school paper. Over the years, the band gained a cult following and worldwide recognition. The band was still active as of 2021. Now, as to the lost song, around the mid to late 1970s, during the time John Linnell and John Flansburgh were in high school, they had recorded themselves singing a cover of Yoko Ono's Don't Worry Kyoko, Mummy's Only Looking for a Hand in the Snow, Flansburgh's Reel to Reel. It is unknown which year they recorded the cover, but the ages of the two range from 15 to 17. On tmbg.com's FAQ page, it states, "What was the name of the first song you ever recorded? We're not sure. It might have been a version of Yoko Ono's song Don't Worry Kyoko, Mummy's Only Looking for a Hand in the Snow, that we recorded on Flansburgh's Reel to Reel when we were around 15. We sang with faux Rod Serling voices." The two had sung while trying to sound similar to Rod Serling, the narrator of the famous 1950s Twilight Zone TV series. The tape is regarded as one of the first recordings done by the duo before They Might Be Giants had been formed as a band. Now, as to the location of this recording, in 1996, Flansburgh was interviewed by Ice Newsletter. I found a tape of John and I performing a Yoko Ono song when we were 17 years old. It's pretty amazing in a weird way, but I don't think we're ready to go public with that. As of this current year, it's unknown whether or not he still has the tape in question. In 2020, on Tumblr, Flansburgh said, "It's hard to say if the tape has ever made it through the years. It has not been stored in a completely temperature-controlled environment, and although reel-to-reel tape is often remarkably resilient, surviving 40, 50, 60 years essentially at 100%, some media is not as well made as other, and when I was a kid, I could only afford the cheap stuff." Now, if for some reason you've heard of They Might Be Giants but can't place one of their songs, you probably know their song Istanbul. The band is immensely talented, and it would be fun to see this very first recording they ever did, especially because it sounds like kind of a trippy little piece. But as of today, we don't know where it is or if they even still have it. Hopefully Flansburgh finds it one day, it is in playable condition, and they release it to all their fans. Thank you, Manbot8350, for your suggestion. Up next, we have a suggestion from a name you might also recognize from previous videos. Bouncing Blue Soul 15270 has suggested Only Fools and Horses. Hole in One, lost Leonard Pierce version of British sitcom episode from 1984. Only Fools and Horses is a British sitcom created and written by John Sullivan, featuring David Jason as Derek Delboy Trotter, Nicholas Lyndhurst as his younger brother Rodney, and Leonard Pierce as their granddad. Pierce died in 1984, and his character was replaced by Uncle Albert, played by Buster Merryfield. It was voted Britain's best sitcom in a 2004 BBC poll. Now, Pierce was 66 when he started acting on Only Fools and Horses, and was diagnosed with critical hypertension. He played Grandad from the first series to the third, and production for the fourth series started in 1984. The first episode to be shot was called Hole in One. Pierce had already shot some of the scenes when on December 12th he suffered a heart attack. He was hospitalized and recovered a little. During this time, he was visited by director John Sullivan, which assured him that he would reprise his role as Grandad once he got out. Unfortunately, 3 days later, December 15th of 1984, he suffered a second heart attack and passed away. Sullivan, Jason, and Lyndhurst were reportedly devastated by the news. Sullivan then wrote 2 new episodes, Happy Returns and Strained Relations, in which Grandad passed away and his character was replaced by Uncle Albert. Hole in One was eventually recycled as the third episode of the series, and as such aired on March 7th of 1985. All scenes shot by Pierce were reshot with Merryfield's character instead. The original footage has never been transmitted and is not commercially available. Curiously, the character replacement created some plot holes which are not adequately explained in the episode. Honestly, the thing I find most interesting about this piece is that instead of just scrapping the episode altogether, they reshot some scenes that apparently made some plot holes, which seems pretty sloppy given that this was rated to be Britain's best sitcom. I'd kind of expect more from something that was that well beloved. You'd think they'd be a little bit more professional than that, but I guess waste not, want not, they had already filmed most of an episode. But either way, thank you so much, Bouncing Blue Soul 15270, for your suggestion. Alright guys, our spicy piece today was recommended by Butterlicious X Muffin and is Friend Me, a partially found, unaired CBS comedy series from between 2012 to 2013. Now, when Butterlicious X Muffin contacted me about this, they said that it was so obscure that it didn't even have an article on the Lost Media Wiki. Well, Butterlicious X Muffin, I'm happy to tell you that it now does, and that some of this has been found, but let's get into that. There is a trigger warning for this one because it does contain references to self-unaliving. In 2012, CBS ordered the pilot episode of Friend Me, a comedy series focusing on two 20-somethings working at the e-commerce marketplace Groupon. The show was created by Alan Kirshenbaum and AJ Segal. Originally planned to premiere during CBS's mid-season of 2012 to 2013, it was announced that the show was canceled due to the self-deletion of Kirshenbaum, and the pilot episode and any other produced episodes were not aired. Friend Me was planned to be about two best friends, Evan and Rob, moving from Bloomington, Indiana to Los Angeles, California to work for Groupon. The show was to star Christopher Mintz-Plasse as Evan and Nicholas Braun as Rob, with Amanda Lund playing the neighbor Amanda Baxter. Parvis Chena, Dan Adut, and Steve Talley were also announced as cast members. Despite speculation, in a statement to Forbes, Groupon announced that they had no involvement with the show. In May of 2012, it was announced that the show was picked up as a series for CBS's 2012-2013 mid-season lineup. Now, as to the availability, after it was announced the show was canceled, the series was not shown on CBS to burn off the remaining episodes. Because of this, neither the pilot nor any of the unspecified amount of episodes that were produced for the show were shown on TV. However, on December 27th of 2022, the pilot episode was uploaded onto the Internet Archive along with hundreds of other TV pilots that were taken from a terminated YouTube channel, TV Tunnel. Unfortunately, the pilot has since been removed from the Internet Archive, but it has since been posted elsewhere on the internet. There is a link to the pilot on the Lost Media Wiki article. I will include that in the video description. It is very unfortunate the circumstances surrounding why this piece became lost, because one, not only does that mean there was a unnecessary loss of human life, but also this series seemed like it could have been something pretty fun. I haven't watched the pilot yet, but just given who is in it and the general premise, I would have been excited to see this show. However, I guess the pilot will just have to do. Thank you, Butterlicious X Muffin, for your suggestion. At number 1, we have A Kid's Life, Lost touring children's musical from 2004 to 2010. Now, A Kid's Life was a touring children's musical that premiered sometime in 2004 and toured throughout the United States. Despite the show being performed for a handful of years, the show never saw a home video release, and very little of footage of the show is still available today. According to Playbill, the show's plot follows Zach, an adorable 5-year-old boy, and his golden retriever and best friend, Starsky. Together they embark on a fun-filled adventure through their hometown, where they befriend Zoe, a spunky 5-year-old girl who is new to town and rather shy. Over the course of the day, Zach and Zoe encounter many new friends, from a talking clock who teaches them the importance of time, to a beautiful owl who reminds them that animals have feelings too, to an orange tree that gives them a deeper appreciation of nature. Mr. Sullivan, the corner store clerk, joins the fun by showing them just how wonderful a kid's life can be. The NY Times article on the show states that the show was performed at St. Peter's Church in New York City, and a video on the show's Facebook page has the cast doing meet and greets outside of the Wadsworth Theater in Los Angeles, California. Another location where the show was performed was the YMCA Bolton Center in Bay Shore, New York in March of 2007. There was even a canceled sequel, A Kid's Life Goes to School, that never emerged. It's just very interesting that something that, was definitely, this is clearly a kids program. It's marketed to kids. You'd think they'd try to do as much as they could to get it out there, make some money by recording a performance, selling, I guess at that time would have been DVDs, but apparently it's all just kind of out there in the ether and has disappeared, which is really interesting, especially considering some of the obscure productions that have easily available home media tapings. So this was just kind of interesting how it just kind of faded. Up next, we have Agina's Prophecy, a lost build of a canceled US localization of the Famicom platformer from 1988. Agina's Prophecy is a US localized version of the game Agina no Yogen, released by Vic Takai in 1986 for the family computer, aka the Famicom, if you haven't picked up on that. The game was ported and released on the Commodore 64 in 1988 for the US and Europe. There were plans to release it on the NES around the same time, but it was never featured heavily in magazines or advertisements, only appearing on Play It Again and Coming Soon lists, and was never finally released. Now, on September 9th of 2017, a person named the Zodiac 111 had a prototype ROM and uploaded a playing footage video to YouTube. It is believed that he is still in possession of the ROM, but it has not surfaced online. I took a look at the playing video from the Zodiac 111. This game looked pretty interesting. Definitely a product of its time, so nothing like the games we have now, but definitely a cool-looking little older game, especially from 1988. So kind of amazed that if it was good enough for the Famicom, they didn't think it was good enough for the NES. Alright guys, at number 3 we have Anime TV Dahaken Tamagotchi, partially found anime series based on the toy franchise 1997 to 1998. Now for those of you who don't know, a Tamagotchi is a small electronic toy with an LCD screen that displays a small creature for the owner to play with and take care of. Debuting in late 1996 in Japan and mid-1997 in the rest of the world, these toys gained widespread attention and quickly became a hot seller. Yeah, and that is very, very true. I remember it was like the must-have when I was a kid back in 1997. My aunt actually managed to track one down for me, and I didn't even ask for one. I just assumed that you couldn't get them anywhere. But you know, one of them, she gave me one for Christmas, and I mean, that was really cool, even though these things were like... And Tamagotchi was like the original one too. Like you didn't want the Digipet or whatever it was, the Gigapet. You wanted the Tamagotchi, but most people couldn't get the Tamagotchi. Mr. Sean had the Tamagotchi. That was pretty cool. But going on, so to capitalize on the success of the toy, an anime was made based on it, titled Anime TV Dahaken Tamagotchi, or translated Found on Anime TV Tamagotchi. The series is notable for being the first ever Tamagotchi anime. Only 9 of the syndicated 27 episodes were ever released on home media, leaving over half of the series lost. The plot of the series is very simplistic, with each episode running a little over a minute or less. There's no dialogue and no connecting plot to each episode. Each episode centers on one or more Tamagotchi as they go on adventures, get into fights, eat meals, and more. Which doesn't sound like much, but ultimately that's more than your Tamagotchi could do. The series aired from July 7th, 1997 to March 21st of 1998 on Fuji TV. For years it was assumed that the series had an intro and an ending song, and that these two were considered lost. It wasn't until recently, though, when it was discovered that the supposed creator of the intro and ending songs, Noko, was actually the writer on staff. So no, these episodes, they did not have an intro or an outro. As we previously stated, while episodes 1 through 9 have been found, that leaves episodes 10 through 27 still missing. Artwork from the series has surfaced from Telebi magazines, showcasing unique art that's never been seen before. Some assume that the artwork is from episode 26, though this has not yet been confirmed. The whereabouts of the rest of the series is unknown. Currently, there's very little information regarding the series online. It's unknown when, if ever, the rest of the episodes will ever surface. This one kind of amazes me that it got lost even without the video, like home media release, because Tamagotchi's hugely popular. They made an anime of it, and this was at a time when VHS recording was definitely common, especially in Japan where this would have aired. And I don't know if it aired elsewhere, but since there was no dialogue, it wouldn't have been very hard for it to do so. So the fact that nobody just has this whole thing, like, you know, you were a kid, you had your Tamagotchi, you knew there was the anime, you told your parents, hey, please tape every episode for me. My dad used to tape Pokemon in the mornings for me. He didn't know what Pokemon was. He didn't have to get it to tape it for me. So the fact that nobody had this in a VHS collection and that's since been uploaded to the internet, absolutely astounding that it's lost. I mean, looking back, Tamagotchi sucked, but we all loved it. At number 4, we have Chunyoungjang, lost Korean sound film from 1935. Chunyoungjang, the story of Chunyoung, was the first Korean-made sound film released in 1935. The film is an adaptation of the 18th century Korean novel Chunyoungjang. During the sound film period, many theaters in Korea competed to screen foreign sound films. However, sound films had not yet been produced in Korea at that time. Accordingly, the release of Chunyoungjang was a wish come true for many Korean film lovers. The film is more meaningful as the sound technologies were all domestically developed. So what was this film about? Chunyoung, the daughter of a Gisagin, I know I said that wrong, from Namwon, and Yim Mong-yeong are engaged. When Mong-yeong goes to Hansong with his father, the newly appointed magistrate attempts to take Chunjan. Chunjan rejects his pleas for her to come to serve him, and he throws her in jail. Meanwhile, Mong-yeong becomes an undercover detective after placing first on his national exam and goes to Namwon to arrest Baeyeon Hakdo and rescue Chunjang. Now, as to the reception, the film has been criticized for its technical errors and the cast's lack of acting skills. The sound technique was reportedly poor because no one knew how to use the machine. They had to resort to post-production dubbing to record the sound. Unlike silent films, they needed advanced equipment such as soundproof cameras, silent lights, and a studio to control external noises. Despite these technical shortcomings, people were amazed by the live video with sound. Chunyoungjang became an instant hit and stayed in theaters for an extended period of time, as Korean audiences appreciated hearing their own language in the cinema. Now, the film is known to be lost and is most likely simply one of the many Korean films that were lost as a side effect of war. The only remaining snippet of footage is found in another film titled Spring of the Peninsula. In the film, there is a very long scene that depicts Korean filmmakers shooting Chunyoungjang. Alongside that footage and a couple stills from the film, Chunyoungjang is lost to this day. I was going to say, I could not believe that this film would be allowed to go missing due to it being Korea's first sound film, but then it's like, yeah, the Korean War. A lot of stuff happened, a lot of stuff was destroyed, and this film sadly sounds like it is a casualty of that time period, which is really sad because this is, Korean films, just like the Asian cinema has blown up, especially in like the past 3 or 4 decades. All the Hong Kong films, the Chinese martial arts films, Japanese martial arts films, anime-based films, even just their dramas. Have you ever seen J-dramas, K-dramas? All of this like cinema media from Asia has come so far, and it would be really neat to see, especially in Korea, which Korea right now, especially in the West, is just blowing up in the popularity of its media, what the humble beginnings they started from. But unless they can find a copy of the film, that sadly doesn't seem like it's going to happen. So today's piece of spicy media is actually also our viewer requested piece. Again, this one was suggested by Simon the Remix Guy, and Simon the Remix Guy suggested Joy Junction, a partially found TBN Christian children's show from the mid-1980s. Just know this one is rated NSFW and NSFL for the discussion of schmornography, cannibalism, and the exploitation of children. Now, Joy Junction is a 1980s Christian-themed television show hosted by the host Sheriff Don, set at the fictional village of Joy Junction, along with the town's residents, Mrs. Peterson, the Professor, Ron, and his puppet Marty. In the show, the children of Joy Junction engage in many challenging games while learning valuable lessons from the Bible, including solo performances from the singers and a small segment of Ron and Marty. The show aired on the Christian television network throughout the mid-1980s before it was syndicated on several other children's television blocks like Kids Club from 1993 to 2005 and Smile. The cast list of Joy Junction was Don McAllister as Sheriff Don, Forrest Padley as the Professor, Al DeSanto as Papillion, David Brantley as Whittler Dan and Jungle Bob, Les Padley as Deputy Les, Ronald Brown as Ron and the Puppet Marty, Sarah Edens and Darcy Wilson as the soloists, Jackie McMinn as Mrs. Peterson, and Joseph Smith as Pastor Wilson. Any relation to the prophet Joseph Smith, I wonder? So had I not spoiled it at the beginning of this, I'd probably say now something like, oh my god, why would such a beloved Christian program be in this section of the video? Well, in 2013, the puppeteer Ronald Brown, who had the, role of the ventriloquist, was hit with child schmornography charges, along with documents implying that he, along with Michael Arnett on a chat group he was in, intended on abusing, cooking, and eating children in highly graphic details, including one child Brown met personally while performing at church. Ronald Brown was also charged with traffic violations back in 1998 when the police spotted a pair of boys' underwear in the passenger seat of his vehicle, but got off clean when he told the authorities that they were for his puppets. Before his eventual prison sentence, Brown was known to perform puppet shows at the congregation he attends, and often held pizza parties with children at his home. He has since been labeled as a sex offender and is prohibited from seeing minors or using a computer with online services. So what does that mean for the availability of Joy Junction? Well, the show's current whereabouts are unknown, as the tapes of the show may have been demolished after the Ron Brown case went wildfire, and nowadays only exist as 2 surviving episodes and many clips uploaded onto YouTube. Since April of 2021, 11 more episodes of Joy Junction have been uploaded onto YouTube. A commercial starring characters from the show included physical copies of Joy Junction, as well as Becky's Barn, are available through a $12 donation. no known copies of either tape seem to exist today. So yet again, we have a case of something becoming lost due to the inability for us to separate an artist from their art. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Art is a very personal thing to an artist, and therefore, supporting their art, if they are a bad person, is in a way supporting their negative behavior. I made a similar argument when we were talking about lost pieces of Kevin Spacey media in a previous video. And while my opinions on how the Christian church educates and may or may not quote-unquote brainwash young people through their programming, that's not what I'm going to get in here today. I want to believe that at least, the very least, the creators of this show had the best intentions, even if it was with 1980s sensibilities, and something that was meant to be wholesome is forever tarnished by the horrific actions of just someone who the show had no clue was a monster. That a show that was a labor of love for so many people in an attempt to educate and perform for children was forever had its reputation sullied by one person is truly amazing and truly saddening. But again, I don't believe it's right to go, oh, well, it's fine, he wasn't doing any of that stuff on the show. No, you cannot separate the artist from their art, except in very specific cases where it's like the art was definitely just if the art itself is objectionable, but was a product of its time. Again, I don't want to get into too big of a philosophical debate in this video. There are certain times you can, but I feel like this performer is just best left forgotten. It's just unfortunate that the work of so many other people must be forgotten because of that. At number 1, we have the Back to the Future Australian Road Safety PSA, a lost PSA featuring Michael J. Fox from 1985. Of course, Back to the Future is a 1985 science fiction comedy film which starred Michael J. Fox as the high school student turned unwitting time traveler Marty McFly. In an early scene, Marty sketches a ride on the back of a Ford Ranger and later a Jeep by holding onto the vehicle's back bumpers while riding a skateboard. While humorous and typically cited as helping to build Marty's character, it caused consternation within the road safety conscious Australia. Hence, when the film was released in the country, it was preceded by a road safety PSA starring Fox, which warned viewers not to copy his character's behavior. So, to set up the events that made this a necessity, in Back to the Future's opening sequence, Marty enters the house of Doc Brown, only to find it unoccupied. After phoning Brown, Marty is shocked and dismayed to learn the time is precisely 8:25 a.m., already making him late for school. To save time reaching Hill Valley High School, Marty opts to skateboard while sketching onto a 1984 Ford Ranger. When the pickup makes a right turn, Marty then sketches onto a Jeep CJ7 for a while, much to the annoyance of its driver. Marty does reach Hill Valley, but not soon enough to avoid the ire of the anti-slacker school principal, Mr. Strickland. The sequence, backed up by the power of love, was critically acclaimed, in part thanks to building the main protagonist's mischievous and resourceful nature. Also, apologies guys if my voice is a little off, I have had the flu the past couple of days, so I'm still a little nasally. Co-written by Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale, Back to the Future was originally released to American cinemas on the 3rd of July, 1985. It arrived on Australian screens just over a month later on the 14th of August. While the Australian release certainly contributed to the film's $173.3 million international box office figure, there was a compromise to be made beforehand. Australia had begun to tackle a road safety crisis, where the number of road-related fatalities peaked at 3,798 deaths, or 30.4 per 100,000 of the population. Substantial safety enhancements had curbed the annual figure to 2,755 by 1983, the first time since 1964 that the fatalities figure was below 3,000. However, the figure rose somewhat again to 2,941 by the end of 1985. The country identified significant improvements that were still to be made. This was especially apparent in the state of Victoria, where TAC Victoria PSAs were broadcast to showcase the graphic consequences consequences of ill-suited road user behavior. While there have been spikes, fatalities on the road have generally declined in Australia, especially in Victoria. Therefore, it is perhaps unsurprising that Australia had some consternation, that's a good word, I need to use that one more, regarding Marty's behavior in the opening sequence, especially as a moral panic arose regarding the increased adoption of skitching following the film's domestic release. According to Gale, in the film's DVD commentary released in 2002, a compromise was achieved by having Marty's actor Michael J. Fox star in a road safety PSA before the film was screened down under. Though little is known regarding what transpired in the PSA, its message was to warn against the practice of skitching. Based on Gale's comments, it is possible the PSA was filmed to avoid having the opening sequence come under further scrutiny by the Australian Classification Board. Now, as to the availability, outside of the confirmation by Gale, this Back to the Future inspired road safety PSA has fallen into obscurity ever since the conclusion of the Australian premiere. No images or footage exist of it. Meanwhile, online sources that discuss it, like the Cinephiles, the Museum of Lost Things, and an r/Lost Media post, all refer back to Gale's original claim. The r/Lost Media post saw Reddit user WattGorilla2112 sift through numerous mid-1980s Australian commercial blocks that had been uploaded to YouTube but came out empty-handed. The Museum of Lost Things was also unable to find any further details surrounding this PSA. Another theory, as suggested by Wild Zoe appeared, is that the PSA was filmed, but it either remained exclusive to cinemas or was never aired on Australian platforms at all. Regardless, the PSA remains fully lost. Now, I find this interesting because Back to the Future is one of my favorite movie series. Like, I love all three of them, and, I never would have thought of actually sketching based on the actions of Marty McFly, but I can see how it did look cool. I just never really rode a skateboard, so I could definitely see how that would be a concern. And, in a country where everything is trying to kill you at all times, I could see the Australians wanting to do whatever was necessary to make sure people weren't offing themselves accidentally by trying to reenact what they saw in a movie. But yeah, this one's pretty cool. But I would not be at all surprised if this one was exclusive to movie theaters, and unless a movie theater saved a copy of it, it's probably gone for good. Also, I didn't realize the practice was called skitching. I always thought that was called hitching, but I guess I've just been hearing it wrong this entire time. At number 2, we have Dungeon Hiroki, lost build of a cancelled Famicom roguelike role-playing game from 1988. Dungeon Hiroki is a roguelike role-playing game for the Famicom that was planned to be developed and released by ASI. The game was to be Famicom's first roguelike. The game was first announced in July of 1988, with plans to release it in November for 6,500 yen, but was postponed till February of 1989, then March of 1989, and finally was never released. ASI did loan setting materials, flyers, and ROM to the film production team of the thriller Yojo Densetsu 88, which was a film that screened on September 23rd of 1988. In addition to these game materials, the film also features a set modeled after ASI's development office and parts of the actual ASI headquarters as filming locations, so they were hoping to, cross-promote and get people excited for this game that eventually never came out. As to the plot of the game, Mataro, a poor young man who dreams of getting rich, decides to join the religious group Mandrake after seeing a flyer that says he can become rich by joining their religion. Mataro's test for joining the Mandrake is a harsh one. He must not return to the surface until he finds the Sephiroth tree on the 25th floor of the dungeon's basement. So yeah, sounds like a standard roguelike. Probably would have been a pretty fun game in its day, but I think this one's interesting just because of how little information there is about why it never came to be, especially since it was supposed to be Nintendo's first roguelike. At number 3, we have X-Men Mind Games, a partially found build of a cancelled Sega 32X action game from 1995. Again, as with a previous video this week, I wanted to throw out some X-Men content, seeing as X-Men 97 premiered this week, and so I went looking for some X-Men Lost Media, and I found this. Now, X-Men, formerly known as X-Men Mind Games, is a cancelled Sega 32X action video game that was based on Marvel's X-Men comics. It was going to be developed by Scavenger and published by Sega. The game was advertised and even shown at E3 in 1995, but was cancelled presumably due to bad sales figures of the 32X. In August of 2009, a very early prototype was found and leaked by Ryo Suzuki of Sega Saturno. Now, one article in a game magazine showed that Wolverine was included as a playable character, but in this early prototype, only Bishop is available. The final, or at least more developed build of the game has yet to surface. Now, I took a look of that video of the surfaced, prototype of this game, and it seems to be some kind of like 3D but mostly side-scrolling type game, and I know that this was the original, this was like a beta, wasn't great, but this game looks like it would have been really frustrating to play in that state, and I don't know if at the time they really could have worked those out. I would think almost the limitations of what they could do with the game would have been just as much a reason for its cancellation as the lack of good sales for the 32X, but, what do I know? But I do love X-Men, and I would love to see a more developed version of this become playable. At number 4, we have Anpan Man Breadman, Lost Pogo English dub of an anime series from 2009. Anpanman Breadman is a Japanese children's anime series. It has been airing since 1988, and new episodes are still made. The series revolves around a man with an anpan head, an anpan being a bean jam-filled pastry, who protects the world from a villain, an evil anthropomorphic germ named Bakinman. The series originated as a manga which started in 1973 and ran till 2013 when the creator passed away. In 2009, an English dub of the series aired on the Indian channel Pogo. This is the first known English dub of the series. The only existing footage of the dub is a trailer, as there are no other clips available anywhere online of this dub, and no other audio has been recovered to date. 10 of the Anpan movies were also dubbed into English and Spanish in 2021. Also, Pogo's website featured 2 clips of a Hindi dub, but the player for the clips is now broken, so they're currently unviewable. This one I find interesting because I do know of Anpanman Breadman. I've read about him and all that. I've not actually seen any of his cartoons. I've not read the manga, but I think it's a very interesting character, and it's clearly one that is very popular in Japan, but doesn't seem to be much, if anything, of him in the English-speaking world, which I've always found odd considering, to put it bluntly, how much weebs just gobble up any bit of Japanese culture they can, and with Anpanman Breadman being so big, I think it's interesting that the only English dub of the anime series we had was actually on an Indian channel and not, say, like British or American, and the fact that it's also lost just means that there's something that is preventing this series from becoming big in the English-speaking world, and I don't understand it. Alright guys, today's spicy piece of media is Jiminy Cricket and Tinkerbell, a lost pornographic Disney pencil sketch, existence unconfirmed, late 1950s to early 1960s. So, Jiminy Cricket and Tinkerbell are Disney characters who originally debuted in the Walt Disney Productions Pinocchio in 1940 and Peter Pan in 1953, respectively. Initially, supporting characters, both would become among Disney's biggest mascots alongside Mickey Mouse. However, some of Disney's top animators, including his 9 old men, supposedly disliked the direction of Tinkerbell's character following Peter Pan's release. In retaliation, an alleged short pencil sketch that depicted Tinkerbell and Jiminy Cricket engaging in sexual intercourse was created without Disney Board's approval or knowledge. Now, a bit of background to this. Jiminy Cricket first appeared in the 1940 Disney film Pinocchio. His character, based on the talking cricket who was killed by Pinocchio in Carlo Collodi's original 1883 book, The Adventures of Pinocchio, gained extended prominence in the Disney film. Particularly, the Blue Fairy gives him the important role of being Pinocchio's conscience, contributing greatly towards the wooden puppet eventually becoming brave, truthful, and unselfish, despite a few near-fatal mishaps along the way. For this, Pinocchio ultimately becomes a real boy, while Jiminy is awarded a gold official conscience badge by the Blue Fairy. His appearance was the work of Ward Kimball, one of the fabled 9 old men that made up the backbone of Disney's animated team. Jiminy was originally voiced by Cliff Edwards, who also sang the original rendition of When You Wish Upon a Star. Interestingly, Jiminy was originally never planned for Pinocchio, only being incorporated into the film 9 months into its production. Some sources, like the Disney classic, believe Cricket's inclusion as a sidekick was vital to the film's success. I honestly agree, I cannot imagine that film without Jiminy. Another of the 9 old men, Mark Davis, was responsible for Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell, a Pixie adaptation of the titular fairy in the 1904 J.M. Barrie work, Peter Pan, made her debut in the 1953 Disney film of the same name. Initially jealous of Wendy's affection towards Peter, Tink ends up banished from the Lost Boys' hideout by the latter for ordering the Lost Boys to shoot down a flying Wendy. After inadvertently revealing the hideout's location to Captain Hook, Tink redeems herself by saving Peter from a time bomb. She also passes away from this, but Peter's reassurance regarding her importance to him ultimately revives her. In the original film, she spoke a pixie language only a few individuals like Peter could understand. Though neither were the main protagonists of their respective first films, Jiminy Cricket and Tinkerbell would soon be among Disney's most recognizable mascots alongside Mickey Mouse. Jiminy, for instance, starred in numerous educational series, starting with I'm No Fool in 1955, while also being a major character in later films like Mickey's Christmas Carol. Meanwhile, Tinkerbell has become just as synonymous as Mickey Mouse to Disney, having become a hostess for countless Disney media and also starred in her own set of films beginning in 2008. Mae Whitman has since voiced the character. In one Disney comic, Tink is cursed by the same sleeping spell that plagued Snow White, but is revived thanks to a kiss from Jiminy. Now, as to the alleged pencil sketch, a core aspect surrounding Tinkerbell's character is her overall attractive appearance. Actress Margaret Carey was enlisted to provide a visual reference for the character, which subsequently enabled Davis to establish Tink's hourglass shape. However, according to entertainment writer and Disney historian Jim Hill, the apparent sexiness Tink displayed would come into conflict with Disney's future plans for the character. Specifically, Walt and his executives saw Tink's mascot and branding potential, especially as Disneyland came into existence. However, the board mandated that for future appearances, Tink needed to be more brand-friendly in approach. The changes emerged before the 1950s came to a close, with an example apparently being a set of cartoons used to advertise Peter Pan peanut butter. The 9 old men reportedly despised the bastardization of Tinkerbell's character, declaring it an insult to Davis's original creation. The original animation team retaliated in a secretive manner. Supposedly, a silent and colorless pencil sketch lasting around 10 to 15 seconds was created. It showed Tink in a sexual encounter with fellow Disney mascot Jiminy Cricket. You might say Jiminy was letting his conscience be his guide to find her second star to the right and straight on till moaning. I apologize. The work served 2 key purposes. One, as a final lewd tribute to Davis's now iconic character. Hey, we're all about lewd tributes here on this channel, alright? You should check out some of those minis. And 2, to shock newcomers into the Walt Disney feature animation team. This prank typically occurred in a sweatbox scenario, where a new, presumably anxious animator would suddenly be stunned to see the sketch included in their presented work. The sketch and prank were intentionally kept from Disney's higher-ups. If the Mickey and Minnie Mouse sex tape and its aftermath did indeed happen, those responsible for the Tink/Jimmy sketch would likely face similar consequences. It is unknown who conceptualized the sketch. Now, as to the status of this alleged dirty drawing, Hill claims that during interviews with former Walt Disney feature animation personnel, those who remembered seeing it typically began their careers between the late 1950s to the early 1960s. Those who debuted in subsequent decades had heard of the lewd sketch but never witnessed it themselves. There are likely 2 possible reasons behind this. The first, as believed by Hill, is that the original creator left with the sketch following his departure from Disney. Alternatively, Disney officials finally discovered the sketch and consequently ordered its destruction, a la the Mickey Minnie sex tape. Regardless if the sketch was indeed real, it no longer exists within Disney facilities and is now lost. Hill insisted that several former Disney animators affirmed the sketch's legitimacy. However, he did not list any in his original 10th of April 2003 Y4 post. He also discussed the Popeye and Betty Boop sex tape, which we have mentioned previously on the channel, but where this and the Mickey Minnie tapes were detailed in concrete sources like Walt Disney Hollywood's Dark Prince and the Fleischer story, the same does not apply to the Tink/Jiminy sketch. Most online discourse typically refers back exclusively to Hill's Y4 post. Consequently, it has led some to question the authenticity of Hill's claim, with some alleging that his columns often rely on rumors and otherwise questionable sources. Therefore, the sketch's existence will remain unconfirmed unless a seemingly more reliable source can authenticate it. This may prove especially difficult as the alleged pencil sketch is relatively obscure among the wider Lost Media community, especially in comparison to other animated sex tapes. However, even a cursory glance on the internet will show you all kinds of Jiminy Cricket x Tinkerbell Rule 434 stuff, so if you're into that, fear not, you can find it. First off, we have Kasumi Volume 3, a lost, unpublished third volume of manga-styled supernatural comic series, existence unconfirmed, 2009. Now, Kasumi was a contemporary fantasy manga-styled comic book series originally published and serialized in English, targeting the English language audience. It was written by Cert Lim and drawn by Hirofumi Sugimoto. The series translator was Harumi Ueno, a bilingual translator who communicated to both over instant messaging and email. Their art director was Stanley Adranus, and they also had assistance from Natuki and Bon Komaiya, I know I said that wrong, in the second volume. It was copyrighted and lettered by Monkey LLC, which is a great LLC company name, and published by Random House Inc. through their Del Rey imprint. The story was about a girl named Kasumi Morioka, who gained the power to turn invisible after falling from a large tree in a forest. Afterwards, she was unconscious for a day and transferred to a prestigious private school named Sarian High School. She has to deal with making new friends, fending off bullies, and controlling her powers. Over time, Kasumi realized that she was not the only student with magical powers and learned the reason why she had this power. So what happened to the third volume? Well, the series only released 2 volumes with almost a year between them. Del Rey published the first volume on July 28th of 2008, and the second volume was released on March 24th of 2009. A third volume was suspected to release around November of 2009, given the previous one was released 8 months after the first, but it fell through, likely due to low sales. Now, other than pure speculation, the only proof of the existence of the third volume was a sneak preview page at the end of Kasumi Volume 2. It depicted Reina Takamoto crying alone in a classroom before being brainwashed by an unknown man with glasses. Since Kodansha and Del Rey collaborated to create Kodansha USA in 2010, it began to publish more Kodansha manga with Del Rey licensed manga. However, none of their original English language manga was retained, including Kasumi. Both volumes are unavailable at Random House's website and the Kasumi website, making a full publishing of Kasumi Volume 3 unlikely. This seems to be a case like many series that are beloved by people in that, you might have loved it, but just not enough people did, and as such, it was just quietly canceled. They're like, we're not going to make a big announcement, we're just going to stop making stuff for it, we're going to stop releasing it. It's like you watch one of your favorite cartoons and you expect the next season to show up, and no, you didn't. It probably left off on a cliffhanger, and you just never get to see what happened. And that unfortunately sounds like what happened here, which is too bad for any fans of the series. Nowadays, I think a English exclusive manga comic would go over really well, but 2009 was just a different time. At number 2, we have Conductor and Tarantula, a lost piano and vocal piece by Igor Stravinsky from 1906. Igor Stravinsky, who was born June 17th of 1882 and died on April 6th of 1971, is a very well-known Russian composer, most notable for his biggest 3 ballets, The Rite of Spring, The Firebird, and Petrushka. Quite a bit of lost work by Igor Stravinsky exists, but of the lost 2 pieces known to be by the Russian composer, only one is still lost. The found piece was Funeral Song, or Chant Funèbre. This piece that is still missing, Conductor and Tarantula, was composed in 1906. The reason why this piece ended up being lost is due to the fact that it was never published, resulting in it never seeing the light of day. The most compelling thing about Conductor and Tarantula that sets it apart from, say, the funeral song is that we had some information before this piece's discovery. As for Conductor and Tarantula, we really don't have much. The piece doesn't even have a Wikipedia page about it. The only information we have readily available about the piece is that Stravinsky composed it in 1906, that it was unpublished and is now lost, and the text for the score was credited to Kozma Prutkov. So, funnily enough, Kozma Prutkov was a fictional author created by Alexei Tolstoy and his cousins, the three Zemchuznikov brothers, Alexei, Vladimir, and Alexander, during the later part of Tsar Nicholas I's rule over Russia. This means that the piece is credited to a fictional author used as a pen name for satirical works. It could be inferred that the piece was made as a satire of some sort. However, that also begs the question as to which person was under the Kozma Prutkov name and who wrote the text for Conductor and Tarantula. Judging by the letters of the participants, the author of the original text was Alexis Zemchuznikov, with a little help from his brother Alexander. They wrote it in 1851 as part of the cycle of parody poetic fables, published later under the name of Kozma Prutkov. And that's really all we have, is that there was a piece, it was created in 1906, it may have been a satire, and it is credited to Igor Stravinsky. Now, Stravinsky is hugely popular, hugely influential, and it would be amazing to find this piece, but honestly, unless it's somewhere in his personal effects, and whoever has those now might have it, I think this one's long gone. Apparently I'm a glutton for punishment because I picked my first two entries for this one to be a bunch of Japanese and Russian names, which are super hard for me. At number 3, we have Donkey Kong Parking Attendant, the lost build for a cancelled Sega arcade game, existence unconfirmed, date unknown. So, this sounds ridiculous to even say, but Donkey Kong Parking Attendant is a rumored lost arcade game that was talked about by Steven Radosh, the host of the game show Catchphrase, and the executive producer for the Philips CDI Mario and Zelda games. Radosh started his career by producing textbooks for a publisher, before working on a chess simulation game called Sargon. He then beelined and took a job at Atari as a manager of design in New York. Radosh helped on making a lot of Atari games and even was at the release of E.T. and its subsequent collapse. He then left Atari and landed a job at Sega, where he experienced the weirdest case of cross-licensing. So I said earlier we don't even know that this exists. Well, what do we know about it? Well, in an article by Game Informer, Radosh told them that Sega somehow got the license to Donkey Kong, and that he helped on making an arcade game about Donkey Kong as a parking attendant, stating, "Somehow Sega had gotten the rights to Donkey Kong. You were dodging cars that were pulling in and out of the lot, and you had to get X number of cars parked in the spaces." Not a lot of reasons are known on why it wasn't released, but one reason Radosh gave was that Sega, which was at the time owned by Paramount, was sold back to Japan to David Rosen and Hayao Nakayama. While this sounds completely ridiculous, one, that Nintendo would license one of their biggest characters to Sega, and two, that they would choose to then make an arcade game about Donkey Kong being a parking attendant, there are so many weird tie-ins with famous video game characters, putting them in all kinds of weird situations, that this is just crazy enough that it could be true. And I would love to actually see, I don't think it ever actually got made, maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but I would love to see some actual items proving that at the very least it was in the conceptual stages. Maybe we'll get that someday. At number 4, we have Dead Easy, a lost film from the Tales from the Crypt series, 1996 to 1997. In 1996, Universal revealed the first Tales from the Crypt movie in what was intended to be a trilogy. Though there was a trilogy created, the final products weren't the promised movies. Originally, the films were going to be Demon Knight, Dead Easy, aka Fat Tuesday, and Body Count. However, the final trilogy was made up of Demon Knight, Bordello of Blood, and Ritual, which wasn't released as a Tales from the Crypt feature for years. Dead Easy was far into production due to Demon Knight having an in-credits teaser promising Dead Easy to be the next film. Sources state that the film was actually completed, however it was shelved because the concept required a primarily black cast. However, it was shot with a primarily white cast because it was thought that an all-black cast would not be commercially viable. Because of this, Dead Easy was shelved by producer Joel Silver due to not wanting to be labeled as racist. There's no script release for either of the Lost Tales movies, but it could be possible that either film was reworked into another film, just as Ritual was released as a standalone film before being released with a Crypt Keeper introduction, and it was later revealed that movies such as From Dusk Till Dawn and The Frighteners were written with the intention of being released as a Tales from the Crypt film. I think it's sad that, these films were made at a time when a black cast was not considered viable for a horror film. This was before the days of Jordan Peele, where we know that a primarily black cast in a horror film is entirely viable. What I personally think is I think they should give this script over to Jordan Peele, have him rework it a little bit, and have him make the Dead Easy that should have been made from the start, and I think that would be really cool. Also, if it was finished, they should release the original, and they should kind of have like a screening, like show them side by side and be like, hey, this is how far we've come as a people. I think that would be really cool. But I'm not familiar with The Ritual. I have seen Demon Knight, I have seen Bordello of Blood, I do love Tales from the Crypt, but I do think it's interesting that there were two movies that just got shelved instead of being made. Okay guys, since I kind of did the ad pitch at the beginning of this video, we're just going to get right into today's final spicy piece of Lesser Known Lost Media. Please understand that this one is tagged as NSFW and NSFL due to its discussion of disturbing sexual topics, such as sexual and criminal topics, such as non-consensual sex, sex with family members, and sex with people that are under the age of consent. If these things are a trigger for you, this would be the time to stop the video and go back and watch some of my earlier videos. This is the warning. So yeah, at our final spicy piece today, we have Jen, which is partially found controversial videos from a Canadian YouTuber from the years of 2012 to 2021. Jen, full name Jen Ketchison, was a Canadian YouTuber who rose to infamy due to her disturbing and highly controversial video advocating for pedophilia. Over the span of her time on YouTube, she made vlogs on self-improvement, guilt admission, just normal vlogs, and channel updates. So, standard YouTube stuff. Out of her most egregious videos, one of her earliest videos has her admitting to having her pet rabbits put down because she didn't think they would have as good a life after she got rid of them to put herself first instead of them. Well, that's kind of shitty, so instead of just rehoming her rabbits, she just had them put down. That's kind of a crap thing to do. Another one of her videos had her advocating for incest as long as it is between two consenting adults. That's kind of gross. Another had her say that rape isn't as big a deal as it is made out to be. Wow, she should go join all the people on the incel forum for that one. And her most famous video is her advocating for pedophilia, saying that children are just as sexually curious as adults. Ugh. In early 2017, YouTuber Blair White uploaded a video titled Pedophile YouTubers Explode. Not explode, we wish. Pedophile YouTubers Exposed, where Blair calls her out. The video later garnered around 915,000 views, must be nice, it causing an influx of attention and hate flooding towards Jen's channel. Also in early 2017, YouTuber Repzion uploaded a video titled Jen Fails to Understand Predatory Behavior, live response number 4, in which Repzion responds to Jen. The video later garnered around 161,000 views. Now in mid-2017, teen YouTuber Ready to Glare uploaded a video titled Our Response, Is Incest a Bad Thing? By Jen, responding to Jen's incest video. That video later garnered 99,000 views. So, Later on, Jen's pedophilia video got taken down, and she would later delete all of her videos and her other social media accounts, such as YouTube, leaving only her Tumblr remaining. 5 videos were recovered in their entirety via Lost Media Wiki user Grigio Guy, but these were later taken down following a copyright claim by Jen herself. So, I am in no way going to defend these terrible views by this woman, but the fact that when people re-uploaded her videos and all that, and the fact that she took her videos down and that she gave people that re-uploaded them copyright strikes just goes to show that, you know, if you're gonna have terrible views, that's awful, but stand by them. You know, don't, or at the very least, make a public apology, which it does not sound like she did. She just tried to hide what she said and then go with, you know, oh, if it disappears, then it never happened. It's like, look, if you have terrible ideas, you have 2 options. You can stand by them or you can apologize. You can't do neither. You can't sweep them under the rug. Everything is too out there now. You can't hide this stuff anymore. And it sounds like this woman had some pretty gnarly views on things, and but then wouldn't stand by her. You know, if you're gonna take a crap, own your crap. But she would not, and so I think in a way she's already despicable. That makes her more despicable, and that's just my opinion. Clearly, I'm not saying nobody should even try to contact this woman. Nobody should give her any kind of harassment. That is not okay. But I am honestly, I feel disappointed in this person. Not only that they had these terrible views, but that they wouldn't stand by them or actually make a public apology saying, hey, I was wrong. So that's my 2 cents on this one. These are better staying lost. At number 1, we have McDonald's. You better don't. Lost Defend Your Chicken Selects commercial from the fast food franchise circa 2004. Now, I don't have to tell you who McDonald's is. You know them, you're loving them, it's McDonald's. In 2004, McDonald's had a commercial campaign to promote their chicken selects called Defend Your Chicken Selects. These commercials were aired starting in August 10th of that year up until October of 2004. But there are more commercials that have aired from McDonald's that feature the McDonald's Chicken Selects from months after its campaign had ended. These commercials follow a series of people trying to defend their chicken selects by either saying no or confronting people, with most of these commercials following a person talking to themselves. However, one commercial from this campaign is currently missing due to its strange and stereotypical mocking of black people, and was also quoted to be pulled off from television after its airing. Now, what was this commercial? Well, the commercials follow the same as the rest. A person defends a certain someone, sometimes no one, of having their McDonald's chicken selects eaten. However, this specific commercial follows a flight attendant collecting trash. The flight attendant then gets to the black woman eating their chicken selects, thinking it's trash, before the woman responds with, "You better don't," before it ends. The commercial received negative attention and believed that whoever wrote this went for a stereotypical black American dialect. Several users on the internet have recalled this commercial in multiple threads and websites. One Reddit user who saw this commercial, user Senior Buttons, claims that he and his roommate were more confused with the phrase than offended. Others, on the other hand, saw this commercial as offensive and were completely or mildly mad. One user, when discussing what is the worst McDonald's commercial, describes a language that disrespects black people, if not versed. And the quote is, "Historically, the African diaspora has created its own language based on the language of the enslaver. Commonly called Creole in the late 20th century America, the term Ebonics became fashionable. There are linguistic patterns that are valid, though non-standard. Better don't violates the rules of Creole/Ebonics and Standard English. Only someone, think white person with no black friends, not versed in Creole, would disrespect black people like that." Now, as to the availability of this commercial, after the negative reception, the commercial was pulled and never aired again. Even though people and users talk about the commercial and how bad it was, no photos or footage of this commercial exists. The possibility of the commercial not from McDonald's is possible, as one Google Groups post claims it as a KFC ad, but it's highly unlikely due to McDonald's having more mentions in various websites and threads. Now, as of 2024, the commercial has not resurfaced online in any form. Most commercials from this series are compiled by the Lost Commercials Foundation, fortunately, but this one is still missing. I often say that a lot of these things are probably somewhere on a VHS tape, that somebody taped, but by the time, 2004, we had TiVo. This is probably somewhere on a DVR from a now dead service that just can't be recovered. I guarantee several people probably captured this on a DVR of some kind, but unless there's a way for them to get that back, this one's probably gone forever. And that's kind of a double-edged sword because, while you don't want people to enjoy this McDonald's commercial necessarily, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. So by covering this up and not having a record of it, I definitely think that is an issue in and of itself, though at the end of the day, it is just a McDonald's commercial. At number 2, we have Donna and the Wolfman commercials, which are partially found Atlanta commercial series from the 1980s to the 1990s. So Donna and the Wolfman was a series of commercials that aired in the area of Atlanta, Georgia between the early 1980s and the late 1990s, though some may have aired in the early 2000s, but without Wolfman. It starred Doyle Wolfman Rogers and his daughter, Donna Anderson. It was made to advertise their family furniture business, Gallery Furniture, which still operates today. Despite the estimation that over 500 commercials were made, very few have been digitized and uploaded. Doyle Rogers, later nicknamed Wolfman, bought a furniture store known as Gallery Furniture, most likely sometime in the late 1970s or early 1980s. In 1981, he asked his daughter Donna if she would co-star in a series of commercials for the business. She agreed, and they instantly got to work. They apparently aired primarily on the TBS, mostly in the Atlanta area. The commercials were an instant success, with the catchphrase "Ask for the Wolfman" becoming a household saying. The commercials often didn't last longer than 30 seconds. They typically involved a wacky sketch of sorts followed by their current sales. The commercials ran often until roughly the late 1990s or very early 2000s. The reason for them stopping is unknown, but it's speculated that it was due to Wolfman's health, which began to decline. He passed away in 2004 after having a heart attack a few weeks prior. Donna said in an article that with the AJC, that her and her brothers made a few more commercials after his death, but she said it didn't feel the same. Donna still works at Gallery Furniture and has an office filled with props from most of their commercials. On the Lost Media Wiki, there is a list of which commercials are lost, found, partially found, or their existence is unconfirmed, and it's a whole smattering, but only a handful have been completely found. I think this is definitely a case that, a lot of these commercials probably exist on dusty VHS tapes in somebody's attic. So, if you have these, if you're from the Atlanta, Georgia area, or you know somebody that is from the Atlanta, Georgia area that has a lot of old VHS recordings, ask for the Wolfman and see if you can help find some of these. At number 3, we have Curry's We Can Help spots, partially found The Simpsons Sky One sponsorship ads from a British electronics retailer from 2009 to 2010. Now, you might think The Simpsons is a uniquely American show that would only be popular in America, but actually the man with the largest Simpsons collection is from the UK. But from 2009 to 2010, UK-based electronics retailer Curry's had a series of sponsorships during advert breaks of The Simpsons on the Sky One channel. These advertisements were developed by M&C Saatchi. For many of the comedic adverts featured, each one would often feature an individual attempting to use, fix, or recycle their household goods, or have them wait for a delivery. These would often make use of comedy from the unfortunate events that happened to the person or persons featured in the spots. Examples of these ads include one where a woman attempts to pack her fridge in her car boot, and another where a man's television set falls unexpectedly. While many of these are available readily, a lot have also gone missing, and it's not entirely known how many of these actually exist. Also, there's some speculation as to exactly what the content featured in these missing spots even includes, and some of these that have been brought up include things like two boys shooting toy guns at a news reporter on TV, causing it to fall and break, another featuring a husband cramming as many devices into his car, trapping his wife inside. Supposedly there was a Christmas-themed advert involving a power outage, things like a man accidentally dropping his new TV, finding out he broke it, much to his disgust. So, general electronics and service-based ads. There was also a behind-the-scenes video for some of these uploaded onto Vimeo by Agile Films back in 2011, and they featured a collection of some of the advertisements that have now been confirmed to exist, but so far the full advertisements have not been discovered. These include things like a man attempting to install an electrical device with a drill, ended up drilling through to the next room, a man attempting to install a washing machine only to cause a leak that he can't fix, a woman trying to carry her packaged TV through the heavy wind, and two women seemingly going against each other at a Curry's store. Again, this one is interesting to me, one, because of how it is connected to The Simpsons, my favorite TV show, but as well as the fact that, being such a popular show, if there was a series of ads specifically made to air during The Simpsons, you'd think that they would all be readily available, just because the fervent fandom of Simpsons fans would just, by sheer association, would have found all of these. But apparently we haven't, and I think that's pretty interesting. Alright guys, I hope you're liking the video so far. If you are, please remember to hit that like button. But for number 4, we've got The Disjointed Picasso's Face, a partially found footage aired on Japanese TV circa 1983 to 1984. On October 16th, 2011, a video of a commercial was uploaded to YouTube by Drafty0528. The commercial was for Danto, a warmer sold by Kincho, a Japanese insecticide manufacturer, and that was the main focus of the video, but that was not what people focused on. Immediately after the commercial aired, a creepy and bizarre 2-second clip of a disjointed face moving was shown. On March 8th of 2022, in a commercial search thread on the anonymous message board 5-channel, one user asked for a search for this creepy clip that appeared after the Danto commercial. Other users of the thread expressed interest in the creepy clip and began predicting the details of the clip. One user mentioned that the Danto commercial in the video was from the Jomon era version, first aired in 1983, and speculated that the clip was also aired around the same time. One user assembled the disjointed face and found it to be Picasso, and further found the Picasso face was from a photograph of Picasso taken by David Douglas Ducan in 1957. The speculation that emerged from this find was that the clip was part of a program introducing Cubism, but the objection was raised that it could not be the start of another program, since the message card at the beginning of the video reads, "Please continue to enjoy Haguregumo after this." Incidentally, Haguregumo is a Japanese manga series that was adapted into a live-action TV series in 1978 and an anime film in 1982. The Haguregumo logo on the message card is written in horizontal characters, making it more likely to be from the anime film. And furthermore, it was aired in 1984 on the TV Asahi network. In addition, Haguregumo's TV airing was on January 5th, so it is not unnatural to air a warmer commercial at the right time of the year. Another speculation was that it was a commercial for the Picasso exhibition held at the National Museum of Modern Art in Tokyo in 1983. But it was objected that if a commercial was to be aired, it would have been aired on NTV, which is a member of the Yomiuri Group, since it was co-sponsored by the Yomiuri Shimbun. Furthermore, one user discovered that a Picasso book from the Heibonsha's world-famous painting series was released in February of 1984 and speculated that the clip might be a commercial for that book. I don't know why I keep doing Japanese posts. I don't know how to pronounce these things. The identity of this Picasso footage remains unclear, and it is also unclear whether the footage is a commercial. Incidentally, the video of the Danto commercial containing Picasso's face was clipped and reposted from a video of a collection of commercials from the 70s and 80s that was uploaded to Nico Nico on November 8th of 2008, and the original video poster, it is possible that he has the full video of Picasso's face, but as of yet, he has not uploaded it. This one for me is just interesting because, it's this idea that we don't really know where this is from, yet we kind of seem to know where it's from, and clearly somebody has a recording of it and probably has the full recording, just based on the context for which the clip was uploaded. but has, decided whether maybe they haven't heard about, the fact that people are looking for this, or maybe they just don't care, or maybe they just like to leave it a mystery. Who knows? But I believe this in its entirety, and an explanation for it is out there somewhere. Alright guys, time for that final fifth and spicy piece of media. When I had the idea for the theme of this video, I was worried I wouldn't be able to find a spicy piece. I mean, honestly, they're commercials. How bad could they be, right? These all aired somewhere public, over public airwaves, so how could they possibly be all that bad? Well, I did manage to find one. And it's an obscure one, so it does still fit the theme of this video, and of the series as a whole. So our final piece today is the anti-Duterte advertisement, a lost radio recording of a political attack advertisement from 2016. Antonio Trillanes was a then elected senator of the Philippines. He served his term from 2007 up until 2019. He currently is a full-time lecturer for public policy at universities in the Philippines. Back in 2016, Trillanes had made a political attack ad, which is an advertisement attacking a political entity, against his then rival, Davao City Mayor, and now then President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, which aired on the Thursday night of May 5th, 2016 on the channel ABS-CBN, 4 days before the presidential election. There are claims of a radio version of this attack ad that had aired, though no known recordings have been located. Now, for a little bit of background, the 2016 presidential campaign of Rodrigo Duterte, I don't know how to say these names, guys, was announced on November 21st of 2015. He was eventually then elected the 16th president of the Philippines. Duterte's positions were seen to have resonated with older working-class Filipinos, particularly his promise to eliminate the wide-scale drug menace of the country, eliminating corruption, and his harsh stances on crime in Davao City, which he served for more than 22 years. Duterte's campaign also emphasized an anti-establishment tone, accusing political elites based in Manila of not doing much to solve problems in a move that was described as populist. So, as for the advertisement itself, it's a 30-second advertisement showing each of the 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls, criticizing in brief words every respective video clip shown. All of this was meant to make Duterte look just bad. Now, the TV advertisement is not lost. In fact, it was uploaded May 5th of 2016, the same day the ad was aired on Philippine television. Specifically, it aired on Thursday night of May 5th, 2016 on ABS-CBN. Now, the missing part is that some sources claim that the attack ad also aired on competing rival networks GMA and TV5. GMA and TV5 denied ever airing the ad, and it was also reported that the ad was first aired on a radio station before it was aired on ABS-CBN. However, there are no known recordings of the radio version. The advertisement drew criticism from Duterte's supporters on social media. Prior to the airing of the ad, the ABS-CBN Corporation issued a statement that the ad had been reviewed by the Ethics Committee, complied with election laws, and was allowed to air. Later, TV5 refused to air the controversial ad, with the TV5 network stating that the ad had not met the requirements. Now, political advertisements can get pretty out there. This one featured, some pretty unflattering clips, including him doing things like foul language, flipping the bird. Again, it's in a foreign language, so I don't really know how to properly convey it. You can find the video very easily on YouTube or by going to the Lost Media Wiki. But ultimately, this one is just pretty foul for a campaign ad, even if it's against somebody. But I have my doubts that this ever aired on the radio, because I feel like there is as much visual, if you look at the video, as there is verbal, but who knows? To me, this one kind of feels almost like a Dewey beats Truman type deal, where the legend of it has even been more. It's like, it'd be great if it was like, oh, they tried to throw this commercial out at the guy via TV, via radio, multiple stations, multiple channels, but he still won. So I almost think the addition of the, like, it was on the radio is more just a puff political, piece of propaganda to show that even with all that they tried to do, they could not stop this man from becoming president. I don't think this one exists, honestly, guys, but hey, if you're from the Philippines and you happen to have a recording from the radio, upload it. People are looking for it. At number 1 today, we have The Ark, a partially lost pilot of an animated series from 2002. The Ark is a Canadian animated comedy pilot. The show was created by Richard Condy, director of The Big Snit, and produced by Nelvana, and directed by Dave Thomas. No, not the Wendy's guy. It aired in 2002 on CBC in Canada and on 2x2 TV in Russia. The show depicts a post-apocalyptic world where most of the civilization is lost under high oceans. It follows Willard and his family on the Ark, the vessel for survivors of the apocalypse, through a surreal and absurd landscape. The pilot has not resurfaced in full online. The only portions available online are those from a demo reel published by Patrick Godfrey, the composer of Bob and Margaret, but later the demo reel was clipped by the user Luana Lanode. The rest of the pilot may exist in possession of the show's owners. There were a lot of cartoons like this coming out around the 2002 era, so, it's not surprising that a couple of them just didn't make the cut, but still, this one looked like an interesting idea. It kind of would have been nice to see it more further developed, or at least see the pilot in full. It's so obscure that apparently we don't even know the voice actor who voiced the protagonist of this pilot. So, maybe someday the full thing will surface online and maybe we'll get to see it. Who knows? At number 2, we have She-Hulk, lost production material of an unreleased live-action Marvel film from 1995. She-Hulk is an unreleased 1990s live-action film based on the Marvel superheroine of the same name, starring Bridget Nielsen with Larry Cohen as director. One of many attempts to bring the character to film, it ultimately managed only to illustrate the obstacles Marvel's cinematic efforts faced prior to the emergence of the MCU. The character of Jennifer Walters, aka the She-Hulk, was first introduced in Savage She-Hulk #1 in 1980s. Walters is a rising young criminal lawyer and the cousin of Dr. Bruce Banner, the original Incredible Hulk. When Banner is forced to give her a blood transfusion, she becomes the likewise super strong, super durable She-Hulk, albeit unlike her cousin, she is able to control her transformations, during which she retains not only self-awareness, but her formidable wit and intelligence. Eventually, she fully embraces her alter ego and also becomes the premier legal resource of the Marvel superhero community. Now, while the movie never surfaced, the character actually had made appearances on television, originally making her TV debut in the 11th episode of the very short-lived animated series, The Incredible Hulk, which ran from 1982 to 1983. She did not appear in the iconic live-action Incredible Hulk TV series. However, the death of the Incredible Hulk, the final TV movie follow-up, produced some years after the series cancellation, also in 1982, was originally planned to heavily involve her, though it's unknown who was to play the part. Ultimately, she was cut out of the final draft for unknown reasons. Despite the generally poor reception that Death of the Incredible Hulk had, producer New World Productions still owned the rights to Marvel characters and was eager to continue developing them. Eventually, Marvel Comics bought New World's Family Filmworks division outright to get the character licenses back. Now, in 1991, work began on a potential standalone She-Hulk TV series, with original series writer Jill Sherman Donner as producer. She completed a draft pilot titled Metamorphosis. On vacation from a crusade to expose corruption, Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Walters runs into Bruce Banner, unrelated in this version, who is revealed to have faked his death. When Jennifer is shot by a hitman, the stage is set for Banner to both save and change her life. In another sharp departure from the comics, this She-Hulk would have acted much like Lou Ferrigno's near-mindless original, more familiar to TV viewers. Filming began in the Virgin Islands in 1991. Unfortunately, prospective parent network ABC did not believe initial hire Mitzi Kapture from Baywatch had the chops to carry a full TV series and persisted in trying to recast the role even as Kapture was playing it, offering it first to Melissa Gilbert, then volleyball star Gabrielle Reese. Reese was interested and appropriately physically imposing, but apparently insisted that her She-Hulk have golden skin, as she considered the canonical dull green not pretty. So, much production money was spent on the superfluous search that New World finally lost patience and canceled filming. So that's what happened to the TV series, but what happened to the film? As we stated, this was a canceled and lost film. Well, with the death of Bill Bixby in 1993, that was ultimately the total end of plans for the She-Hulk TV pilot. New World decided to take one last stab at the green superheroine, this time for the big screen. B-movie staple Larry Cohen was chosen to direct a script commissioned by Carl Gottlieb, the screenwriter of the first 3 Jaws films. Okay, that's pretty nice. The exact plot of the film and whether it took cues from the existing Metamorphosis pilot script is unknown. The lead role this time went to Danish actress Brigitte Nielsen, best known as the similarly Amazonian Red Sonja. Photos were released of Nielsen dressed as Jennifer Walters in a red coat, while her superheroine persona sported an all-green leather jumpsuit and pale green makeup with darker highlights. The photo shoot was evidently done in hopes of attracting more investors to the project. However, these investors never materialized, and while its production got further than most scrapped Marvel films, She-Hulk, the big screen version, was never finished either. Though no official reason has been given, it was likely due to Marvel's generally less than stellar cinematic reputation at the time, especially after the disastrous Howard the Duck. It is also claimed that the studio could not afford the budget for the flying car that She-Hulk drove in the comics. So what do we have available from this? Well, none of the footage or production materials for the TV series has ever surfaced, and the only released materials from the film were the publicity stills along with a mock-up poster that popped up on eBay. It's unlikely that any footage or a trailer was ever filmed for this project. Of course, since then, Marvel's on-screen stock has gone up considerably, making the She-Hulk's eventual appearance all but inevitable. And of course, if you might remember, on December 10th of 2020, Marvel Studios announced the character's MCU debut would be in a comedy series on Disney+, with Tatiana Maslany in the lead alongside Mark Ruffalo and Tim Roth reprising their roles as Hulk and the Abomination respectively. And while since it came out, it received divisive reviews, I personally loved it. A lot of people didn't, and it has been stated that She-Hulk further seasons of the show is canceled. In August 17th of 2022, Kevin Feige, I don't know how you say his last name, stated that she would go on to appear in future MCU movies, though I don't know if that's changed. Now, on November 12th of 2020, the green leather costume that Brigitte Nielsen wore in the photo shoots resurfaced in the Icons and Legends of Hollywood auction held by Profiles in History. It was bid on between $800 and $1,200, though it's unknown if anyone actually bought it. Given that most of the items in the catalog were identified as coming from Planet Hollywood's collection, and that one of the celebrity founders of Planet Hollywood was Sylvester Stallone, who was at one point married to Brigitte Nielsen, the costume's prominence does seem legitimate. So, while it's likely nothing was ever filmed for this movie beyond some of these photo stills, you know, that photo shoot, I wish it would have. There's an absolutely terrible Roger Corman Fantastic Four movie that was never officially released that's been floating around, and that one, I mean, it's terrible, but it's fun. I mean, early Marvel is just, it's such schlock, but I enjoy it. It's clear that there was a desire to bring these characters to the screen, and while most of the efforts were absolutely disastrous, like a lot of them even, originally were supposed to have theatrical releases, and they're like, absolutely not, this is going direct to video, like the 90s Captain America movie. I still have a soft spot for all of them in my heart, and I wish this one would have been fully made. I would have loved to have seen it, but maybe at some point we'll see some more production materials. Maybe those still exist somewhere. At number 3, we have Bubble Bath, a partially lost That Poppy album from 2014 to 2016. Now, Poppy is, of course, a recording artist that you probably heard of her on some of, like, creepy YouTube videos or YouTube channel videos because apparently people think there's, like, subliminal messages or that she's, like, recruiting for a cult. I don't know. But Bubble Bath Sessions was an album recording session by metal musician and YouTube personality Poppy, then known as That Poppy, that took place from 2014 to 2016 after she was signed to record label Island Records. In 2014, Poppy began working with producer Titanic Sinclair to create her debut EP, originally intended to be an album as stated by her in her video titled Charlotte Interviews Poppy, uploaded on August 4th of 2015. To quote her, "I'm so excited for my new album coming out on Island Records. It will be released on ... In 2015, Poppy began teasing a song titled New York, beginning with an Instagram post of the recording of the song on July 11th, the title being revealed in the tags. She also began performing the song at several venues and live streams, but it was never released. Instead, the instrumental leaked sometime after, it being used in an unreleased Poppy video prior to the leaking. Also in 2015, Poppy performed a cover of Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles, and later on in 2020, a studio snippet of the cover leaked, implying it was possibly going to be on the album the song leaked on September 21st, 2023. On May 17th of 2016, for around 30 minutes, a song called Chewing Gum was playable on Poppy's SoundCloud before it was taken down and later re-uploaded by multiple users. In 2020, during a Discord Q&A, Poppy revealed it was taken down by Island Records. In May 2020, in a statement on social media, Poppy discussed her split with her old boyfriend and collaborator, Titanic Sinclair, where she says he was leaking old personal photos and demos, talking about demos that were leaked earlier in 2020 and 2019. Poppy adds of her ex's intentions, "That person is releasing photos of me without makeup and blonde hair, plus very personal demos that only he has. This is an attempt to make me feel small, insecure, and exposed." Regardless of a few songs out of the wide range of Bubble Bath session extended songs are still mostly lost. They are rumored to be from Bubble Bath sessions due to the sounds and lyrics of the songs matching the vibe of Bubble Bath and demos by Poppy. I just think this one's interesting because for a YouTube personality that already has a bit of an air of mystery around them, the fact that there is lost media just kind of adds a little bit of fire to that mystery and to that intrigue. And so I just thought this one was neat. At number 4, we have The Huntsman, lost canceled Image comic series by Chris Claremont, 1992. Now, when I first read the title of this one, I was really hoping that they had planned on giving The Huntsman from Freakazoid his own comic series, but no, this was a serious comic. The Huntsman was a creator-owned comic book series that was to be written by Chris Claremont, best known for his defining 16-year run on X-Men as one of the flagship series of the newly founded Image Comics in 1992. Chris Claremont had left Marvel Comics alongside Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld, Eric Larson, Mark Silvestri, Jim Valentino, and Whilce Portacio. I don't know if I said that right, but in order to found Image Comics, it was focused on creator ownership, with each individual creator fully owning their own property, which was a stark difference from how Marvel and DC operated. Claremont's original title was Huntsman, about an assassin wielding katanas and firearms, and had the power to copy the skills of others. This idea was proposed to Portacio, and it's hinted that he, after initial consideration, ultimately decided not to do it in favor of his own project, Wetworks. So, with Portacio focusing entirely on Wetworks and choosing not to pursue working on Huntsman, Claremont had attempted to secure a replacement artist, but all were either too busy with other projects at Image or were only interested in working with Claremont on an X-Men title. With no realistic prospect of getting Huntsman made in a timely manner, Claremont left the Image team before the company was officially founded and went to work for DC Comics. There he created Sovereign 7, which had a 36-issue run. To date, no official artwork, covers, designs, interior art, or etc. of this series has been made available to the public, which suggests that no art had been made at this time and only existed as a written concept. Now, if you think that Huntsman sounds pretty cool and you're sad he never made it to the pages of comics, fear not, because later Claremont would come to work for Image. He wrote several issues of Mark Silvestri's Cyberforce and Jim Lee's Wildcats. In the latter, Claremont officially introduced Huntsman in Wildcats number 10 on April of 1994 as an antagonist to the character Zealot. To date, he's only appeared in 8 issues within the Wildstorm universe and is officially owned by Claremont himself. So, Claremont wrote for X-Men, which is one of my favorite series. I also love Image Comics and their idea of people actually owning their creations. So this could have been a very cool character, but unfortunately it seems like, there just wasn't anybody willing to take up the mantle of being the artist for the series. Image was a gamble. These guys had left the big boys in order to strike out on their own. And while Image did ultimately become successful, there was no guarantee of that at the time. So I guess, people were like, hey, we really wanted to work with you on X-Men, or we're trying to get our own projects off the ground. And ultimately it just was not meant to be. But that would be really cool if there were some sketches or at least concept artwork that had been created. And if one day we got to see that, I think that would be pretty cool. Alright guys, at number 5, our spicy piece for today is Ongebit Piet. And I know I said that wrong, which is a Dutch Sinterklaas live-action TV series that ran from 2007 to 2008. Ongebit Piet, or the English translation Breakfast Piet, is a Dutch educational Sinterklaas-themed live-action series produced by Endemol and broadcasted by Nickelodeon in the Netherlands. It features characters based on the legend of Zwart Piet, or Black Piet, the mischievous assistant to Sinterklaas, the Dutch Santa Claus, and ran for 2 seasons between late November and early December of 2007 to 2008. Notably, the main characters are portrayed, as is traditional for Zwart Piet, by white actors in full blackface. Likely thanks to this controversial choice, all episodes of the show are currently lost. The show is partially sponsored by Dutch supermarket chain Plus and made to encourage children to eat a healthy breakfast, after studies showed that only 1 in 7 of the country's children did so. It starred Ryan Hoffman as Ongebit Piet, Eva van der Gucht as Schmulpiet, and Bram van der Vlucht, I said that wrong, I know it, as Sinterklaas, aka St. Nicholas. Season 1 is presented as a story-oriented show, while Season 2 takes the form of a news program. The overarching premise is that all of Sinterklaas's Pieten, Dutch plural for Piet, roughly akin to Santa's elves, have become slow and error-prone in their preparations for the upcoming holiday thanks to eating unhealthily. Distressed over the delays, Sinterklaas commissions Ongebit Piet to gather tips from human children on what makes for a good breakfast. These are implemented back at the Pieten's workshop by the cook Schmulpiet with mixed results, as Ongebit Piet doesn't always choose the most nutritious recipes. 28 episodes are confirmed to have been made, along with 2 music videos by DJ Nicky called Jump de Hele Dag, or Jump All Day Long, one containing Zwart Piet, with the other with him removed in order to release it outside of the festive season. Both versions of the song have been officially released as a single. Ongebit Piet itself, however, has not resurfaced in any format, official or otherwise, given that the blackface tradition underpinning it has since become the subject of fierce international controversy. Both the show and associated media appeared to be in the process of being quietly buried. The thing that makes me kind of laugh with this one is that, yes, there have been many cases of media that have been censored over the years due to their inclusion of blackface. However, most of these came from a time when, before, let's be honest, before the civil rights movement. We're talking old Looney Tunes, we're talking the Abraham Lincoln's birthday segment in Holiday Inn. But this educational TV show came out in 2007, which is decades, generations since blackface was considered acceptable. Like the kids watching this show, maybe their grandparents were around in a time where blackface was considered A-okay, but certainly it was taboo by the time these kids' parents would have been around. So whoever greenlit the idea of an educational show involving Santa Claus and his quote-unquote elves, which are displayed in blackface, as a way to get kids to eat healthy, I want to know how that TV pitch went and why nobody went, maybe we do this, but we're just going to remove the makeup. I just think it's kind of funny that this was greenlit in an era where it really shouldn't have been. And then it's it's trying to be quietly buried. It's how did they not see this was going to be the outcome when it was already taboo? I won't say this one necessarily needs to stay buried, but this one I just found very interesting for the simple fact that it just seems to have been such a poor decision to make it in the first place, and I don't know how it could have been made in good faith, even though by all accounts it seems like it was. It just shows a complete obliviousness to the times that this ever got greenlit, especially in the Netherlands. Our first piece today comes from the depths of Japanese television history with Aerial City 008, a partially found Japanese puppet TV series from 1969. This puppet TV series, created by renowned sci-fi writer Sakyo Komatsu and produced by puppeteer Kinosuke Takeda, soared onto screens in 1969, offering viewers a glimpse into a futuristic world suspended high above the ground. Drawing inspiration from the pioneering techniques of Gary Anderson's Supermarionation, the show dazzled audiences with its imaginative portrayal of a city propelled into the sky by technological marvels. Hovercraft cars zipped through the air, and supersonic aircraft dotted the skyline, painting a picture of a utopian future untouched by pollution. Yet amidst the wonder and spectacle, Aerial City 008 also delved into the darker implications of human progress. Like its Western counterpart Thunderbirds, the series explored the consequences of technological advancement, showcasing how the marvels of the future often served as remedies for the missteps of the past. Through the lens of the O'Hara family, the show's central characters, audiences witnessed a world where innovation and ambition collided with the need for environmental conservation and social responsibility. Despite its ambitious scope and 230-episode run, the legacy of Aerial City 008 is tinged with obscurity. Like many relics of early television, the majority of its episodes have vanished, lost to the ravages of time and the limitations of archival practices. Today, only a solitary installment, Arctic SOS, remains, serving as a tantalizing glimpse into the bygone era of Japanese television production. For our number 2 spot today, we turn to the pages of history where we encountered this lost gem, the Battle of Malden, an Old English poem that chronicles the historical clash between Norse Vikings and Anglo-Saxons in the year 991. Though only 325 lines of the poem have survived the passage of centuries, its narrative resonates with the echoes of a bygone age. Praised for its vivid combat scenes and portrayal of loyalty and valor, the Battle of Malden stands as a testament to the enduring power of oral tradition and the art of storytelling. The poem's journey through time was fraught with peril. In 1731, a devastating fire engulfed the Ashburnham House, consuming countless literary treasures, including early manuscripts of the Battle of Malden. Though fragments of the poem were salvaged, much of its original text was lost to the flames, leaving scholars to piece together its narrative from the surviving remnants. And while not available in its complete form, it is said to have inspired many authors, including Lord of the Rings author J.R.R. Tolkien. That alone makes this piece worthy of searching for, even if we never truly find it. As the poem's ending line says, "Mind must be firmer, heart the more fierce, courage the greater, as our strength diminishes. Never give up the search, guys. There's always lost media to be found." For today's number 3, we delve into the digital realm with Jelly Telly, a partially lost series of online games from a Christian streaming service circa 2008. Jelly Telly was an online Christian streaming service launched in 2008 by Phil Vischer, the creative force behind VeggieTales. Boasting a diverse array of original shows and interactive games, Jelly Telly offered a unique blend of entertainment and education for its audience. However, amid the virtual landscape of the internet, certain games such as Jelly Jump have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only whispers of their existence and prompting speculation of their fate. As of right now, the majority of old games are available on the current Jelly Telly website. However, 3 games still remain missing: Jelly Jump, Jelly Paint, and Tetris with Alfred Wilburwhale. For number 4, we delve into a piece of mysterious and intriguing visual art with image of Doraemon and his friends flying with take-copters in Singapore, lost original source for Doraemon artwork of the 1990s. While its exact date and origin is unknown, it first came to public knowledge on December 3rd of 2008 when used in the background for a YouTube video. The artwork shows Doraemon, Nobita, Shizuka, Sunio, and Gion flying with take-copters in Singapore. The origin of the artwork is currently being debated and is not clear. The origin of the artwork was first discussed on August 25th of 2020. when Twitter user Missouri posted a tweet questioning why the background depicted in the artwork was Singapore. While there are many theories ranging from merchandise in Japan to calendars sold abroad, there is no definitive source of where this artwork comes from, making it one of the more intriguing pieces of Doraemon Lost Media. So coming in at number 5, we do have a video that is rated as NSFL, not safe for life, for its disturbing subject matter, including self-unaliving. So if you are triggered by that, now would be a good time to click on over to YouTube and Mercari and not watch this portion of the video. But at number 5, we have Marion Perloff. Lost footage of a televised self-deletion of a stenographer in 1938. In the annals of media history, few events have left as indelible a mark as the tragic tale of Marion Perloff. In the bustling metropolis of New York City, on the fateful day of June 23, 1938, Perloff, a 28-year-old stenographer and clerk working for Girl Scouts Incorporated, made a decision that would reverberate through the corridors of time. Perloff's life, like the countless narratives woven into the fabric of humanity, was a tapestry of hopes, dreams, and aspirations. A Brooklyn resident, she toiled away in the Time and Life building nestled within Rockefeller Center's plaza, yet beneath the veneer of everyday life, Perloff grappled with the tumult of inner turmoil. Colleagues would later recount whispers of a nervous breakdown that had seized her in the weeks leading up to the fateful day that was triggered by heart-wrenching rejection of a marriage proposal. As the weight of her anguish bore down upon her, Perloff found herself engulfed in a tempest of despair. The events of that June day unfolded with a tragic inevitability, each moment etched into the annals of memory with agonizing clarity. As the clock ticked away the hours, Perloff's anxiety reached a crescendo, casting a pall over the bustling office where she labored. Despite the attempts of well-meaning colleagues to offer solace and respite, Perloff's anguish knew no bounds. With a heavy heart and a burdened soul, she retreated to the solitude of the office restroom, seeking solace in a whispered embrace of despair. Meanwhile, outside the confines of the Time and Life building, another drama was unfolding, one that would intertwine Perloff's fate with the burgeoning medium of television. NBC, in its infancy, was conducting tests for its nascent television service, a venture fraught with uncertainty and promise. As technicians and engineers labored to bring this marvel of modernity to life, fate intervened in the form of Marion Perloff. High above the streets of New York City, Perloff stood upon the precipice of oblivion, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. In a moment that would etch itself into the annals of history, she made a decision that would defy comprehension and pierce the veil of human understanding. With a heavy heart and a final farewell whispered upon the wind, Perloff stepped into the abyss, plunging into the unknown depths below. In the control room of NBC, the unfolding tragedy was captured by the unblinking eye of a television camera, a silent witness to the frailty of human existence. As Marion Perloff plummeted towards her fate, the engineers and technician looked on in stunned silence, grappling with the enormity of the moment. Though the footage itself would never see the light of day, the echoes of Perloff's final descent reverberated through the corridors of time, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the inexorable march of fate. No photos nor footage of Perloff's suicide are known to have survived. Like with many other earlier television broadcasts, coverage of the suicide was captured live and was not recorded. In fact, the process of recording television transmissions did not regularly occur until videotape was perfected in the late 1950s. Therefore, televised footage of the suicide is most likely permanently missing. Even if it was recorded, NBC likely would not have publicly released the footage out of respect for Perloff and her relatives. Not entirely sure, guys, that I like all the flowery language of that script, but I am going to keep it in anyway just to see what you all think. But I just wanted to go off script for a second and say that this one is pretty tragic, that, somebody in literally their lowest moment, and not only their lowest, but their last moment, that, I don't know, somehow that being accidentally captured by early television, even though it wasn't recorded. I don't know, it's like another blow to this already hurting person's dignity, and I don't know, this one, I don't know why it bothers me. I mean, it bothers me because a person took their own life, but I mean, it bothers me on another level. Almost in the way that, I know there are cultures that don't like their photo being taken because they believe it takes a bit of the soul. And I don't know, it almost feels something like that. I don't know. But, yeah, this one's kind of a rough one, isn't it? At number 1 today, we have Banjo-Kazooie, partially found concept art from an unproduced animated TV adaptation of the game series circa 2007. In 2007, plans were set in motion to bring Rare's beloved characters to life in an animated series. Led by Emilio Lopez, Adrian Barrios, and Keith Conroy, the project aimed to capture the essence of the iconic video game franchise on the small screen. However, despite promising beginnings, the project met an untimely demise, consigning it to the realm of lost media. The discovery of concept art in 2015 offered a tantalizing glimpse into what could have been a world where Banjo and Kazooie leapt off the screen into vibrant animation. Yet the dream of a Banjo-Kazooie animated series remains elusive, leaving fans to ponder the possibilities of what might have been. At number 2, we have The Spanish Maze, the lost script for a tragic play from 1605. This entry takes us to the court of King James I, where The Spanish Maze once captivated audiences with its tragic narrative. Set against the backdrop of political intrigue and cultural revival in early 17th century England, the play emerged as a theatrical masterpiece that blurred the lines between reality and fiction. Performed at the court of King James I in the winter of 1604 to 1605, The Spanish Maze was one of 11 plays showcased during the period of theatrical renaissance. However, unlike its counterpart, The Spanish Maze stood out for its enigmatic allure and haunting resonance. The play's authorship remains a subject of intense speculation and debate among scholars. While some attribute it to William Shakespeare, others argue for the involvement of his contemporaries or even the possibility of collaborative efforts. The lack of definitive evidence only adds to the mystique surrounding the play, fueling endless conjecture about its origins and meaning. As England transitioned into the 17th century, the cultural landscape underwent a profound transformation, with theater emerging as a powerful medium for artistic expression and social commentary. Against this backdrop, The Spanish Maze captivated audiences with its intricate plot, rich characters, and thought-provoking themes. Drawing inspiration from classical literature and contemporary events, the play delves into themes of power, betrayal, and redemption, weaving a tapestry of intrigue and suspense that enthralled audiences and critics alike. Yet despite its initial acclaim, The Spanish Maze eventually faded into obscurity, leaving behind only fragments of its once vibrant existence. In the centuries that followed, scholars and historians have tirelessly sought to unravel the mysteries of The Spanish Maze, scouring archives and historical records in search of clues about its elusive author and hidden meanings. Yet the play remains an enigma, a tantalizing glimpse into a bygone era of theatrical brilliance and artistic innovation. At number 3, we have Jammin' with Mario and Mario's Driving Range, lost promotional McDonald's browser games circa 2006. This piece of lost media is an intersection of video games and marketing. In 2006, McDonald's partnered with Nintendo to create a series of Mario-themed browser games as part of their Happy Meal promotion. Jammin' with Mario and Mario's Driving Range promised hours of digital fun for eager players, yet despite their brief moment in the spotlight, these games have vanished from the digital landscape, leaving behind only faded memories and tantalizing glimpses of what could have been. As we search for traces of these lost treasures, the nostalgia of childhood memories beckons us to unlock the secrets of McDonald's forgotten Mario adventures. At number 4, we have a movie whose title might make you think it would be better suited to be number 5 in one of our videos, but it's not, and that is the film Bimbos in Time, a lost Todd Sheets movie from 1993. Bimbos in Time is a lost film from B-movie auteur Todd Sheets. Part of the infamous Bimbo trilogy, this irrelevant romp promised a whirlwind adventure through history, complete with encounters with legendary figures and outrageous antics. Yet despite its promise, Bimbos in Time vanished into obscurity, leaving behind only whispers of its existence and a comic book claiming to be a tie-in to the film. While the other two films in the trilogy were released on VHS and later DVD, there seems to be no evidence that Bimbos in Time ever made its way into the real world. Perhaps it is merely lost waiting to be found, or perhaps it never existed at all. Only time will tell. At number 5, we have The Briefcases of Ian Brady, Lost Personal Documents of the Moors Murderer, 1963 to 2017. Our final tale today delves into the darkest recesses of human depravity, where the chilling legacy of Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, infamous for their role in the Moors murders, continues to haunt the collective consciousness. Between 1963 and 1965, the duo perpetrated a series of heinous crimes, preying upon innocent children and leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Despite their eventual capture and conviction in 1966, the full extent of their atrocities remains shrouded in darkness. Upon Ian Brady's death in 2017, the spotlight once again turned to the lingering mysteries surrounding the case. Among the most tantalizing enigmas were two locked briefcases entrusted to Brady's solicitor, Robin Macon. In the years leading up to his demise, speculation ran rampant about the contents within these ominous containers, with some believing they held vital clues to the whereabouts of the victims' bodies, particularly that of Keith Bennett, whose remains have never been recovered. The briefcases, symbolizing the depths of human depravity and the quest for closure, became the focus of renewed scrutiny and legal battles. Greater Manchester Police, driven by the imperative to bring closure to the families of the victims, sought a court order to unlock the secrets within. However, their efforts met with legal obstacles, as the absence of a potential investigation that could lead to prosecution thwarted their endeavors. Amidst the legal wrangling and ethical debates, the heart-wrenching pleas of Keith Bennett's brother Alan echoed through the halls of justice. With each passing day, the anguish of the families of the victims served as a poignant reminder of the ongoing quest for truth and justice in the face of unimaginable horror. As the briefcases remained sealed, their contents hidden from prying eyes, the legacy of Ian Brady and Myra Hindley casts a long shadow over the landscape of criminal history. Yet amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope remains. Proposed legislative changes embodied in the Police, Crime, Sentencing, and Courts Bill hold the potential to unlock the secrets within, paving the way for a resolution to one of Britain's most notorious criminal cases. As we confront the darkness within, the quest for justice and closure takes on new urgency, driving us to confront the darkest corners of the human psyche and the enduring search for truth in the face of unspeakable evil. At number 1, we have La Fille Coquette, a partially found French children's animated TV series based on a book from 2010. La Fille Coquette is a French animated TV series directed by Jean-Christophe Roger and Dominique Debar, based on the albums of the same name by Didier Levé and Benjamin Chaud. Those books were edited by Editions Albin Michel. The book was produced by Les Armetiers and Sony Pictures Entertainment and Maybe Movies. God, I hope I said those right. The series production began on the 6th of January 2010 and ended that same year on the 26th of July, with a total of 78 episodes that are 7 minutes long for one season, divided in 9 volumes, with each DVD having 8 to 9 episodes. So far, the episodes from the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th volume DVDs are online, and soon these volumes of the 6th to 9th will be added as well. However, volume 3 is still missing. The story occurs in a forest where many talking animals live, and the ladybug witch fairy known as La Fille Coquette is there to come to the rescue whenever an animal is in need or in trouble, to grant them a wish, which doesn't always turn out well, since she isn't a genie but rather a fairy or witch. This one is interesting to me because so much of it has been found. Like at the time of this, all out of the 9 total volumes, all except for volume 3 is available online. Again, it looks like this article hadn't been updated in a minute, but yes, since at the time, all but volume 3 are online, but for just it just seems so random that volume 3 is completely missing. Like not a single episode of volume 3 is available, and I think that's interesting. I mean, to put it bluntly. At number 2, we have Extreme Monsters Saving Steiner, a lost unpublished graphic novel, date unknown. So Extreme Monsters was a children's chapter book series that was created by Randy Meredith and Eric Smith and published by Penny Candy Press, as well as Penny Candy Press's parent company, Brighter Minds Media, from 2005 to 2007, and that was about the adventures of preteen monsters who played extreme sports. Sounds totally radical, right? Several of the books advertised a graphic novel adaptation of the books coming soon that was titled Extreme Monsters Saving Steiner, which entailed how the Extreme Monster members Val, a skateboarding vampire, Jinx, a street-luging witch, and Wolf, an inline skating werewolf, freed Steiner, a BMX biking Frankenstein monster, from his contract with Pendant Enterprises, the company behind the Extreme Monsters rivals Team Pendant. In spite of every advertisement for the graphic novel promising that it would be coming soon, it seems to have had its release indefinitely postponed, and every online store and book database listing the book states that it is out of stock and gives conflicting information about the book's release date and number of pages. For example, Goodreads.com states that the graphic novel has 48 pages and was released October 1st of 2008, while Amazon states that the graphic novel has 62 pages and was released on September 21st of 2009, which makes it doubtful that Saving Steiner was ever released. Also, the chances of anything being recovered from this potential novel is very unlikely, as Brighter Minds Media went out of business in 2011. This one to me is so weird because despite the fact that all of this occurred between potentially like 2005 and 2009, this just seems so 90s to me. Like, okay, what do kids like? Well, they like monsters, and they like extreme sports. Alright, extreme sports preteen monsters. Ultimately, I feel like just due to like when this came out, the company was probably having, some financial difficulties long before 2011. I mean, 2008 was hard for everybody, and that's supposedly like when this book would have been coming out. So I honestly think it was probably budget cuts that ultimately caused this to never see the light of day, but it probably would have been pretty cool if you were a fan of the series. Again, I'd never heard of Extreme Monsters, but it's like I can see why it would have been, popular. Alright guys, now on other channels you might hear people talk about London After Midnight, but here on Lesser Known Lost Media, at number 3 we have a different lost Lon Chaney drama film, The Miracle Man from 1919. The Miracle Man is an American silent drama film released on August 29th of 1919. The film was directed, produced, and written by George Lowen Tucker, and starring Lon Chaney, Thomas Meighan, and Betty Compson, and was released by Paramount. The film brought instant fame to Lon Chaney and his other co-stars, and was the second highest grossing film of 1919, along with being considered one of the best films by its time by both critics and audience members. The film's plot is about a gang of 4 people from New York who try to exploit and con a small town outside of Boston. Lon Chaney specifically played a character called the Frog, who was a contortionist. In fact, this movie contained a scene where Lon Chaney's The Frog poses as a crippled man crawling towards the Faith Healer, that's another member of the gang, and as he crawls towards the healer, he straightens his limbs and appears to be healed, and is said to be one of Lon Chaney's most moving performances. So, a film that made the career of one of the greatest Hollywood actors, how did this get lost? Well, unlike London After Midnight, which was not a big commercial success and was considered to be a pretty meh film, this film was successful and well received, and was still being shown as late as 1927. But despite that, and the fact that it launched the career of Lon Chaney, it's now mostly lost. 2 surviving fragments, both from Paramount compilations from the 1930s, do still exist, however. The first is from The House That Shadows Built, released in 1931, which celebrates Paramount's 20th anniversary. The second is from Movie Memories, released in 1935, where the famous healing scene was preserved. It's likely that the complete print of the film still existed until at least 1935, and it is unknown when it was lost. The film's survival being questioned as early as 1949, though it is unknown when the film was first considered lost. Only around 3 minutes of the 80-minute film survive, and the surviving fragments have been included in several releases, including a Lon Chaney documentary. A reconstruction has been made as well, with a runtime just under half of the original runtime, utilizing surviving stills. This one has always interested me because, unlike London After Midnight, the one considered the holy grail of lost media that everybody talks about, this one, again, London After Midnight was not well received. at the time, and this one was, and also made Lon Chaney's career, launching him into being the man of 1,000 faces. Without this film, London After Midnight probably would have never existed. So the fact that this film is lost, and not only that, was lost relatively quickly, is astounding. Also, unlike London After Midnight, where we know it was lost in a warehouse fire at MGM, we don't know why or when this film became lost. Like, what happened to all the prints? I mean, if it was being shown as late as 1927, clearly there were many prints of this film made, and it's amazing that all of them are gone. I 100% believe that this film still exists somewhere in private collections, and I just hope that it will see the light of day at some point. At number 4, we have Hyperscan, lost builds of unreleased Nickelodeon licensed games from Mattel video game console 2006 to 2007. So long before the days of the Nintendo Switch and its amiibos and amiibo cards, there was the Mattel Hyperscan, which was a video game console released on October 23rd of 2006. I was a freshman in college at that time, and I honestly don't remember hearing about this at all, but apparently it was a thing. The system's main gimmick was a reliance on collector's cards, which contained gameplay elements such as characters, settings, etc. that were unlocked by a built-in RFID scanner on the console. The unit itself plus a starter pack of cards originally retailed for about $75 to $95 USD. The rest of the cards were sold separately in random packs of 6 for $10 to $12 American, meaning that players might spend hundreds of dollars to complete a single, very basic game that would only be playable on a poorly built, severely underpowered console. Now think about it this way, games back in 2006 were around $50, maybe $60, only in recent years have games even gone up to $70, so to pay hundreds of dollars on a game back in a bad game at that, back in 2006, yeah, not a great marketing gimmick. So unsurprisingly, the Hyperscan experiment, so to speak, lasted less than a year. Most of that spent on clearance shelves before being quietly discontinued altogether sometime in 2007. Only 5 known complete games were released for the console, nearly all based on licensed properties, and at the time of its cancellation there were 2 further games in development based on Nickelodeon properties that were never released. So these games were Avatar: The Last Airbender, which were based on the animated series, of course, and there is currently no known information as to what kind of gameplay this one had, but it is said to have been finished or nearly finished just as the Hyperscan was being discontinued. A booster card pack and another Air series was also confirmed. The only existing pieces of media for the game are the boxes for the game pack and the booster pack. It is rumored that some copies either leaked or made it to store shelves for a very limited time, but this has not been confirmed. The other is Nick Extreme Sports, which is the last game to have been announced for the Hyperscan. This time it was based on multiple hit Nickelodeon franchises. It is not known which ones specifically are, save for SpongeBob SquarePants, who is featured on the cover art for the game. The game itself was scrapped very early on during development, and there is no other info available. It was allegedly called Nickelodeon Sports at some point, but there are no pictures or pieces of media showing this. So basically, due to the Hyperscan being, such an epic failure, and these games being, completely lost, they haven't had any content that has resurfaced, and, honestly, due to the obscurity of their intended console and unique difficulties with porting or emulating them to other systems, it's not likely we'll ever see these. Well, as a 90s baby, I definitely have some nostalgia for all the, failed concepts of, games, toys, shows, consoles, what have you. Everybody's trying to, vie for your money and your attention, and there were just so many failures. But I honestly am glad to see the gimmick console start to go away. There's still those plug-and-play games that, you hook up directly to the TV, and it's got 1 million games on it, but they're all crap. Those still exist, but, we're finally getting to the point where we're no. leave the games to the big boys and, well, to the people that make games for your phone, alright? Like, we don't need weird gimmicky systems. I mean, that being said, I definitely think, in a way, this crappy console was ahead of its time because amiibos are a big business. You know, Nintendo's made a lot of money doing that, and I feel like, yeah, the idea that you could unlock things by buying a figure or buying a pack of cards. I know my wife was really into the Animal Crossing amiibos for the Switch for a while. It's a neat concept, but again, there have been a lot of failures trying to make it happen there, and this was kind of the earliest one. I mean, remember also there was a Lego version, there was a Disney version, but this was kind of the first one that failed to get this concept off the ground, and it's like, yeah, guys, Nintendo did it right, just leave it at that. Alright, and at number 5, we have Dominion Tank Police, the partially found, censored alternate English dub of the anime series from the 1990s. So this one is interesting because it's not the spicy piece of media that is lost, it's actually the less spicy piece that is currently missing. Dominion Tank Police is a 4-part OVA series originally released in Japan in 1988. It was the first title licensed in North America by former anime distributor Central Park Media in 1992. Central Park Media then worked to get the OVA series broadcast on the Sci-Fi Channel's Saturday morning Saturday anime block, where it was in heavy rotation throughout the 1990s. However, the Sci-Fi Channel version of the series contained a number of changes from the original Japanese version and the uncut English dub. Not only were a number of visual cuts made, particularly of scenes involving phallic weapons as well as a striptease sequence, and the ending credits removed due to nudity, a number of redubs were made for language, innuendo, and crude humor present in the series. For example, references to urine/piss being stolen from the hospital in the uncut English dub were changed to plasma, and a reference to phallic weapons as erectocockies was changed to simply referring to them as weapons. Now, the edited English dub was never released on home video or shown on any channel other than the Sci-Fi Channel. Showtime would later show the series uncut, and international broadcasts in Canada and other territories used the uncut English dub. Now, currently 2 Sci-Fi Channel recordings of Dominion Tank Police were uploaded to YouTube on August 30th of 2017 and September 24th of 2020 by user Time-Based Collector, but these are only episodes 1 and 2 of the 4-part series. This one I find interesting because so often it's the full uncut version that is missing. Very early on, we talked about La Blue Girl, which it was a hentai that had several scenes featuring a dwarf character cut from the American version because they thought he resembled a child too much, meaning that a fully uncut version of the film has gone missing and is probably still existing somewhere on VHS copies. But this one, it's the edited for TV version that has missing parts. I've not seen this in its entirety. I remember watching part of the DVD that I rented from the library, and this was the traditional 80s, early 90s anime. It had cat girls, it had big boobies. It's what everyone warned you about anime before anime got popular. And so the fact that it's the edited for TV version that is no longer available, it's kind of funny, honestly. But yeah, so if you taped a lot of sci-fi anime Saturday block back in the 90s and you have your old VHS tapes lying around, give them a look. You might have the missing episodes. At number 1 today, we have Scratch and Sniff's Den of Doom, a partially lost CITV quiz show from 2007. Scratch and Sniff's Den of Doom was a British quiz show that aired on CITV in 2007. The show is hosted by the titular puppet hyena characters Scratch, voiced by Dawn Austin, and Sniff, voiced by John Eccleston, who ask multiple choice questions with a multitude of skits to the contestants throughout the show. The show aired for 1 season before being cancelled with a total of 15 episodes. Each episode of the show consists of 5 contestants that the hyenas have captured to play their game. In each round, the contestants have to answer questions to avoid being dunked in the host's cooking pot to be eaten for their dinner. Round 1 and 2 start by each contestant at being asked in a clockwise rotation a multiple choice question of 2 answers. If the question is answered wrongly, they step closer to the drop zone. However, if the question is answered correctly, the contestants get to choose another contestant to get sent 1 step further into the drop zone. After the contestants have taken 3 steps forward, they find themselves in the drop zone, and Sniff will ask the losing contestant a riddle called the Question Impossible, which will get answered incorrectly. The losing contestant will then be dropped by Scratch, and Scratch would make a remark at the losing contestant's expense. During the advert break, the show would cut to a skit called What's in Your Pants? The skit showed the hyenas in the safari, Scratch being dressed as an explorer, and will ask the viewer what creature has entered Sniff's pants while describing its attributes. After the break, the creature would be revealed before continuing the rest of the show. The third round would be called Double Drop. In that round, it would be a continuation as the first 2 rounds, but it keeps going until 2 or 3 contestants are on the drop zone. The last remaining contestant would then be interviewed by the hyenas, who would attempt to dent their confidence. The contestant would then be presented by more multiple choice questions with 5 answers, each being represented by the contestant's drop zone. They would be given 10 seconds to answer, with the incorrect answer being revealed one by one. The eventual outcome would then either be that they lose by falling into the pot, or they win with a trophy and get chased off by the hyenas, in which they don't succeed in doing so. However, if all the contestants fall, the hyenas would taunt the finalist before turning to the viewer and explaining that they're off to find more contestants. The show was produced by the Foundation in 2006 and originally broadcast on ITV1, which was the CITV weekend block, in 2007. Den of Doom was rerun on the CITV channel on special occasions, Half-Term Horror Days, which would be in March 2007, and CITV Goes Bananas in February of 2008, before being added to the regular schedule in 2009. It had reruns up until early 2011, in which the show was removed from CITV's show listing. So out of the 15 total episodes, 8 are found, while the other 7 are only partially found. I find this one interesting because although it seems to have a somewhat simple premise, the setup alone of like the hyenas and the cooking pot and all that makes it a lot more interesting, a lot more unique than a lot of game shows we see nowadays. So, kudos to them for trying something new. I guess it only lasted 1 season. Maybe it was expensive to produce. Maybe it just didn't get the views they wanted. But all in all, you gotta give people props for trying something different. At number 2, we have Oil and Vinegar, a lost screenplay of a canceled John Hughes film circa 1984 to 1986. John Hughes was an American filmmaker known for classic 1980s comedies and dramas such as The Breakfast Club, 16 Candles, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and many more. Hughes' films are iconic for often featuring teenagers having coming-of-age experiences. He also helped launch the careers of many young celebrities, including Matthew Broderick, Anthony Michael Hall, Molly Ringwald, Ali Sheedy, and many more. After his death in 2009, his family found multiple unreleased scripts. One of these scripts, Oil and Vinegar, was said to have been a favorite of Hughes. Despite the love Hughes had for this script, it was never made into a film, and the script has remained unreleased. So what was Oil and Vinegar? Well, Oil and Vinegar was a screenplay written by Hughes, most likely between 1984 and 1986. He adored the script and sent it off to multiple actors he'd worked with previously. Matthew Broderick, who had immense success playing the main character in Hughes' previous film, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, would have been cast as the lead male role, a traveling salesman. Molly Ringwald, who had played in 3 of Hughes' films prior, would have played the female lead, a hitchhiking new wave girl. In her nonfiction book, You Couldn't Ignore Me If You Tried, The Brat Pack, John Hughes, and Their Impact on a Generation, author Susanna Gora tells how Broderick spoke to her about the script. Quote, "It was a romantic comedy that had Broderick and Ringwald in a car for the entire movie. Broderick, who read the script, told me he was fascinated with it because it was an even smaller experiment than The Breakfast Club, where you had 5 characters in one room." Filmmaker Howard Deutsch was among the group of individuals who read the script. Deutsch, who was working on Some Kind of Wonderful at the time, expressed an interest in directing Oil and Vinegar. Deutsch later told actor John Cryer that it was the best script of Hughes's that he'd read. Reportedly, Hughes was initially okay with Deutsch directing Oil and Vinegar. However, when Deutsch went to his office the next day, Hughes locked him out and kicked him out of the production team for Some Kind of Wonderful. It seems that Hughes took Deutsch's desire to direct as competition. It is said that the men later reconciled. John Cryer spoke of the ordeal in his memoir, So That Happened, a Memoir, and to quote, "The next day, Howie, Deutsch, went to the studio to work on Some Kind of Wonderful and discovered a lock on his door, and shortly after, he received word that he'd been taken off the movie. In a flash, John, Hughes, had simply turned against Howie. It seems John had wanted to direct Oil and Vinegar himself, and interpreted Howie's vocalization of interest as a huge betrayal." It is said that Hughes became protective over the film. Unfortunately, it was never made into a film following the incident with Deutsch. So we have a little history, but what was it actually about? I mean, beyond just the basic premise that we talked about. So, the film would have had a similar play-like format seen in The Breakfast Club, focusing on the conversation between these two characters. Broderick would have played a traveling salesman who picks up a young hitchhiker, played by Ringwald, trapped by themselves out in the middle of nowhere in Broderick's car, and later a motel room. The two would have conversations on coming-of-age topics similar to those heard in Breakfast Club. However, another potential director, Alan Metter, recalls that the plot involved Broderick's character driving to his wedding, picking up Ringwald along the way. To date, the script has remained lost and likely will not be released by anyone other than the family. Those who read the script hail it as Hughes' greatest work, and many fans hope that the script will be released publicly or even get made into a film. I agree with the fans. Personally, I would love to see the script released. I don't think it will ever get made into a movie, given how protective Hughes was of it, and I don't think his family would go against his wishes and allow the script to be turned into a movie, but I could definitely see like high schools doing it as like a play or something. But yeah, no, if this is supposedly Hughes' greatest work, I would love to see it, and it still exists potentially, and maybe someday we'll get to. At number 3, we have Creative Engineering Inc., partially lost audio of animatronic characters show tapes, 1970s to the 2000s. Creative Engineering Inc. is an animatronic company founded in 1975. They are most recognized for producing the Rockafire Explosion band that operated in Showbiz Pizza Place food chains in the 1980s. Other than the Rockafire, Creative Engineering manufactured several other animatronic bands and retrofits for their own shows. Many show tapes and segments of these show tapes have never surfaced online or have since disappeared. Debuting on August 14th of 1980, the Rockafire Explosion animatronic show was Showbiz Pizza's primary distinction from other arcades at the time. In 1990, however, Showbiz Pizza made the decision to remove the Rockafire entertainment from their restaurants after Creative Engineering Inc. refused to give Showbiz Pizza the copyrights and trademarks. This led to a process known as concept unification, in which not only most Showbiz Pizza places being converted to Chuck E. Cheese locations, as Showbiz bought all the assets to Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza Time Theater in 1984, but also included all of the Rockafire characters, except Billy Bob and Earl, being retrofitted into Chuck E. Cheese characters, with the show being renamed to Munch's Make Believe Band. However, starting in 1987, after Showbiz and Creative canceled the original manufacturing, sales, and licensing agreement and created a new settlement and license agreement, which was much looser than the original one, and gave Creative full rights to the destiny and future of the Rockafire Explosion, Creative started to sell the Rockafire Explosion to other venues such as Pistol Pete's Pizza, Circus Pizza, Funtime Pizza, Fun Zone, Fun Station USA, Flamingo Land, and Billy Bob's Wonderland. While most of Rockafire's show tapes have been found, there are a few still missing. These missing or partially missing tapes include Dr. Juke's test tape, the mini stage skits, birthday intros and junk skits, as well as the Showbiz Pizza Fiesta show tapes, Talking Billy Bob walk-around show tapes, Golden Show Tapes collection, and one that does not have any kind of description on the Lost Media Wiki called the TiVo shows. I could honestly spend all day talking about the multitude of different shows and tapes that are lost or partially lost from this company, so I'm just going to give you a very brief overview that each thing I'm about to mention has either lost or partially lost content, and that is the Looney Birds, the new Rockafire Explosion, the Wolfpack 5, Hard Luck Bears, Willy Wabbit, the Scab, Friendly Freddy, the Confederate Critter Show, Bear Country Jubilee, Gaslight Jamboree, Bubba the Shakespearean Gorilla, Laszlo the Fortune Teller, Clown, Reginald J. Flute and Snoot, Wizard of Oz, Duke and Mitzi, the Jungle Juke Band, the Cosmic Combo, Mini Billy Bob, The Meejins, and something called the Talking Heads Show. Honestly, if you're interested in this kind of content, I highly recommend heading on over to the Lost Media Wiki and checking out this article for yourself. There is quite a bit there. Animatronics are always a big fan of mine, and so Lost Media animatronics are even cooler, and that's why this one gets to be on the list. Alright guys, at number 4 we have a Valerie's Family Fire Prevention, which are partially found McDonald's-sponsored TV ads from 1987. In 1986, a sitcom starring Valerie Harper as a mother of 3 boys and wife of an airline pilot entitled Valerie debuted on NBC. Its 13-episode trial season was a success, and it was renewed for another season, which was equally successful. A 3rd season had been greenlit and was just starting production before Harper was involved in a salary dispute, resulting in her getting fired from the show, and as a result, her character was killed off in a car accident. Sandy Duncan was brought in as the boy's aunt, and the show was renamed Valerie's Family. Now, several episodes of Season 3 deal with the Hogans overcoming Valerie's death, including the 3rd episode entitled Burned Out, sponsored by McDonald's and aired during Fire Prevention Week on October 5th of 1987. In the episode, as the boys and their father are helping Sandy move in, they come across a poorly structured lamp in their attic. As they walk away from it, the lamp sparks and catches fire. The fire contains itself well enough that the Hogans don't notice anything wrong until they're getting ready for bed. As fate would have it, the fire eventually engulfs the house and leaves the Hogans to stay with their next-door neighbors, the Pools, one of whom was coincidentally played by Willard Scott, the first person to play the role of Ronald McDonald, while their house is being repaired. But hey, where does McDonald's come into all this? Well, as a condition of their sponsorship, McDonald helped finance the set damage for the scene, involving the Hogans exploring their charred house, and aired public safety announcements related to fire safety during the episode's commercial breaks. These commercials were only shown during the episode's debut airing and were never repeated. While Burned Out is still in regular circulation, the commercials that aired during this episode aren't for the most part. One is available, but due to only airing once, the others are unlikely to resurface given their rarity. This one is interesting to me because, the idea of a commercial that would be only airing one time is just unthinkable in this day and age. Commercials are expensive. They take time to produce, they take time to edit, they take time to film. And so to only air them during a one-time screening of one episode of a show is nuts to me. I mean, sure, they were for a good cause, fire safety and all that, but they wouldn't show them afterwards. I mean, it's not like, fires aren't a constant problem in American households. Again, the thing that I find very interesting here is just the rarity, and that being the rarity being the reason why it's lost. It's nuts to me. Alright guys, at number 5, our spicy piece today is Gang Bang, a partially lost, unreleased Aisha erotica album from 2016. Gang Bang, stylized in all caps, is the scrapped 3rd studio album from American producer and singer Aisha Erotica, originally meant for an October 29th, 2016 release, with an iTunes pre-order going up on October 22nd of the same year. Several promo singles were released for the album, but for unknown reasons, the album was shelved within the month it was meant to be released. In 2023, Aisha Erotica shared her thoughts on the album, calling it poorly done and rushed, and that most of the tracks were half done or like throwaway material, possibly showing that the reason for the cancellation was dissatisfaction with the album. She also confirmed the existence of an, as of now, unleaked full photo shoot. This photo shoot, which has not resurfaced in full, was made centering around the fashion brand American Apparel. There's a 7-year-old board of American Apparel ads on her Pinterest, which might have been the inspiration for the shoot. Aisha would later reuse some of the pictures from the photo shoot as the cover art for the singles Love It, Redux, and Major. Several songs from the album were officially released with her 2016 EP, Cum Shot. Additional unreleased tracks were released on her Whore1234 account, such as I Will in December of 2023, and the now deleted SoundCloud account, Lil Tay Nation, leaked the unreleased track Raw in full. On February 2nd of 2017, Aisha Erotica posted the playlist What You Never Got to Hear, a farewell to the Gang Bang era, on her main SoundCloud account, Pussy Sugar. This playlist contains 5 confirmed outtakes from the album, although none of the tracks featured were meant to be on the finished album. On July 11th of 2023, the full track list was leaked on Reddit, and so here's the list and their status. So of course there's Gangbang, which has been found, Hit 'em, the recipe, also found, Like My Daddy, which is lost, Crack Rock, which is found, Party Bitch, also found, Sex Drive, also found, Uncomfortable, featuring Erica Kane, or Erica Kanye, I don't know how to say that last name. That one's partially lost. The solo demo is the only thing we found. So Severe, which is an instrumental track, which is lost. 16, which are a remaster, also lost. And then the following 4 tracks have been found. Raw, Regret, Used, and Fins. I'll be honest, until making this video, I had never heard of Aisha Erotica, but it just seems kind of like a shock artist that is, everything. I mean, her SoundCloud account was called Pussy Sugar, really? Again, I've never listened to her music. I have no idea if it's any good, but it almost seems like this whole thing was just done for publicity. And, that's totally fine. That's a great way to make a name for yourself, but I don't know, it feels a little ridiculous, but it's still fun, so it's on the list. At number 1, we have the Action Replay for Nintendo Wii, a lost disc-based version of a Wii cheating device from 2008. So Action Replay is a line of video game cheating devices developed and manufactured in the UK by company Daytel. In early 2008, after the discovery of an exploit in the signature verification of the Wii, new products from Daytel, including a version of the Action Replay for the Wii, started appearing in online storefronts for pre-order, releasing on January 2nd of 2008. While the Wii Freeloader, another disc-based device from Daytel, ended up being widely sold on multiple storefronts, including their own. The Action Replay was soft launched on considerably fewer sites, though was available for order for a significant time period. However, on June 16th of 2008, Nintendo released version 3.3 of the Wii system firmware, patching the exploit used by Daytel that allowed these discs to run. While Daytel continued selling the Wii Freeloader, albeit with a warning that it could not be used on updated systems, the storefront listings for the Action Replay started to disappear at this time, with only the Best Buy store page remaining to this day. It is possible that Daytel decided to postpone the full launch of the device until they had found a way to restore functionality on the latest Wii system firmware. But due to the limited release, this version of the Action Replay has yet to be preserved in any way, with no listings appearing on eBay or other secondhand sites. In 2012, Daytel soft-launched an SD card-based version of the Action Replay using a different exploit. This exploit was never patched by Nintendo, and this version of the device went on to be sold widely on various storefronts. Besides the use of an SD card rather than a disc, it is unknown what changes were made by Daytel for this release. Now note that Daytel's save manager, Power Saves, was released for the Wii under the Action Replay brand, bundled with a PC installer CD. Despite the confusing name, this is not the same product and does not run on the Wii itself. I found this one interesting just because back in the day, I believe I had an Action Replay for a system. I want to say it was my PlayStation 2. I know that, we had a lot of people had like the Game Shark or the Game Genie for their Nintendos, their Game Boys, their Segas. And, it used to be a lot more interesting, before the introduction of things like mods became so prevalent in gaming that you could also, we all had a Game Shark and we all used it to get all the Pokemon we could possibly want. But, that is the kind of the thing that's changed in gaming. But it is interesting that, we would actually seek to stop the exploit of this, leading to it not being sold, which I don't believe has really been a thing very often with these devices. But again, it's been a long time since I've used one. I just think it's neat. At number 2, we have All Dogs Go to Heaven, partially found Procter & Gamble TV promotions for the VHS release of the animated film from 1990. Now, in 1990, following on the commercial and critical disappointment of the 1989 Don Bluth film, All Dogs Go to Heaven, MGA UA collaborated with Procter & Gamble for an advertising campaign to promote the VHS release of the movie. This campaign, costing over $3 million, consisted of newly animated footage by Don Bluth's US studio showing the film characters giving each other the tape for the holidays, and also a separate advert for Downy detergent showing live-action dogs discussing the film while their owners were at the store purchasing Downy and the movie on VHS. Now, despite this odd pairing, it seems to have paid off, as the VHS of All Dogs Go to Heaven was a huge success at the time. Now, on July 5th of 2016, YouTube user Panoni8 uploaded 24 minutes of commercials recorded on November 14th of 1990 during an airing of the film Short Circuit 2. At timestamp 2342 on the YouTube video, the Downy version of the advertisement campaign is shown. This one is very interesting to me because I absolutely loved All Dogs Go to Heaven, and I did have the VHS, and I do remember there being some kind of Downy ad in it, in that as well, which I believe is probably not lost, as that VHS is actually very common to find, but I did not know at the time, as I would have been only 2 years old in 1990. I had no idea that there was a TV ad campaign for it as well, but as this was one of my favorite movies as a child, this is very interesting to me, especially due to the fact that I remember there was a commercial for Downy at the beginning of the VHS, which is a very odd combination. Just like I had a VHS of Mary Martin Peter Pan, and there was an ad for Raisinets at the beginning, which was kind of funny. Normally there aren't commercials, just ads for other movies at the time, but this one is interesting to me. Alright, at number 3, guys, we have Capcom Fighting All-Stars Code Holder, a lost build of a cancelled fighting game from 2003. Capcom Fighting All-Stars Code Holder is a cancelled crossover fighting game that was being developed and set to be published by Capcom for arcades and the PlayStation 2. So, the plot of this game was that a mysterious man is threatening Metro City with a bomb codenamed Laughter Sun. And to help thwart the game's antagonist and defuse the bomb in time, the city's mayor, Mike Hagar, called up some of the best fighters. Those were Ryu, Charlie Nash, Chun-Li, and Alex from Street Fighter, Hagar himself and Poison from Final Fight, Batsu and Akira from Rival Schools, Strider Hiryu and from his titular franchise, and 3 new characters dubbed Code Holders were to join the fray. Didi, aka Ogre, Rook, aka Fallen Angel, and Ingrid, aka Isis. Now in 2017, Capcom's Shadaloo CRI revealed that Akuma from Street Fighter, Dimitri from Darkstalkers, and a character from SNK's King of Fighters franchise, whose identity was not revealed, and the game's antagonist, Avel, aka Death, would be secret characters. As to the gameplay, for the most part, it was on a 2D plane with the standard punch and kick button layout and super moves. A feature from 3D fighters, sidestepping, would get its own button. It introduced new mechanics like the dramatic counter, a dodging counterattack that slowed the game down upon activation, the dramatic finish, which is similar to Mortal Kombat's fatalities, and the declaration of victory, which would give extra points. But if the player lost a single round, the player would lose the whole battle. Work began on a sequel to the Capcom vs. SNK 2 Mark of the Millennium 2001 in the same 2D style before they decided to change it to a 3D game, but SNK being unavailable due to a major restructuring and being fresh out of a bankruptcy, it was decided that a crossover game featuring Capcom franchises would begin development, with 20 SNK staff members joining to help. This would also be the first time Capcom would develop a 3D fighter in-house before Street Fighter 4. The game was announced on September 2nd of 2002 on the Japanese digital magazine Impress Game Watch as being in development, and on September 19th of the same year, the game was revealed as Capcom Fighting All-Stars Code Holder at the Amusement Machine Show, or more commonly called JAMA, of that year. They revealed some of the playable characters, its plot, mechanics, and even demonstrated some gameplay. Reactions were mixed. Praise went to the character roster, mechanics, and 3D backgrounds, but the game's animations, character models, and lighting were negatively compared to Tekken 4 and Virtua Fighter 4. IGN reported that the arcade version would be released that winter, but they were likely referring to location tests. However, sometime between the game's presentation at JAMA and February of 2003, Capcom would hold location tests in various places, including Japan and the United Kingdom. These tests were very negative and performed badly. On February 26 of 2003, the Japanese magazine Dorimaga reported that the game was removed from publishing schedules. Half a year later, in August of 2003, Capcom would formally announce the game's cancellation. The idea of a Capcom crossover fighting game remained, and Capcom Fighting Jam, a 2D fighting game recycling several ideas from its predecessor, was released for arcades, the PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox from October 2004 to June 2005, mostly to negative reception. As of now, no arcade cabinet with the arcade version installed, nor the PlayStation 2 builds, have been found. However, in June of 2017, Takayuki Nakayama, an art director for Capcom, decided to post unreleased promotional artwork, screenshots from the game, including the final roster and the final boss in action. It's assumed Capcom still has either version in their archive, but it's unlikely it would see a release because it's, unfinished. I'm honestly amazed by this one that I don't hear about it more because, lost video games are a big thing. Capcom is a big thing. The characters that would have been in this game are all big things. And so the fact that until just kind of browsing the Lost Media wiki, I'd never heard of this before. And that honestly surprises me. Like, I'm not huge into the fighting games, but I've never heard another YouTuber cover this, and I do watch a lot of Lost Media videos. So the fact that it is so obscure is interesting to me. At number 4, we have the 5,000 Fingers of Dr. T, the lost original cut of a Dr. Seuss film from 1953. Now, The 5,000 Fingers of Dr. T is a 1953 American film that is noteworthy for being the only film written by Theodore Geisel, better known as Dr. Seuss. Now, the film itself is not lost. However, the original cut of the film, which had a darker tone and included twice as many musical numbers, is completely lost, as even Sony Pictures hasn't been able to find a copy of it. However, the screenplay has been found, which is 1,000 plus pages in length, far longer than an average movie screenplay, but has not been released. Now, before his death, Geisel denounced the film and purposely left it unmentioned in his biography, so he may have played a part in its disappearance. The film's story focuses on Bart, a young boy living with his widowed mother. More than anything, Bart dreads his strict piano instructor, Dr. Terwilliger. After Bart complains to the plumber, August Zabladowski, about how his instructor might be influencing his mom, Bart dozes off at the piano and dreams. In his dreams, he finds himself trapped in the Terwilliger Institute, a place where Bart's piano teacher is a dictator. Dr. Terwilliger has created a piano so massive that it requires 500 boys, including Bart, to play it, enslaving them in the institute. Bart's mother, hypnotized by Dr. Terwilliger, believes she is his bride-to-be, and throughout the film, Bart tries to save his mother by evading guards and recruiting the reluctant Mr. Zabladowski to help him. And after convincing the plumber to help, the two build a machine that ruins the debut concert for the Mega Piano and starts a riot for the enslaved boys. Eventually, the machine explodes, waking Bart from his dream. Noticing when he wakes up that the plumber has distracted his mother, Bart runs outside to play. So, many changes were made to the film prior to its release due to negative feedback from the test audience. 13 out of the original 24 musical numbers were removed entirely from the production, leaving 11 in the movie. Prior to their removal, every musical number had been filmed. It is unknown if the footage survives to this day, and several subplots were cut that included the songs. It is rumored that the premiere version was 139 minutes long, while today the film lasts only 89 minutes. Some censorship was also added to one number, namely the mention of gas chambers in the Elevator song, which could have been misconstrued as a reference to the Holocaust, so the specific stanza was removed. While neither the screenplay or any of the cut footage is available, all of the songs cut from the film can still be heard on the limited edition CD soundtrack release online, and the bootleg vinyl record, which includes the songs in the film today and most of the cut songs. So the things I find most interesting about this are, one, just that I had no clue Dr. Seuss made a live action movie, and it seems that he did not want people to know, so he kind of left it out of his own biography. The other thing I think is very interesting is that the main character and the antagonist of the film, Bart and Dr. Terwilliger, is very similar to Bart Simpson and Bob Terwilliger, aka Sideshow Bob, in my favorite show, The Simpsons. I don't know if there's a connection, but I find it interesting. And just the fact that Dr. Seuss would have made it makes sense he would have made such an insane film that had so many musical numbers, but I don't know. This one's just weird and obscure, and I kind of love it. And at number 5, we have Feel It All, Lost Uncensored Tokyo Hotel music video from 2016. On March 27th of 2015, the German band Tokyo Hotel released the music video for their song Feel It All on their YouTube channel. The video, according to lead singer Bill Kaulitz, was based on films such as Requiem for a Dream, Kids, and Christian F. Wir Kinder von Bahnhof Zoo. Kaulitz plays himself as a drug addict in the video, where he is seen using drugs such as heroin and cocaine, engaging in prostitution, and passing out in a nightclub. According to the video's director, Kaulitz actually put needles in his skin to make the video as realistic as possible, but did so safely without actually doing any drugs. There are also scenes of other people engaging in drug use, as well as sexual acts, fighting, and there is a scene depicting someone dying of an accidental overdose. In the version available on YouTube, the nudity and skin and syringe contact were blurred out. It has been reported by the band and others associated with them that an uncensored version of the video exists with the nudity and syringe use not blurred out. It is unknown if this version has more scenes that were not suitable for YouTube. While the censored version is available on YouTube, the uncensored version has not been released. I'll be honest, guys, I put this one in here because my wife is a huge Tokyo Hotel fan, and I did not know that they had lost media. So when I was scrolling the wiki and saw this and saw, what it was labeled as, I thought, hey, what a great piece to put in as the 50th piece of lesser known lost media on my channel in the not safe for work entry, a way to, the series that has been the biggest success for my YouTube channel, and also because it involves a band that the person who has been the most instrumental in my success in life in recent years, it's one of her favorite bands. So you know what? I figured this was a great way to end this video. At number 1, we have Amadis de Gaula, Lost Chapters of Chivalric Romance Books from the 14th Century. Amadis de Gaula is a landmark medieval romance novel series from the Iberian Peninsula and the lead character of the said novel. In 1508, Spanish author Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo published the 1508 edition of the books, having claimed to have corrected and amended the original. The original version of Amadis de Gaula may have been Portuguese in origin, consisted of parchment scrolls bound into leather covers, and may have dated as early as the 13th century. The 3 original unedited volumes of the Amadis saga are now lost, except for fragmentary remains in the Bancroft Library at the University of California, Berkeley. So yeah, a little bit of the history. Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo was in possession of 3 surviving volumes of the Amadis saga, which consisted of parchment scrolls bound into leather covers, as we said before. He altered many violent chapters and altered the original ending, in which Amadis is slain by his son, Esplandian. Instead, the saga ends with a double wedding, in which both Amadis and his son marry their lady loves. This published version was enough of a success for Montalvo to write one final book in the saga. The story starts with a cross love story between King Perion of Gaul and Elsina of England. They end up having a child in secret named Amadis. After his birth, Amadis is abandoned by his parents and is raised by a knight named gondolas in Scotland. A wizard named Archelaus attempts to kill Amadis, but is protected by a priestess named Urganda la Descondia, who has been gifted the ability of prophecy. That's a lot of weird foreign names I'm not good at. After overcoming the challenges in the enchanted Insola Firme, including passing through the Ark of Faithful Lovers, Amadis is knighted. Oriana, a childhood friend and Amadis' love interest, chastises him over being knighted and grows jealous of a rival prince. This causes Amadis to descend into madness and go into isolation. Eventually, Amadis ends his isolation and overcomes his madness and helps Oriana's father, Lisuart, repel an attack on the kingdom. After a secret meeting, Oriana and Amadis have a child named Esplandian. Due to this, Oriana and Amadis must get married, but defer plans for 10 years. During this time, Amadis leaves Great Britain and travels throughout Europe, going as far as Constantinople, where he secures the favor of the child princess Lenorina, who will become Esplandian's wife. On his way back, Amadis battles a giant Indriago, which is a monster born of incest. It is at this point that the original manuscript ends. Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo ended up making a fourth book titled Esplandian and was followed up by other books by different authors. Throughout the ages, various continuations of the Amadis de Gaula have been published in Spanish, French, German, and Italian. So what exactly did he change? Well, it is unknown what happened to the majority of the original manuscripts of Amadis de Gaula, while a single fragment does remain and is housed at the Bancroft Library at the University of California, Berkeley. The rest of the manuscripts were likely destroyed at some point in time. As of the publishing of the article in the Lost Media Wiki, no more manuscripts have since emerged. I'm always a big fan of these pieces of lost media that are usually ancient pieces of literature, because while were we to actually find them, it would be absolutely amazing. The fact that they are so old and that they were, made of things like parchment or whatever and are likely have been destroyed either through age or through misfortune, it is likely we will never find them. But that just means that if we do, it makes the finding all the better. So, that is why I love pieces like this, because while it is unlikely we will ever find them, it would be the find of a century if we do in some cases. At number 2, we have Coolsville, lost build of a canceled PC adventure game from anywhere between 1994 and 1998. Coolsville is a canceled jazz-themed PC adventure game aimed at a child audience. It was meant to be released in the fall of 1994, developed by Music Pen, and was to be distributed by MediaVision. The game is set in Coolsville, a city populated with anthropomorphic cartoon animals who are into jazz music. The city is divided into 4 districts, each with a different name and theme. There was ragtime, blues, big band, and bebop. Coolsville is led by a council of 6 gurus who reunite each year for a public musical performance known as The Great Gig. This concert gives energy to the city for a year. But one of the gurus has been abducted, and the player character is sent on a quest to find him, picking up musicians to form a band along the way. Now, several of the characters are parodies of famous jazz musicians and singers, such as Duck Ellington, based of course on Duke Ellington, and a talking yellow taxicab called Calloway, a pun on Cab Calloway. The idea for the game originally came from Brian Giardi, the art director of the project. Though it is often presumed to be an adventure game, it is also very probable to be more of an interactive educational game, like, Pajama Sam or Freddy Fish. Because the Music Pen Company mostly developed educational games, most of them being from the Magic School Bus license. The copyright trademark for the game was registered as multimedia computer software containing information in the field of music. According to project manager Michael Dugan, it was an early attempt at a kind of virtual reality, sort of an animated history of soul music, and crossed over all other sorts of genres related to soul. Music Pen financed the game themselves, and the art and animation was done by a large number of different artists and animators. The game was a pet project that had minor priority over mainstream titles, so development on it was erratic. Due to this, it is difficult to find specific information on what was being worked on. Unfortunately, Coolsville's release was cancelled after MediaVision was shut down. The only visual signs of its existence that have ever been made public are a few screenshots as shown in several magazines that were published before the game was cancelled. These screenshots seem to imply that the game may also have had a music-creating gameplay feature, such as as well as being a classic point-and-click adventure. No prototype demo or concrete version of the game has ever surfaced to this day. Back during development, the game had previews in French video game magazines Joystick and Gen 4, which gave very positive feedback, strongly implying that they played at least a prototype. According to project manager Michael Dugan, he was under the impression that there was a prototype made sometime after he departed the company. The game was also reportedly introduced at the 1994 Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. Now, there is video footage and photographs of this particular instance of Consumer Electronics Show that are still around, but there is no mention of Coolsville to be found anywhere in them. As a 90s kid, I remember when point-and-click adventures were like really big, and my sister even has a full-on Freddy the Fish game. I think that was from early 2000s, but like the 90s, the early 2000s were big on these point-and-click adventure games. The thing about my sister's Freddy Fish game is it was actually given to her for getting a haircut at Great Clips, which I always thought was kind of funny. But the thing is that there was an oversaturated market, and especially if this was just a pet project, also the whole jazz theme. I mean, kids have never really been all that into jazz. I feel like this one was put on the back burner, and if there is still a demo, it is probably a very rough alpha, so to speak. This just seems like it was not given the focus that it maybe should have been in order to get out on time. And then, of course, when the company went belly up, nobody picked it up. But, it sounds like a pretty cool idea, and I'd love it if we could at least find that demo, no matter how rough it might have been. I think it would still be pretty cool. One of the things I love about this series is being able to cover pieces of lost media from well-known properties that get overshadowed by more famous pieces from that same property. And to that end, we have Out to Lunch, partially found Sesame Street / Electric Company crossover special from 1974. Now, if you're at all a fan of Lost Media and Sesame Street, you probably are well aware of things like Crackmaster, Snuffy's Parents Get Divorced, or The Wicked Witch Visits Sesame Street. But there was another piece of Lost Media that, until researching this video, I'd never heard of. And that is Out to Lunch, which aired as a primetime special on ABC on December 10th of 1974. It mixed the Sesame Street and the Electric Company casts, along with guest stars Elliot Gould, Barbara Eden, and Carol Burnett. The production was jointly produced by Henson Associates, Children's Television Workshop, and ABC. The premise of the show was that the ABC newscasters had all gone out to lunch, and it was up to the Electric Company cast and the Muppets to make up an hour of programming. It has never been released on home video, and it is unknown if anyone has a copy since Out to Lunch came out shortly before the Betamax, which was the first commercially released home recording device, was released. And the U-Matic was very expensive, and consequently, it was extremely rare to find someone who owned a U-Matic recorder. An audio recording of the song We're in Charge has circulated, and some clips have been shown at a Sesame Street crew party. In addition, some clips were showcased on YouTube during its early days around 2005 to 2006, but this was before anyone knew how to download YouTube videos, and they have not resurfaced since then, aside from clips of two other Sesame Street / Electric Company crossovers, irrelevant to Out to Lunch, that still survive on YouTube today. On June 18th, 2019, Muppet Wiki co-founder Scarecrow, aka Scott Hansen, posted HD screenshots of the special on their Muppet Wiki page and said, "Special," and was subsequently reviewed by Tough Pig's co-owner Joe Hens a few days later. This shows that it is likely still being maintained in ABC's archives, and while Hansen and Hens have this copy of the special, they cannot release it out of legal concerns and restrictions. On March 21st, 2020, Facebook user Robert Hudson Sharp uploaded a low-quality audio recording of the first 25 minutes of the special. Now, despite having no actual, full copies of this, we do actually have on the Lost Media Wiki a pretty good list of what shorts and sketches were included in this show, and if you'd like to find out more about that, I do recommend checking out the article on the Lost Media Wiki. But again, things like this, things that were a big deal, two very popular properties coming together to do a primetime special. The fact that it's never been released on video, or that it's, that just all this lost media that we know still exists, it still exists in archives and all that, and yet somehow it's just not being released. It's like, what's the point? Like, oh, well, there's ABC, there's Children's Workshop, and there's Henson Associates, that are all, potentially have something on the copyright. It's like, well, either share the money or just donate it all to charity and release it to the public, It's like, don't be greedy. Just let people see this stuff. It's always sad when lost media becomes lost due to destruction. It's like, oh, it sucks, but what can you do? Nobody expected this to become destroyed. But it's worse when it's lost out of greed. At number 4, we have a viewer-suggested piece from longtime viewer Blue Baron 6858, and that is I Jump, partially found English dubs of anime series from the mid-2000s. I Jump is a children's mountain biking anime that was broadcast in Japan on TV Tokyo from October 1st, 2005 to September 9th of 2006. The show is an adaptation of Toshihiro Fujiwara's manga series of the same name, which ran for 31 chapters in Kodansha's monthly comic Bomb Bomb anthology magazine between April of 2004 and October of 2006. Produced by Trans Arts for Aniplex, the animated adaptation lasted 52 episodes. The anime has been dubbed into English twice. An edited version produced by Hasbro aired in Canada and the United States between 2006 and 2007, and a second uncut English dub was made for broadcast across Animax Asia beginning in 2009. Neither version was released on home video or on any current official streaming services. Unofficial recordings have been limited, leaving many episodes unavailable. Now, regarding the Hasbro version, an English version of the show quietly debuted on Cartoon Network in the United States at 6 a.m. on December 7th of 2006. It was commissioned by American toy company Hasbro and was produced in-house at Cake Mix Studios, with recordings done at D-Spot in Los Angeles. The dub later began airing on YTV in Canada beginning January 9th of 2007. Cartoon Network's premiere run of the series ended on May 11th of 2007 after 26 episodes had aired. The show was removed from the channel's lineup shortly after, and additional 10 episodes reportedly aired in Canada, ending its run on October 6th of 2007. The show was then removed from YTV's schedule in December of 2007. It is not known if the 36 episodes represents the entirety of Hasbro's production, or if additional episodes were left unaired. Various clips and full-length episodes were available on Hasbro's Monkey Bar TV streaming site, which was shut down in 2009. This was the last time the dub was ever officially available. So basically, of these 36 episodes from the Hasbro dub, basically 2/3 of them are still missing. As to the Animax Asia version, which was an uncut English dub of the same anime that began airing on Animax Asia on December 12th of 2009, the dub was reportedly later aired on Nick India. Like many Animax dubs, the production was allegedly recorded in Hong Kong. There used to be 22 clips of the dub uploaded by media archive fan group ATTKC in 2017, but those links are no longer available, making the Animax dub at the moment completely lost. Now, this one is interesting to me for a couple reasons. One, it just seems like this is lost due to, at the time, it not being, the American audiences weren't ready for an anime about mountain biking. At the time, anime was still kind of in its infancy in America. We were into our Pokemons, our Sailor Moons, our Dragon Ball Zs. There just wasn't a lot of room for something as mundane as we're going to be doing mountain biking. The other part that I find funny is that this Japanese show made for an English audience was sneakily, if you will, quietly released early morning on December 7th of 2006, which there's a weird parallel to be made between another sneak attack made by the nation of Japan on American soil in the early morning of December 7th on 1941, a sneak attack that was, to be honest, a lot more successful than this anime. Please don't cancel me. Today's spicy piece is The Fabulous Fanny, a lost Lee Frost sex comedy from 1975. The Fabulous Fanny, or its working title, The Coming of Seymour, is a 1975 sex comedy film that was directed by Lee Frost and produced by Wes Bishop. It starred Alan Spitz, Murphy Cross, Diane Summerfield, and Connie Marie. The film is a sequel to The Boob Tube, and the runtime of the film is 87 minutes. The plot of the film is as follows. A couple goes to an X-rated motel and becomes involved with the zany story they are watching on X-rated TV. It is about a voluptuous cartoon character named Fanny, who dominates the daydreams of young Seymour. It is this sexual obsession with a fictitious character that stands in the way of his siring a child that will enable him to inherit the family fortune. Seymour thoroughly enjoys his attempts to impregnate as many beautiful women as possible, but each time he is unable to reach that $1 million climax. Potency does not let him down, it just keeps him from his riches. Not until Terry, the girl next door, learns about his secret love is it possible for Seymour and the impossible dream to come together. The film was screened on December 18th of 1975 in Melbourne, Australia as The Coming of Seymour. It was also released in the United States by Constellation Films Inc., Independent International Pictures Inc., on February 9th, 1977. The film's recut version was screened on March 16, 1978 as The Boob Tube Strikes Again. The last screening of the film was on May 31st of 1982. In 1976, the film was banned in the United Kingdom by the British Board of Film Classification due to its explicit pornographic content. Now, as to its current availability, as of November 2008, the film is unavailable online. Due to this, it is unknown if The Fabulous Fanny was released on home video or not. No footage or trailer for the film has surfaced. However, film posters, stills, and radio spots are still available on the internet. Personally, there's just something about these old films that were, known as sex comedies that literally were just made to have a ton of nudity, maybe a little bit of humor. That is, I just find the concept kind of funny. Like nowadays, everybody talks about nudity in film as it's like, oh, hey, it's this big artistic thing. And, there was a time when it was just like, look, we know you want to see some boobs. We're not going to make like a full-on porno film, but we're gonna make a film where the whole point is to have a few jokes and show you as many boobs as possible. And I can honestly respect them for going, hey, this is what it is. And this one just happens to have gone missing. I'm sure there's actually quite a few of these that came out, and nobody has access to them today. I know they were kind of they were the movie equivalent of the pulp novels of their time, and I'm sure a lot of them kind of came out and then quietly just ended up in some back room to degrade. Perhaps pointless, but interesting all the same. And thus it makes it onto this series. At number 1, we have our fan-requested piece of the episode. This one was requested by longtime viewer and commenter Simon the Shorts Guy. Now, Simon has requested Alpha Blocks, partially found web-exclusive scenes of Sabibi's animated series episodes 2010 to 2013. So, Alpha Blocks is a children's show that originally aired on Sabibi's, a channel for preschoolers. The show centers around 26 anthropomorphic blocks that all represent the letters of the English alphabet, as they go around spelling words, making sounds, and going on adventures. Each of the alpha blocks have a unique design and personality. 91 original episodes were produced from January 25th, 2010 till July 2nd of 2013. followed by 4 10 to 20 minute specials that aired throughout October of 2021, and the 4 crossover episodes with successor number blocks that aired in February of 2022. While all of these episodes are available to watch on the BBC iPlayer and on YouTube, there once used to be an Alpha Blocks Flash game that came out at the same time as the show itself, in 2010, which had 33 of the 91 original episodes turned into interchangeable versions where you drag certain alpha blocks and create words. After creating a word, a scene will play which shows the word in action. What makes the Flash game stand out from the show is that in all of the interchangeable episodes, there are some exclusive scenes for certain words that don't appear in the TV versions. While the game was available, anyone who played it could access these exclusive scenes. However, the game was taken down in October of 2017 due to being too outdated to be on the website any longer. Because of this, only around 6 of the 91 exclusive game scenes across the 33 interchangeable episodes, interactable episodes, I said that wrong, I apologize, have ever surfaced on the internet, all available on YouTube, while the rest are considered lost. Sorry, were considered lost because there is a couple of updates. On October 20th of 2022, a video showcasing a playthrough of the Flash game and both of the exclusive scenes from the Series 1 episode Bus were found on Dailymotion, increasing the number of found scenes to 8. The Cap scene from Series 1's Space and the Doug scene from Series 2's Up were found just 2 days later, further increasing the total to 10. On July 13th of 2023, the C scene from the Space episode was uploaded to YouTube, leading all 3 of the Space exclusive scenes to be officially found. Now on October 22nd of 2023, the Spot and Top scenes from Bus and the Doug scene from the episode Up were found. And on December 26th of 2023, the 6th scene from the episode Key, the Fool, Loot, and Tool scenes from the episode Moon, as well as the Might and Sight scenes from the episode Tightrope were all found. Then, on December 30th of 2023, the original 2010 version of the game with only the Series 1 episodes were found to have been archived via the Wayback Machine. Sadly, only the main menu works, since when you click on an episode, all it does is load forever, so the exclusive scenes as well as the newer versions of the game are still lost. Thank you, Simon the Shorts Guy, for your suggestion. This was a very interesting one. Thank you so much for suggesting it. I enjoyed learning about it. And now let's move on to number 2. At number 2, we have Nuon Games and Enhanced Movies, partially found unreleased games and special edition movies for the Nuon DVD game system from 2000 to 2003. The Nuon Enhanced DVD players, originally known as Project X, were a series of DVD video game combination units manufactured by Samsung, Toshiba, and RCA during the early 2000s. The Nuon processors that differentiated these units from regular DVD players were produced by VM Labs. The idea behind this collaboration was that VM Labs would focus on developing and embracing the Nuon processors and developing games while other companies would handle the manufacturing of the consoles. The intention was that the Nuon chip would become the new standard for video processing on DVD players and would greatly expand their capabilities. Later on in production, it was decided that the special edition versions of movies would be released with special features such as smoothly zooming into and panning around the scene. These features would only be available on DVD players that used the Nuon chip. So a little bit about the development of this. In the mid to late 1990s, consoles began switching from cartridges to CD discs. VM Labs wanted to make a system that could play both DVDs and video games, and with that in mind, the Nuon was unveiled at E3 1998 under the name Project X. It would not be until October 27th of 1998 that VM Labs formally revealed Project X's final name, Nuon, to be released in 1999. However, due to a combination of the dot-com bubble burst and the 9/11 attacks, competition with other 6th-generation video game consoles, primarily the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, and simply running out of money due to low returns on licensing, the Nuon was a financial failure, with only 8 games and 4 enhanced movies ever officially being released. VM Labs declared bankruptcy and was bought out in 2002 by Genesis Microchip. Genesis Microchip then dropped the platform in 2003, and that was the end of the Nuon. However, multiple projects were in development at VM Labs prior to the discontinuation of the Nuon. Enthusiast sites such as Nuon Dome list as many as 38 games that were discussed. However, the last working archive of the official Nuon website only features 8 currently unreleased games marked as work in progress. The one existing unreleased Nuon game prototype, Bust-A-Move 4, is currently held by a member of the Nuon Dome fan site, who has posted a review of the game and 2 videos of the game in action. The user received the game in October 2001 from VM Labs to help with playtesting and claims the game is nearly 100% complete and working, though the 2-player mode causes performance issues. However, the current holder does not want to release his prototype to the public. Selfish bastard. No other Nuon game prototypes are known to exist. However, descriptions and cover art for some of the alleged 38 games are present on either Nuon Dome or archives of the original official site. The latest working archive of the official Nuon site lists Amaze, Myst, Monopoly, Bust-A-Move 4, The Game of Life, Speedball 2100, Z-Cards, and Breakout as all being in development at the time. The site contains working links for pages specific to Bust-A-Move 4, Myst, Monopoly, and Amaze, containing box art, descriptions, and even screenshots. Monopoly shows up in the archives of the VM Labs online store, though it is marked as coming soon. Very little information remains for the other games. Prototype footage from the Nuon version of Amaze does exist on YouTube, and 2 concept videos for native for the Nuon have surfaced. The Nuon Dome fan site has descriptions for some other games, but no new box art is present, and most screenshots are marked with disclaimers that they are from different systems. And while we don't know a lot about the various games, there is more information about the movies. The following 4 movies were given official Nuon enhanced releases: Bedazzled, Dr. Dolittle 2, Planet of the Apes 2001, and The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the 8th Dimension. That's a deep cut. The 3 movies that were known to have been unreleased for Nuon enhanced editions were Galaxy Quest, Stigmata, and The Toxic Avenger Part 3, The Last Temptation of Toxie. A prototype of a Nuon enhanced version of Galaxy Quest was featured at the VM Labs booth at CES 2001, and according to a reporter, Dexter Davenport, this prototype contained a feature that could show all the best lines from the movie, enabling the viewer to get an overview of the film from different perspectives. Not much else is known about this demonstration disc or any other planned implemented features. Also, alleged Nuon enhanced movie prototype discs for both Galaxy Quest and Stigmata appeared on an eBay auction. According to Nuon Dome, the auction was a former employee of VM Labs and was taken down because the contents were considered stolen property. The contents were then destroyed. All that remains of these auctions are images of the 2 prototype discs. No known prototype for the disc of Toxic Avenger has surfaced, and the only evidence is discussions from the 2001 Chiller Theater Expo. The Tox Box, a box set containing Part 1, 2, and 3, was intended to have a 4th disc containing the Nuon enhanced features. Toxic Avenger Part 3 was also intended to have Nuon enhanced features, and the Tox Box was released in 2002, but the Nuon enhanced features were not present. It is not known why these features were cut, though Tox Box was also slated for a summer 2001 release at the time of the expo. It is unknown if any other footage of the Nuon prototype games or movies exist, in addition to the CES 2001 footage and the 2001 Troma Dance Festival that apparently included Nuon DVD demonstrations, as VM Labs was a sponsor, though any footage of unreleased Nuon games has yet to surface. This one I just think is interesting because there have been, over the years, a lot of projects that were like, this is going to be the next thing in gaming, whether that was the Philips CDI, the Atari Jaguar, or the Nuon interactive DVD system. And it was just like big ideas, low results, and ultimately you get a piece that nobody bought at the time and now has become more or less lost. And that's kind of the thing to remember, is that not all pieces of lost media are just missing treasures. Some of it is just garbage that was thrown out, but that's not really the point. Good or bad, it's the fact that it's missing. People don't like knowing the feeling of knowing that there's something out there that they can't access, or that they just can't access anymore. I mean, look at when they discontinued the Choco Taco. Like, people were up in arms about it, but I guarantee you most of those people hadn't eaten a Choco Taco in years. It's not that they wanted to go out and get a Choco Taco. They just wanted to know that it was available to them. And ultimately, I feel like that is why people want to find certain less quality pieces of lost media. Coming in at number 3, we have the IT Crowd, lost unused script from the American adaptation of the British television series circa 2007. Now guys, I'll be honest with you, I love the original IT Crowd. I had no idea there was ever an American version. And apparently, this series was set to have an American adaptation at one point to be aired by NBC and to premiere in 2007. And it was to star Joel McHale as Roy, Richard Ayoade was going to reprise his role as Moss, Jessica St. Clair was Jen, and Rocky Carroll as Denholm. It would be produced by Fremantle Media for Universal Media Studios, with Steve Tao and the original show's creator, Graham Linehan, serving as executive producers, though Linehan states that he had no involvement in the project. A pilot was shot in January of 2007, and a full series was ordered by NBC to air in 2007 and 2008. But by September of 2007, The Hollywood Reporter reported that the show had not gone into production and was to be canceled, as the series didn't quite spark with the new NBC chairman, Ben Silverman, leaving a number of scripts for episodes not made in the dust. Now, despite never actually airing, the pilot was leaked online in 2012 and was criticized for being basically just the exact same thing as the original show, just with different accents and actors, and in fact one of them being the exact same actor from the original, and questioning why they adapted it in the first place when they could have just aired the original series instead if it was so similar. But whether they were also just bare-bone duplicates of the original's pre-existing episodes or not, the remaining scripts for the adaptation are still unseen to this day. I do think it is interesting in how many times that they've tried to adapt British shows for an American audience only for it to kind of fail, and then, for people to just kind of get into the original show, and it's like, why didn't you bring the show over in the first place? There was another show like this called Being Human, which was about a vampire, a werewolf, and a ghost all living together, and literally the American version was just a scene-for-scene remake of the original series, and it's like, why would you do this? I love the original IT Crowd, and I think Joel McHale is an amazing comedian, but then why would you not utilize that talent and make either a sequel or a spin-off or make it its own thing? Why would you just make a carbon copy? Again, it had to be easier to just bring the show over, but either way, this one's just a little interesting to me. At number 4, we have Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro's Thor cutscene, which is a lost web-exclusive cutscene from the PlayStation action-adventure sequel game from 2001. Now, Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro is a 2001 action-adventure video game for the PlayStation developed by Vicarious Visions as a sequel to Neversoft's 2000 video game Spider-Man. The game is somewhat notorious for being delayed in September of 2001 and undergoing several sensitivity changes due to the final level taking place atop the World Trade Center, alongside other various references deemed to be distasteful following the events of 9/11. In the years following the game's release, it had been an often reported trivium that there was supposed to be an additional scene in the game's final cutscene after Electro is defeated, featuring a cameo from the cameo appearance by the Marvel Comics hero Thor. This would explain the gag later on in the scene showing Spider-Man lamenting a news article that gives Thor all the credit for defeating Electro. However, despite the ubiquity of the legend, no evidence had ever been found regarding the existence of this scene, or if it was ever in the game at all. Most simply assumed it had been removed amongst the numerous changes made to the post-9/11 version of the game due to the sequence taking place atop the World Trade Center. However, this theory was complicated when the pre-9/11 version of the game surfaced and the purported Thor scene was absent. In 2021, a Reddit post was made by user Granola Demon in r/Lost Media discussing the legendary Thor scene and highlighting some YouTube comments in which a user claimed to have seen the scene and that it was once available to download on Activision's website. Reddit user Mr. Fiji commented on the post and corroborated that they too remember seeing the scene, providing a summary of its contents. Despite testimonies of the users in the post claiming that the scene definitely did exist, no evidence had yet been found, and there was a pervading consensus that the scene was a myth. But what was this supposed scene supposed to have? Well, most recollections of the scene claim it involves Spider-Man and Thor speaking atop the Twin Towers following the defeat of the Electro. The most detailed account of what the scene allegedly contains comes from Mr. Fiji, and he states, "The clip I saw starts with Spidey throwing Electro's harness on the ground, and I think he webs it up. At this point, Thor randomly flies in and strikes a bolt of lightning down on it, destroying the harness. Then at that point, the two of them chit-chat about stuff, and the scene ends." So it's probably fake, right? Well, on June 3rd of 2023, Discord user Spider Glider found via the Wayback Machine a backup of an image called Spidey_MOV.jpg on an archive link from Activision's now defunct Spider-Man video game website. The never-before-seen image depicts a thumbnail-sized view of Spider-Man and Thor in what is likely a still from the video. The still lines up with previous testimonies that the scene contains Spider-Man and Thor talking atop the World Trade Center at the game's final set piece. For the first time ever, definitive proof had been found that the Thor cutscene did in fact exist. User Bungus Bungaloid then found that the original of the image was from a download page on the same website, and that the page had been archived and could still be viewed via the Wayback Machine. Viewing the page confirmed finally that not only did the Thor scene exist, but that it was once available to download directly from Activision's website. Further link tracing found that the 4.6 megabyte file was known as small.mov and was hosted at download.activision.com/Spiderman_2/small.mov. Unfortunately, no active download link survives, meaning that the thumbnail image found by the Spider Glider is the only material from the scene that is known to exist. I love all kinds of anything involving the Marvel Universe and missing scenes. I remember there used to be a rumor about Captain America was supposed to make a cameo appearance at the end of the Hulk movie, The Incredible Hulk, at the beginning of the MCU film saga, but that it was canceled for some reason, mainly probably due to the fact that the Hulk was going to be in the Arctic trying to commit suicide, and Cap would stop him. But I just think it's kind of interesting that this piece would be removed, like so much of the content of that game was apparently altered or removed, but that it would be available for download on their website, and that nobody has a copy of it. Like, clearly the rumor existed because people saw this movie on Activision's website, but nobody bothered to save a copy of it. That's amazing to me, and I guarantee you somebody has probably an old floppy disk somewhere that has, or an old CD that they burned it to that has this movie, and we just need for them to find it and upload it, and hopefully that will happen someday. And at number 5, we have the film Lynching Scene, a genuine lynching scene, which is a lost film of a alleged legitimate lynching incident from 1897. Let's see how many more times I can say the word lynching, right? Lynching Scene, a genuine lynching scene, also known as Lynching Scene at Paris, Texas, is an 1897 alleged actuality film, produced and distributed by the International Film Company for independent exhibitors in June of 1897. The recording apparently depicted a riotous crowd executing a prisoner in the state of Texas. The work's lost status, combined with the International Film Company's refusal to impart key information regarding the lynching, makes it very difficult to verify or debunk its authenticity. Now, a bit of background. Forged in October of 1896, the International Film Company was a joint venture by former Vitascope Company and Edison Manufacturing Company employees Charles H. Webster and Edmund Kuhn, respectively. Though the pair would produce original works primarily within the actuality genre, their initial films simply attempted to reproduce successful works released by the Edison Manufacturing Company. At the time, Thomas Edison could do little to stop this, as his inaugural films were not copyrighted. Ultimately, Edison got the last laugh, as not only was he able to file copyright protection for his later productions, but his subsequent legal action caused the international film companies, among others, to swiftly depart the U.S. film industry by 1898. Among the Edison films that the International Film Company reproduced included two 1895 Mondo recordings made by Alfred Clark. The first of these, titled Indian Scalping Scene, depicted a group of Indians killing a tenderfoot. 2 years later, in June of 1897, the International Film Company released Scalping of a Tenderfoot, later known as Scalping Scene by Thundercloud. The organization having boasted that Thundercloud was a genuine Indian in its marketing. But perhaps the more lucrative endeavor were productions surrounding lynching incidents. This trend began with the release of Clark's A Frontier Scene, which depicted the execution of a horse thief by a group of enraged cowboys. The Edison Manufacturing Company later renamed the film to Lynching Scene and Lynching of a Horse Thief, presumably to capitalize on the lynching trend. Whatever the case, sources like Before the Nickelodeon and the New Encyclopedia of Southern Culture remarked that Edison had already begun to attract viewers intrigued by seeing Mondo concepts like executions and gore. It should be noted that Indian Scalping Scene and Lynching Scene have both been lost to time. So, what about the film in question? Well, armed with the knowledge surrounding the success of Edison's Mondo films, the International Film Company set out to create their own lynching recording. In the International Photographic Films of 1897 to 1898, which documented most of the organization's films, a listing can be found for a production titled Lynching Scene, a genuine lynching scene. With a length of 75 feet, the film allegedly depicted a riotous crowd charging towards a jail located somewhere in the state of Texas. After a sheriff's restraint attempts fail, the crowd is able to retrieve a male prisoner and forcibly position him at a nearby telegraph pole. The prisoner is then hit by a barrage of bullets, ending his life in a brutal fashion. Having aimed to sell the recording to independent exhibitors for $15, which would be $564.46 adjusted for 2024 inflation, the International Film Company claimed the incident's full location and its victim was classified per an agreement with the relevant authorities. But interestingly, the company previously did reveal its location, as a June 1897 advertisement in the Phonoscape stated the film was originally titled Lynching Scene at Paris, Texas. However, a subsequent promotion in November and December of that year revealed that the title was reworked as Lynching Scene, a Genuine Lynching Scene, which is not a very creative title. Now, there's a lot more information about this, but ultimately, if you're interested in that, please go to the Lost Media Wiki. But ultimately, the majority of the International Film Company's work, including this film, are considered lost. Two films, School is Out and Dewar's Scotch Whiskey Scotch Dance, are among the rare exceptions that have resurfaced. Poor preservation efforts mean it is unlikely to ever be recovered, just like how over 90% of other pre-1929 American films. Thus, with no images having resurfaced, the mystery surrounding the film's actual legitimacy is likely to remain unsolved. I honestly find this one interesting, one, because its name is so on the nose, and two, just because, we talk about people's fascination with these topics like it's a more modern thing, but apparently back in before the 1900s even hit, people were paying good money to see people get scalped, to see them lynched, and it was just like, wow, okay, I'm just amazed that such early film efforts would include that kind of content, but apparently it's what people wanted. And that's going to be the end of part 1 of the New Year's Eve 2024 Lesser Known Lost Media Supercut special. Stay tuned, part 2's next.
Welcome to the show. We hope you'll stick around. Mr. Sean is here to entertain the crowd. We've got a bit of everything, 'cause everything's allowed. Chimera Miniatures is here to stay. We hope we make you proud.